Welcome to it, ladies and gentlemen. This is match number 6 of this tri-series for the under-19s as they prepare themselves for the ICC Under-19 World Cup. We are at the stunning Old Edwardians Cricket Club in the heart of Johannesburg, and we, as Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, alongside Pitch Vision, bring you this contest. It is the Indians who have won the toss and elected to bat first, basically having secured their place in the final. It is the South Africans who have to start their winning form in order to book their place on the final, which will be on the 10th. Pendulo Makubane is on the mic speaking to you, but I'm never alone. Next with me is Werner Erasmus.
I'm Pendulo. Yeah, lovely morning out here at Old Eds, and we're about to get underway.
Starting us off underway is Raj Limbani for the Indians. Missed out on the match against the Afghanistan, but man oh man, did Danush Gowda, who is not in the squad today, did he step up with his 2 wickets and magnificent threatening deliveries. Also, Luandre Pretorius getting himself his first run with the first ball. Steve Stork, he is his partner, and they've been brilliant in their opening partnership throughout this tri-series.
Yeah, it's been a very dangerous opening partnership, looking to get underway at a good pace. The problem's been that middle order has just not been able to form partnerships and have crumbled in both matches so far, and they'll be hoping for much more stability throughout.
The Indian team with their tails up, wanting to have a clean run towards that ICC Under-19 World Cup, which will be starting on the 19th of January. It's not too far from now. Steve Stork, after batting so well, flair player, dasher, but so much power. But in that also, a lot of technique too.
Yeah, there's lots to love about both these opening batters, and they want to get them off to a solid start once again.
Limbani is not going to make that easy. One of the most talented bowlers that Indians have in their already astonishing talented.
Yeah, the Indians have won all their matches so far. They've also won all their tosses, so they once again chose to bowl first, and it makes sense with so much overnight rain here in Joburg. Still a wet patch here and there over the outfield, and the pitch would have been under covers all night. So again, choosing to bowl first.
It's actually a funny thing how each team that has won the toss throughout these matches has chosen to field first. The weather has been gloomy at the beginning of the series, got better in the last match, but right now you can see what we're talking about with that juice. But Steve Stork mindful to get his bat away, so that's what he needs to focus on.
So far looking a bit more reserved, but just respecting the good balls. And he'll always try and pounce on anything loose.
Getting the edge, but it runs down to third man. It's far enough from the man standing at the furthest slip position.
Yeah, these two have gotten the Edwardians off to fantastic starts, really going hard in the power play, and that's exactly what I'll be hoping for them here today again and in the World Cup heading into the rest of January. Both of them, of course, have been rookie picks in the SA20 of Luandre Pretorius at the Paul Royals and Steve Stork at the Pretoria Capitals, and they've shown that they've been operating at a bit of a different level than the rest of the batters so far in the SA Under-19 side.
And on top of that, what has been also commendable is how Luandre Pretorius has, after the power play, tried to carry on the innings from the top, but unfortunately just throwing his wickets away in questionable manners that you would ask from a player so talented. But it ends over number 1 here for the South Africans. They are on 3 for no loss.
Yeah, it's something that most youngsters need to learn, is to almost curb that extra enthusiasm that they have. Everybody wants to play all the shots all the time. They have all the shots in the arsenal, and we do love to see it, but at some stage it's important to rein yourself in a little bit, trying to take the innings deeper. It isn't a 20 over match, it's 50 overs, and so there's a lot more time than you might think.
looking to make their stay at the crease as short as possible is Naman Tiwari. He will be coming down from the south end. He'll be bowling to Steve Stork. He's coming in from a very good match against the Afghanistanis, taking 4 wickets. He was a pest at this beginning, at the top of his mark, and he was bowling from either end as a dangerous threat.
Yeah, he is a very dangerous bowler, and he'll look to strike early here. With the 2 slips in place, we have a third man, a fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, a cover and a point.
Oh, that is nasty stuff. That is juice and a half, picking up from a length and smashing Steve Stork in the head, and that needs a break.
Yeah, he'll have to go through a quick concussion test. He looks okay, but that is not the type of delivery you would have been expecting first up here from Tiwari.
That is mean stuff. And that angle of just going across him, and then it seems like it just kept the line straight, so hard for him to get away.
Yeah, that definitely came up more than he was expecting. It wasn't that short of a delivery, but it really bounced more than it should have, and that's not the type of thing you want to see early in the morning here, especially if you look to set a total. You'd want an even surface, but that definitely was unexpected, and so he'll quickly run through some tests, make sure he's okay to go. His dad, Steve's dad, it's his birthday today. He talked a little bit earlier to me and said that last year Steve made a century on the day that he had his birthday, and so he was asking him to do the same here today, and so a lot to ask from him, especially if the surface is going to do more of what it did right now with one standing up. Let's hope that's the only way the bounce will be today, either even or a little bit of extra bounce. We just don't want to see that variability with low bounce as well.
And that's what comes with that extra juice, with rain coming down. Just plays and tinkers with the pitch just a little bit, and if you find the areas that with the bowler where it's going to work for you, it becomes such a danger. But it would be such a magnificent present for his dad should he convert his innings here, Steve Stork. But that bounce is not going to make it easy at all.
Yeah, there is plenty of bounce available. We'll quickly run you through the 11s playing today. For the SA Under-19s, it's Luhan Pretorius and Steve Stork opening, as you can see on your screens. It's David Tiger, captain, Ramashan Pillay, Tando Zuma, Devan Mare, Oliver Whitehead, Riley Norton, Sipo Putsane, Kwena Mapaka, and Tandu Sone, who's coming in today, wasn't part of the original 15 that was selected for the World Cup, but he did so well in that Kaya Majola week, and he's one that gets extra bounce and should enjoy this pitch.
Looking at it with salivating lips. It works the best when you get the line working, but fantastic awareness and partnership from Steve Stork and Loandre Pretorius. They finished 2 runs and immense intensity.
Yeah, that was a very tight second, but he did manage to get there in time. So good running by Stork, putting pressure on the Indian fielders.
Phenomenal call from Steve Stork and Pretorius, trusting each other so much. And Stork believing that he's going to make it, and seems like he got home pretty decently after re-watching the replay.
Halfway, man.
Yeah, no dive necessary in the end. Someone who loves to attack, and that's been what they've asked of him as well, is to go hard at the bowlers earlier on, but with this amount of movement and bounce in the pitch, he might just have to rein himself in a touch.
No.
Just needs to take the time to assess how to see the ball, how to play the ball, because it may be that even the deliveries you think you can go onto the front foot may spurt up, so you don't want to go with hard hands so early on in the innings.
Yeah, the pitch is also looking a bit slow. That one came off very slow off the pitch, back off the length, and Steve really had to wait for that ball. And so, a bit of a tricky surface so far. Important that they get through these first few overs, get accustomed to the pitch, and set themselves up for a good score today.
It's a good toss to win for the Indians.
No!
And it requires good bowling. Just needing to rein in the running. Talk about that enthusiasm, Werner. But on top of that, you do love to see that they are eager to just exchange the runs, because we saw in the Afghanistan game they were bogged down, the Afghanistanis, for 8 runs for a long time, and that resulted in them losing 3 quick wickets on those 8 runs. So here Luandre Pretorius and Steve Stork looking to just keep exchanging those singles and twos.
Yeah, strike rotation is so important, especially if you aren't finding boundary scoring easy. It's important the call between the two as well. Run hard and make sure that you're very assured in your calling to not mix up, because the last thing you can afford on a tricky surface early on is run-outs.
No!
Good areas and commendable patience from Stork, but the areas from Naman Tiwari, they need applause and observation as well.
Yeah, a nice hard call there this time by Stork, making sure that Pretorius doesn't venture too far out his crease. And it is the end of the second over. S-90s are on 4 without loss. Steve Stork's on 1 of 10 deliveries. They bowled very well to him. Pretorius has only faced the 2 deliveries and has also gotten off the mark.
The only run scored from that over was from Tiwari, just straying from his lines, studding the pads of Steve Stork. It was a brave deuce, but they finished those 2 runs, looking to eke out opportunities wherever they are, because it seems as if the Indian pacers are not going to let them breathe easy.
Yeah, they definitely won't be making it easy for them. Pretorius, of course, is Scythian's boy, 1 of 4 in the squad, and he's made some major records there at St. Scythians. He's made 16 centuries for them already, the most for any batter in the history of St. Scythians, and he still has a year to go. He's only in grade 11, so he can add to that record. He says he's looking to breach that 20 mark for the first time.
What is commendable is the hunger as well. You want players to want big scores. Cricket is those interesting sports where individual performance and brilliance also makes the entire team shine. When you have an opening batter, especially at the top, who's looking to take on your opening bowlers and look to score runs and score big runs, you want that from a young man.
Yeah, you definitely do. You want to set the tone here at the top, and I think that's the reason why these 2 batters are opening together. Need to face this tricky period first, let the pitch dry out a bit more, and batting should become a bit easier.
But when the opportunities present themselves, you latch onto that. Luandre Pretorius making sure that he punishes the short and full delivery from Raj Limbani.
Yeah, 2 wide from Limbani this time, and an easy put away for Pretorius. So important that you put away anything loose. We saw something similar in that pitch between SA and India, that second test, where it was very difficult to score, but anything that's loose you have to go after to capitalize, because the good deliveries will be hard to negotiate.
Gorgeous looking stroke from Luandre Pretorius, and backs it up with a wonderful pocket outside the slip cordon, consolidates his boundary.
We talked about the importance of strike rotation, also the added advantage of having a left-right hand combination at the crease. I mean, the Indians have to change their field again, the bowler has to adjust his line. Definitely an advantage for them here.
No, so Raj, having just missed the last game, he will have to just get his rhythm back in order as well, because what we did not see were those loose deliveries in that game against Afghanistan. And with the qualities of the batters that we have on show here, with Luandre Pretorius being such a key member in that SA merging side for Division 2, which eventually won the title against what is currently the most informed team in the country in the ITEC Knights.
Yeah, he was particularly impressive in that Division 2 One Day Cup. Made 350s, including an impressive 70-yard in the final of that competition.
Steve Stork, he wasn't part of the team then. recent addition. And what a great addition he's been. All the South Africans are just waiting to see what he'll do after he breaches the power play when there is space now in the green field. And the Indians will be making sure that they don't see that side of him.
Yeah, this is an important phase for Stoke here. He's had a very quiet start. They've bowled well to him. He's still only made the one run of his 13 deliveries, so he'll be a bit edgy. He'll be really wanting to get going here, but it's important that he realize the situation. And it's 9 without loss after 3 overs. And Pretorius has gotten off to a good start. With that boundary, he's moved up to 6 of 5 deliveries. So Stoke doesn't need to rush. He can soak up a bit of pressure here because we do know how quickly he'll be able to catch up. He has a lot of power. He's a javelin thrower, so which is part of the reason where those strong arms come from. So he has all that he needs to catch up later again. So it's important to just ride out this good bowling.
Naman Tiwari was going at less than 2 runs to the over against Afghanistan. Took 4 for 11 in 7 overs.
We see a bit of a field change with man going across the point, so there's only a mid-wicket in place and a fine leg, and we might see a bit more short balls here from Tiwari.
Well guided from Pretorius, very well guided from Pretorius, expertly guided, right in between the backward point, the slip cordon, and even the man stationed at third man, and that is a well worked 4.
Yeah, so far the pitch has looked a lot easier to bat on from this side than it has the other side. We did see that one that hit Stoke high up, but this one just came onto the bat nicely, and Pretorius didn't look to overhit it. Just made sure that he found the gap, and that's another boundary, and he moves on to 10. So a good start here from Pretorius.
Wonderful finesse. And the thing is now, the Indians will have to be extremely tight. Don't want to give too much away. You want to do just that. Keep it on target. Remember, Naman Tiwari did claim the wicket of Hassan Asakil, who himself is a dangerous batter up at top for Afghanistan. So he's not one to be just taken lightly, but I love the fact that the batters are looking to take on those bad deliveries.
Yeah, it's so important, and Tiwari will have to make sure his line is right here. He can't stray too straight because he only has that man at a fine leg and a mid-wicket. The rest of the leg side is open, and Pretorius would really jump on any opportunity to hit it through that leg side.
Ooh, jumping at the opportunity to go to the offside as well. Teasing delivery, passing the outside edge. Lucky enough not to get a feather.
Yeah, again, you see that extra bounce from Tiwari, and not easy to negotiate. And if he keeps bowling that area, he might well be rewarded. He does have those 2 slips in waiting in a stacked offside field, and he'll just keep bowling in that channel, that 4/5 channel.
The ball.
That's what Pretorius will have to be watchful of.
Indeed, the ball just jagging away as well after its pitching. He's coming wide off the crease, is Naman Tiwari. Goes a little bit fuller, but the covers are tight.
Yeah, it's so important to have your best fielders in the best positions. We've seen from SA Under-19 perspective that Devon Moraes had one patrolling all those hot spots where you'll see him at point, and then for the spinners you'll see him at short mid-wicket covering all that ground. And so I'm sure it's the same for the Indian side here as well.
Murugan Abhishek took a fantastic catch at cover, getting rid of Zadran, diving low on his left. But it was the pressure by the 4 deliveries prior to that catch which just illustrated the importance of good fielding.
Run!
See him running in from mid-wicket. to stop any potential single that is Shukla, because Pretorius and Stork are looking to exchange as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, and I've run you through the SA under-19 side, so I'll quickly run you through the India under-19 side as well. They've made a few changes there. Stellar opening batter in Adar Singh won't be playing today, and neither will Arshin Kulkarni. So in their lineup, they have Rudra Mahir Patel, they have Uday Saharan, Sachin Das, who really wants to get some runs under the belt, Mushir Khan, Priyanshu Mulia, Araveli Avanash, Anesh, Inesh Mahajan, Murugan Abhishek, Raj Lambani. We've seen opening the bowling with Naman Tiwari, Aradhya Shukla. He's the final man in the 11, and we do know the amount of pace he has, and he runs in extremely hard in his run-up.
Charges down, and boy does he bowl a fiery delivery. Still a good team for the Indians.
Yeah, of course, India having likely already qualified for that final next week Wednesday are just rotating the players a bit, giving everybody an opportunity before the World Cup starts later in the month.
And not a bad start at all. 4 overs have been completed rather. It's 13 for no loss. Happy days for both teams. Not too much damage from the batting, and also at the same time, not many wickets coming down.
I see Steve Stork just patting the pitch a bit, and I won't be surprised if he tries to go after Raj Lambani a bit here in this over. We've seen him face 13 deliveries for the single, and he'll be really wanting to get going here.
And funny enough, that might be what exactly the Indians might be wanting him to do. They want him to go hard, because that is when you present those opportunities for the wickets to be taken.
Yeah, he has reined himself a bit in here, as talked today. The other days we've seen him moving around, really trying to hit the bowlers off their legs, but today he's been a bit more watchful, and it seems like he wants to give himself a bit more time.
Oh, another big bouncer. Did it take a nip on the bat? Doesn't matter. Ball is floored. Goes through. The umpire doesn't give leg byes.
It seems like the umpire indicates that it's come off his hand. And it's hit him, and again it's going to have to be checked. Is Stork, this extra bounce, giving him a bit of trouble, and we see the physio running up again. Has to have a bit of a evaluation.
It was a delayed response from the umpire, finally signalling the leg byes. So it did indeed just hit his head, maybe signalling that it didn't hit his glove. And Steve Stork, being watchful, Raj Limbani and Naman Tiwari, they seeing him being watchful, and they are stalking him for his wicket.
Yeah, I wonder how long it will last that Stork will have this type of approach until he feels like I'm going to try and counter it now. I don't think he'll stand there and take it all day. You'll see him bring out some pull shots, and yeah, it's not been an easy pitch so far. Pretorius has found it a lot more easier, but it's so vital that they try and take it deeper here. We've seen the middle order struggle, and they don't want to expose them too early. Of course, you don't want to think about it that way, because of course they have wonderful batters to come in, David Seager and Ramashan Pillay and Tando Zuma, and all of those batters to come. I'm sure they'll be chomping at the bit to make a bigger contribution today after having struggled so far in the series.
And that's what you can sit and think about here as we watch them construct this innings between the two of them. Although their partnership have both reached 50 runs, 50 in the first game and 91 in the second game, we haven't seen them post the power play continue that wonderful start. So it could be that the gentlemen here are looking to see, let's fend off the danger, let's fend off all of this moisture and all of the demons lurking inside this old Ed surface, and see how far we can take this partnership and actually make the jump easier for the middle order as well, who have been having a tough time. So that will be a success on their books should they survive this power play without a wicket loss. And having your strongest batters post the power play well set on decent scores will be the absolute key. Luandre Pretorius, though, he's on strike against Raj Limbani.
Yeah, I think particularly important is how well the SA players will play spin today. It's been a bit of a struggle for them so far in the series, and both of these players are quite good players of spin, but we haven't seen Stork get to that point where there's spinners from both sides. So might be a bit of a different approach today as we've seen, and let's see how he will go if he does end up getting to that spin phase of the match. But India will be looking to strike here with the new ball.
Goes down to the leg side, almost to the mid-on fielder. Like you said earlier on, sometimes the ball just not reaching the batters on time. Mistimed from Luandre Pretorius, nearly giving a soft one away.
Yeah, it's been a good toss to win for India, and they've been using the conditions well as well. They're hitting the deck hard, not just floating up deliveries full and making it easier for the batters, but they're using the pitch and using that slow nature and a bit of extra bounce it's giving them.
They would have been relishing the chance to bat here. That one coming much nicer onto Luandre Pretorius, pickpocketing Raj Limbani. And it's so important and such a useful skill not to just defend the ball and parry it away, but also look that after you've deflected it, can you squeeze away a single? And they're doing this very well, these two.
Yeah, it's a matter of just angling the bat a little bit into the gap, not playing with soft hands, dropping it down, and asking the Indian fielders to run in to try and collect it, just giving yourself enough time to go through for that single. Stork up again after being hit once more. Let's see what he does.
Goes too full, but that is that man, Murugan Abhishek in the covers. He's a spring throughout that cordon of the field. Brings the end to over number 5. South Africa batting at 3 to the over. Luandre Pretorius being the catalyst of such the score, currently on 11 runs from 14. Steve Stork still riding along, just being there with Pretorius, 1 from 16 deliveries.
Yeah, that's something you won't see every day, and it's a big contrast with the way Stork has started in the previous 2 matches. And it'll be interesting to know whether it's something they specifically discussed, or whether it's conditions based, and he's just decided based on how the pitch has been playing so far, based on how well they've been bowling, that he's just treating the ball with respect and looking to give him the best opportunity to get in.
And you know, Werner, it's that left-right combination as well that may play a factor. It seems as if every now and then the Indians are giving the left-hander some freebies to score off. Luandre Pretorius has gotten some wide ones he can just free his arms on. Being tentative to leave ones which are too wide, signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, they've seemed to not quite find their lines against him so far. Against Stork, they've been very accurate. Just that one overpitch delivery in the last over that Stork wasn't able to capitalize on. But for Pretorius, they've not quite hit good area consistently enough, giving him those opportunities to score some boundaries. And he's looked to be positive.
That also plays another factor when the batter you're struggling to nail it on is nailing you. Look at that. Very good shot. But there is a man standing down there in Raj Limbani, keeping it to 1.
Yeah, they do have the field set for it. That brings Stork back on strike. I'm just so interested to see how this will develop, because they've put on a lot of pressure on Stork here. Indians have bowled so well, and that's the type of pressure you bowl to try and get a wicket here. And so it's one of those 10 situations where I think a boundary might loosen the shackles a bit for Stork. But again, in going for that boundary, he might just give an opportunity to the Indian bowlers.
That's why the Indians protect the cover area now. They remove Rudra from the slip cordon and they move him into the cover areas. We saw that delicious cover drive at the end of the previous over, indicating as well the lines that Tiwari will be looking to bowl the lengths to, keeping the man at the slip cordon, just waiting in Priyanshu Molia, who took a good catch at the slips against Afghanistan.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see Stork just moving across his crease a bit. There's plenty of gaps in the leg side. He does enjoy going over the field, offside and leg side, but you do see him walk across and try and whip it over the leg side often. And I just saw him having a little look to the leg side, so don't be too surprised if that's something he has in mind.
Must be careful though. That's how he threw the wicket away on 46 against Afghanistan. Keeping him tight, keeping him very tight, and finally he gets a run in the bag. Moved away from that dreaded one. Now he's on 2.
Yeah, important single for him just to get off strike, give it back to Pretorius, who's been looking good. It's so important to bat in partnerships. If you're struggling that day, give it over to your partner who's looking a lot better, and the other day it might be you again that's finding it a lot easier, and then your partner does the same, and it's going to be a vital partnership for the SA Under-19s team going into the World Cup next year. No, not next year. Later in the month. I'm still talking as if it's 2023 year.
Happy New Year to you. Welcome, Werner. Oh, this is over the top. Coming down to fine leg, just missing the fielder who was looking to cover it. A top edge from Luandre Pretorius, and Araveli Avanish not being able to stop it for 4.
Yeah, it's a hand-rule boundary for the SM19s, but again we see that extra bounce. It's too high to control for Pretorius, and he's lucky to get away with it this time.
Sometimes cricket fortunes you like that when you are looking to take it on. Entertaining the crowd that is building up here at Old Ed's is Luandre Pretorius. Of course, he's a local boy. It's his club, it's his home club. This is his home ground, so he should know exactly how to bat here. Given the fact that he's scored 2 half-centuries in his past 2 games, he'll be looking to convert it into a 3rd.
Yes, Pretorius has been the standout batter for the AS Under-19 so far in this tri-series, and it's so vital for him to try and extend that batting, because he's looked so good for his 50s, but I'm sure he'll be looking to make a big one here.
And the one thing we do know about Luandre is that when he does get to triple figures, he tends to go big and looks to go really big.
Yeah, he's made some very big scores for his school side, for his club side, and so he's such a vital cog in this lineup.
Cuts! And he's been caught! And it is the danger man at the covers. Murugan Abhishek takes the catch, diving to his right, and that is the dismissal of Luandre Pretorius.
Yeah, just as I was talking about how important his wicket is here, he plays a bit of a loose shot outside the off stump, not really trying to go over or keeping it on the ground. It's sort of that in-between shot, and he picks out the fielder and he trudges off very slowly. You can see how disappointed he is, and now we'll get to see that middle order of the SA Under-19s test himself. David Teager himself, the captain, of course, coming in at number 3, and he himself had a good tournament in the Division 2 One-Day Cup. He made a 95 not out in that final of only, I believe, 70 deliveries, so he's a very good player, and he hasn't had a good series so far, and he'll look to get stuck in.
And he has time to do it, as Luandre Pretorius is dismissed for 16 from 18 deliveries. He was looking to take it on, but Murugan Abhishek said, "Where are you going, Luandre?" The answer is back into the dugout, unfortunately, for the left-hander. The captain of the team now, David Teager, has to take it on with Steve Stork. And the problem here is that Steve Stork looks like he's just in his shell just for a bit to suss out the conditions. And what is going to happen is Teager joins him in the crease.
Yes, Stork will have to step up a little bit now in the absence of Pretorius, who's been looking fluent. And it's not going to be easy for Tiga to get going here on a pitch that's been a bit tricky, a bit spongy, and has had some extra bounce. And Raj Lambani and Naman Tawari has been bowling beautifully so far this morning in partnership.
Ending that over with joy are the Indians. 6 gone, 22 for 1. Steve Stork on strike. Raj Limbani with the cherry. Bowls a very good length. Wonderful punch, but straight to Murugan Abhishek.
Lambani just played the one match before this so far in the tri-series, and he took 2 wickets for 39 runs in his 8 overs. So he's added to that tally. And Naman Tawari himself, he's played 2 matches, and he's been very economical, both matches conceding less than 40 runs. And he's taken the 2 wickets in his last match as well.
Looks to be slower from the hand with that particular one. Well timed though from Steve Stork.
Yeah, very watchful, making sure that the ball comes to him. Important on a pitch like this, you don't go out ahead of yourself. You play in front of yourself. You need to play the ball as late as possible, and he did on that occasion.
And it just showcases also the skill of Raj Limbani, speaking about him taking those 2 wickets in the match that he's played in this tri-series. Can also do it in the subcontinent. We saw the Asia Cup leading the wicket takers on that tournament. But you don't put it there to Steve Stork. He will smash you away even if you have the most wickets. He pumps that to the cow corner boundary.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. I don't think he's going to let any short deliveries go by again. He's not going to sit there and let him hit his head the whole time. He's going to be taking on that short delivery, and at this time with a lot more confidence. And that'll make him feel good, his first boundary of the day, just to get him going a bit here. He's been a bit stuck, but this might be exactly what he needs.
Paul just sitting up so friendly for him, inviting him into the stroke. He enters it with such authority. He moves to 6. Then showing that he can do it on the front foot as well, but the covers are absolutely shut down.
Yeah, they are stacked very nicely on the outside. India, they only have a man out at 3rd man, and we see a point, a cover, a extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. There's 1 slip in place, a bit of a wide slip, almost a second slip position, and he's awaiting any possible edges.
Hitting it with the outside of the bat, he finds a gap in those stacked covers, deciding to go over the top, and it bounces all its way to the covers, literally, for 4.
Yeah, not an easy shot to play on a relatively slow wicket, going over the top, and realizing that if he doesn't find the gaps, might as well try and go over them. There's always a gap in the air.
And exploited he does. Wonderful boundary from Steve Stork. Goes back to the cow corner. He is taking a liking to Raj Limbani here. It's a big chase for Araveli Avanish, but he wins it, stopping it on its way to 4 and saving the single for the Indians.
Yeah, wonderful fielding there. I said that pull shot from Steve Stork might just get him underway, and now we've seen him. It was back-to-back boundaries, now 3, and he will retain the strike as well. Just getting himself into this innings. And the pitch will dry out a bit as the day goes on, with some sunshine baking down on it. Should make batting a touch easier.
And like you said there, Werner, maybe looking to take a liking to Raj Limbani, and so he does, taking a lot of runs from his bowling. 11 from that over. Takes South Africa to 33 for 1. Steve Stork still preserves the strike. David Tiga yet to face. Naman Tiwari, he's here to start his 4th over.
Yeah, Stork just asking for his guard again. Umpire will be helping him out. Can't quite see from our end exactly what he's asking for. It looks like middle stump, but we'll just check on our screens a bit later to just see what guard he is taking. But either way, He hasn't found the going easy from this side so far this morning, but we'll see if that previous over makes a difference for him.
Coming around the wicket is Naman Tiwari, just changing up the angle against Steve Stork. He's been putting a lot of pressure on him coming over the wicket. Seeing that Stork is going on to the attack, sees what he can do, changing up the angle.
Yeah, might just want to tuck him up a little bit, not give him that room to play those pull shots or go through the offside, over the offside, I should say, as that is what Stork generally looks to do. And it's also a line that's attacking the stumps more.
Here's David Tiga now, the captain of the team. He reverts back to over the wickets, does Tiwari, looking for his stock deliveries. Maybe rattle up Tiga just like he did Stork. Indeed, that's what he does from the length. It flies past David Tiga, lucky to survive.
Yeah, he is lucky to survive that one. That extra bounce once again, you see from this side. It's not easy to negotiate. Tiga not the tallest man either, and so he'll be used to short deliveries, but this one wasn't quite that short. Just back of length, and it rears up again to him. I have to be very watchful here early on in his innings.
Lucky that just jags away from him a touch. Keeps straight out, comes back. It really puts him into a bind. It's good stuff here from Naman Tiwari. Very nice stuff from Tiwari. From back of a length to now one that looks to draw the captain forward. Draw for him, falsely though.
Yeah, those two slips are waiting as Tiwari looks to take it across Tiga, try and bring that edge into play. Tiga though not feeling for it, just playing from the crease, just making sure that he plays it nice and late.
This is what you want from your fast bowler though, from a new batter's perspective. You want him playing as much as possible. David Tiga will have to be extremely watchful against a bowler who has bowled already 20 deliveries. And his 21st is just as juicy as the 3 before it. Naman Tiwari really has found something here.
Yeah, he has bowled beautifully. And even though the SA19s have found it difficult this morning and the pitch hasn't been easy, they're still going at a decent rate at going over 40 over. So nothing wrong with that early in the morning here at Old Ed's. And they'll have to keep that in mind. They don't need to really go at the bowlers right now. Make sure they get through this tricky period. See out of this new ball pair in particular, because they can't bowl forever. And a bowling change might give you a bit more opportunities.
Coming around the wicket, you were saying that he's trying to close him off, but he still gives him width, coming with the change of angle, and Steve Stork does what he does best, pounces it, far through the covers for 4.
Yeah, it was David Tiga who gets off the mark with a lovely boundary, a bit overpitched, and he does get that gap, exactly what he would have wanted to start off here early in the morning.
Well, that did look Storkish. They were exchanging a single. What for? David Tiga, the captain, goes off the mark.
Back to over the wicket now.
Well, the experiment seemed not to work from Naman Tiwari.
Yeah, he only the one ball to Tiga and didn't quite execute it the way he would have wanted. And that ends the 8th over as the SA Under-19s have moved on to 38 for 1 at the end of 8. And Steve Stork, he's still there on 14 of 25 deliveries. And David Tiga is on 4 of 4.
What a way to get off the mark for David Tiga. Seems like he eventually found a way to win the over back from Naman Tiwari, who really put him into a corner. But it shows the value of just holding strong and waiting for one that will come, because the bowler will eventually look to search for a wicket as well.
Yeah, it looks like we will have a bit of a bowling change as Mushir Khan will come into the attack. So we'll see some early spin into the match. He has a lot of control, does Mushir Khan. And so far in the series, he's been very, very economical, but he's yet to take a single wicket in the 3 matches he's played. And but not one time has he... The most expensive spell he's bowled is 34 in his 10 overs, so 3.4 to the over has been his most expensive. Other than that, he's the one match he went 10 for 30. 10 overs for 30 runs in the other match, 6 overs for 11 runs. So he's very, very tidy, is Mr. Khan, and really he hits almost that coin on the pitch, that one spot, and he varies his pace and so well.
One of the few players who've played first-class cricket, plays for Mumbai in the Ranji Trophy, alongside his brother Safraz Khan. Also coming up from a high angle, much taller than his brother, quick through the air, different challenge, and it's what you've been waiting for, to see how the spin will be handled by Steve Stork. Ball turning away will also cause some sort of a threat, but pitch hasn't been giving a lot of turn throughout the tournament, but it's just been the skill, the changes of pace and lengths by the spin bowlers, and the trouble by the batters to play them that has been giving them the wickets. Just looking to go for a sweep.
Yeah,
Makes it home.
I was just going to bring that up. He does enjoy the sweep shot, especially against the left arm spin. He does enjoy going through that square leg region, especially with that sweep shot. He was very strong on it in the North-South tournament last year in October, where he was the 3rd leading run scorer. And he was striking it big in that T20 tournament, where he was, I think, striking over 170 and at an average of like 80. And he really dominated there, again, especially against left arm spin.
And left arm spin is becoming such a commodity in today's game. They are such a threat. Wherever you go, a left arm spinner is somewhere in the top wicket takers or in the top economies. So having to deal with that threat is going to be so vital, and being able to pickpocket those runs, just like Tiga has done, is also vitally important.
Yeah, it is very important, and the S-19s themselves are finally playing their left arm spin option in Sipho Botsane today, and I'll be very interested to see how he goes. I think spin is such an important role, especially in the limited overs format here, to keep the runs down, eke out wickets, to keep at least one end tight. And I think it's something that the S-19s might have been missing so far in this tournament. They have bowled Johan James a lot, and he's bowled well. But I think you can't go wrong with playing the extra spin bowling option.
On top of that, Werner, when you have your out-and-out spin bowler playing in the match, that's where you get a team as confident as India on playing in subcontinental conditions. Them thinking, oh, here's an option, here's our man that we can target. We see the end of the power play, though, in this match, or in the 9th over. It's 40 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, the score play. The people navigating the scorecard here at the field were just a touch early on their call for the end of the power play. So at the end of 9, we're 41 for 1, and Steve Stokes moved up to 16 of 29 deliveries. David Teager started nicely on 5 of 7. This time we will see a bowling change, and it will be Aradhya Shukla. We see steam in when he runs. He really has a fast run up, and he bowls quickly as well. He's been very impressive for India.
We also took 4 wickets in that first game between India and South Africa in this tri-series a couple of matches ago. Reminiscent of a Mohammad Shami when he runs and charges in, bangs the pitch hard. And he's getting the reward for his hard work. They put a man out at the sweeper boundary because Steve Stork is on strike. He's been looking to take it on. Coming around the wicket or over the wicket is the right armour, Shukla. And he starts off well.
Yeah, and it is Shukla that took the wicket off Stork to break that opening partnership in that match between us two a couple of days ago, or 4 days ago. And it was a bit of an indifferent shot from Stork, who was going really well on 46, playing a lot of shots, maybe trying one too many on that occasion, trying to whip him over the leg side, but wasn't really in a position to do so. And it'll be interesting to see how he approaches him this time.
And Shukla having found more and more of his rhythm, because it didn't break when he was playing against Afghanistan, taking 2 wickets in that particular match as well. Wanting to carry on that form into this match. Wanting to get a victim and make him his bunny is Steve Stork here.
Yeah, Stork not too happy with himself there. That one was short to wide there to be put away, but he didn't get all of it, and it ends up being a dot. And those are the type of ones you want to pounce on a pitch that's not the easiest to negotiate. You want to put those deliveries away.
And it seems like the Indians are aware that that is exactly what Steve Stork is going to do. Love the fact that the senior players in the team are constantly negotiating what the field needs to do. And he walks down the track. What a magnificent shot that is. Pulling it over the top of mid-on. And it takes several bounces over for 4.
Yeah, we've talked about how strong he is on that pull shot. And this time, not looking to go through the offside, walking across, saying, "Now, this time I'll take it over the leg side." That sort of length is too easy on this pitch. And it needs to be hitting those hard lengths, not short balls, because short balls are sitting up a bit just because the pitch doesn't have that pace.
We saw it as well a couple of overs ago against Raj Limbani, where he just bowled one that sat up and he smashed it through. Wonderful stroke from Steve Stork, showing what he's got.
Yeah, he's worked through that tricky period, looking to get going here, just needs to make sure that he doesn't overdo it. He just bats it.
Seems to be mindful. Spots the gap, consolidates his single, working in 5s.
Yeah, he's looking a lot more comfortable at the crease now, and we thought this might be the way to approach it on this wicket. Just get yourself set, get your eye in, and we see it's a no ball called from the umpire, so that means that David Seager early on in his innings have the opportunity of a free hit.
It's Nandi nice. It's good, it's nice. That's what he has here, David Teager, just to get himself in line with what Shukla is looking to bring as a free hit. But of course, as we know, because they've changed the single, you can change the field as well.
Yeah, they can change this field as they have rotated the strike. Stork probably feeling like, man, I should have stayed on strike here to face this free hit, because we do know he hits a long ball. But Seager himself, a lot of ability, and he'll try to really latch onto anything that Shukla bowls here. But interesting to see what he's trying to do. They do have a deep square leg out and a mid wicket, so we might see another short delivery, and so that is one of his strengths.
Man is also stationed at long on, just in case. Beautifully delivered, but unfortunately, he oversteps again, does Shukla.
Yeah, even if it wasn't a no ball, it was a wide for height as well. So, but the no ball gets preference. It means the free hit will stick around, and you'll get another opportunity. He did go for that short ball as we were expecting, based on the field setting, too high.
And now it's a situation where he can't change the field anymore. Field is set for David Teager. Now he has to find what's the next ball that he's going to bowl. Teager still looking around behind square.
Yeah, an opportunity potentially to go for a bit of an uppercut if he does bowl another short ball with the third man up in the ring.
Looks to go for a wild slash. Well done by Shukla. Brave bowling to put it in that hard length, but Teager misses out.
Yeah, I think he did miss out there. That one was there to put away. No man out on the offside boundary for that delivery. And now that the free hit is over, we see the field change completely again. We have a third man out and a fine leg, and so we might see Shukla go back to his normal deliveries.
Just hearing the Indians starting to speak again, it's as if after those free hits, they can breathe. Like, okay, let's go, gentlemen. What can we do now? 2 slips are in Rudra, and also in the man Molia who took the catch is just waiting there, stalking for one. But David Seeger's not giving it. Murugan Abhishek diving to his right. What an excellent find. What a brilliant fielder, because that was certain for a boundary.
Yeah, it was an important hand he got on that one. Again, not an ideal delivery with the field set short and wide. And again, Seeger will be disappointed that he didn't put it away.
And he climbed onto it all so well. David Tiga played it right under his eye. Murugan Abhishek saying, "You are not going through these covers. They are covered by me." So Steve Stork, we saw how he was getting going. He hit it over the top to get a 4 through the covers. Walking across, almost putting himself in danger.
Yeah, that was beautifully bowled by Shukla, just hitting a good length, beating the outside edge, and finally we do see the end of the power play. And the SA under-19s have moved on to a solid start on what's been a tricky pitch, 49 for 1. Steve Stork is on 21 of 34 deliveries, and David Seeger is on 6 of 10. The man to depart was Luhandre Pretorius, who was caught by Murugan Ashwin at cover of the bowling of Naman Tiwari for 60 of 18 balls.
After 10 overs, there'll be a commentary change. Gers Maloney now joins Vanna Erasmus.
And we do see the spin of Mushir Khan to continue here from the commentator's end. And he has a man out at a long off and also sweeping on the offside. Of course, the field can spread a bit now as the power play is over. Beautifully bowled and just nudged out into the offside. No single there. Welcome, Gert.
Werner, thank you very much. And what a lovely day it is. A lovely Saturday morning. Crowd is out. Guns out, sun's out. It's a fantastic atmosphere. And a very good start, I think, to this game overall.
It's been a good even contest as Tiga just gets an easy single out to that man at sweeper. And yeah, it's been very even. It hasn't been easy for the batters. The bowlers have bowled well, but again, there has been opportunities to score boundaries. And the S-under-90s have, for the most part, taken them. And Steve Stork just getting into his innings here after initially struggling to get going. He was on 1 of 16 balls. And, but now he's got himself going and he's moved up to 21 of 35 deliveries.
I think what was very impressive about his innings thus far, he's been waiting for that bad ball. As we see a reverse sweep, and just as I mentioned the bad ball, he's trying to create something.
Yeah, I feel he's so strong on that sweep shot, so it might be a better option for him to stay on that regular sweep, just based on the line. That's a bit too on the leg stump to try and reverse sweep, and this time just an easy punch in through the outside. They're running it hard, the first one, but they will settle for the single.
That's another thing that we've noticed, just getting back to Steve Stork, is he's been waiting for that bad ball. He took a liking in that 1 over where he scored a trifecta of boundaries, and
coming down the wicket, but well bowled by Mishir Khan, just holding his length back a bit, but again able to get that single, something that Tiger is very strong at, rotating the strike. We haven't seen a lot of that in this series so far, just because he's gotten out early on both occasions, but this is really set up for him to put in a big cent.
it is one of those very interesting scenarios where you got 2 completely different batters at the crease, but yet both of them do run very hard. They do run very quick. We saw in the first over when they took that risky second. Steve Stork is very quick in the crease.
Yeah, he is quite quick. He is a bit taller as well than David Seeger or even myself. And David Seeger, he had a very good tour of Bangladesh earlier in 2023, mid here. He was a top scorer during that series. He made 205 runs in 5 innings at an average of 41, and he will look to get back to that type of form here. It's just punched out into the left side again. As you see, strike being rotated, and it's something we've called for in the other matches that the under-19s have played, and this is exactly what they want to be doing.
Yeah, the intent to score runs has been evident from the beginning. They wanted, even with Luandra at the crease and Stork, even when there wasn't something on, they tried to create something, put some pressure on the fielders, make sure that if there is a misfield, they're on it, they know exactly what's going on. I think the intent of the South African batters today has been much better than the other 2 games.
Yeah, the intent has been very good. Stork has just gone through that tough period, getting himself in, getting his eye in, looking to put pressure back on the Indian bowlers, and he does exactly that. Again, too short from Shukla and punished by Stork.
It's one of those balls that just sits up nicely. It just right about chest height, and the big man can just throw the bat at it, and those hands go through very quickly. And it's another boundary for Steve Stork. And if you're going to bowl that bumper, you need to get it up to the throat. You need to get it up to the head height, make it difficult to control. Then the man at deep square comes into play. But when it's just chest height, that just sat up and it was spanked.
Yeah, there is so much time to pull it in front of mid-wicket, and so there is no option there out on the boundary, and so he'll need to get his lengths a bit fuller here. No slip in play anymore. We do have a third man. Comes down the wicket, it goes over the top on the offside. Beautifully struck all the way for 6. It almost hit his own dad there at the side of the field. And that's some shot by Steve Stork.
Yeah, after his couple of dismissals, I think Dad might have had something to say about it. And he thought, catch that, Dad. But just as shimmy down and the immense power. That was just hands thrown through the line. And a fantastic shot. And it's a half a dozen to Steve Stork.
Yeah, and there is a man out sweeping on that point boundary now, and he really didn't mind taking him on. And we can see that Stork is trying to put the pressure back here on Shukla. He's found his bowling a bit easier than the 2 openers. Sweeper on the boundary on the offside, deep square leg, third man and fine leg. Oh, it takes the edge, and it will run away to the boundary for 4. This time Shukla bowling that one much fuller. Stork not quite coming forward, just throwing his hands at it, and lucky for him that slip has been taken out of the corner, and he'll pick up another boundary.
I actually feel the ball was there to be hit. I think his foot movement just let him down there. If he came across, that would have gone through extra cover, but got a thick edge. And as you said, the slip is no longer in play. But I like this ploy from South Africa. We know we struggle against the spin bowlers. And now all of a sudden we're taking on the seamers, not allowing them to settle as well. As you see, that one was there to be hit.
Beautifully bowled.
Much better ball there. It is one of those that just held its line, just straightening up on the right-hander. We saw this from Shukla across the couple of games that he's played, that he does the ability to come in with the angle and then he just straightens up. But also Steve Stork has moved a long way across his stumps. He's trying to close up that offside line and then open up that leg side as well.
Yeah, Stork likes to impose himself and put pressure back on the bowlers. He doesn't mind having a word or two, telling them that I'm going to hit you over the top. Goes across again, punches his run out opportunity, misses. He'll surely would have been run out there, Stork, really taking on the fielder, but he was on the back foot, and his dive coming in a bit late.
Yeah, that's almost a suicidal run. He would never have made it. He hit it so well and then just decided to set off.
Yeah, and it was the perfect bounce to the fielder as well. It just bounced perfectly into his hands, and he had a shy, and he would have been out by some distance. But luckily for him, he does survive, and the SA under-19s have now moved on to 67 all of a sudden at the end of the 12th over. and they've really gotten a move on now through Steve Stork.
Yeah, Steve Stork, 36 of 41, and he had a long time. It was on one run. I think it took him 16, 17 balls to get off that solitary run of his, and then from there, he's just exploded. And Tiga taking his time, also 9 from 14, but he'll be playing the supporting role in this partnership, just feeding the strike to Stork.
Yes, Stork just getting his gloves in order again after that dive. Sometimes you take up a bit of dirt or gravel in your dive, and so just setting himself up again. Goes for the reverse again, very early into it, a bit too early actually, giving enough time for Mashir to pull that length back, bowl it into his body, and it's important that he doesn't try to premeditate too much here. He's going so well, he's good enough to stand there and play his shots.
Yeah, there's been a discussion over the years when the dull scoop even started back in the day. Then the reverse sweeps came out. It is when a player as strong as Steve Stork down the ground
punched and easy single for Stork down the ground, exactly as Gert was talking about. He's also so strong on the regular sweep shot that he almost doesn't have to take a risk with that reverse at this stage.
Yeah, it's one of those things when you're so strong down the ground, why do you want to take the risk for a maybe a 1 or a 2 when you get an easy 1 or 2 just by playing proper cricket shots?
And Tiger managing to get off strike every time he's come on strike. He's taken a single and giving the strike over to Stork. So Tiger doing his role perfectly. Stork the one who's looking to be a bit more attacking, taking on the boundaries.
We also know that is the message from the change room. They want Steve Stork to be the aggressor.
Yeah, that's beautifully played down the ground for another single. And that might be this discussion, but we do see he's reined himself in a bit today. It hasn't been overly aggressive as it was earlier in the week. And it's good to see, especially now with Pretorius out early, him taking a bit more responsibility. Tiger again finding that gap, pulling in through a quick single, and the backup is good. And Tiger is one of those guys who just maneuver it into the gaps, almost the way that Faf du Plessis would do it.
Yeah, he's a perfect number 3. He can rotate the strike, he can play some lovely shots as well. And though he's not a big man, he does know how to clear the boundary as well. And between these two, they are very quick between the wickets.
Yeah, they are indeed, as the SA Under-19s have moved on to 72 for 1 at the end of the 13th over. They're now going at a run rate of 5.54. Steve Stork is on 39 of 46 deliveries with 5 fours and 6. David Tiger himself is on 11 of 16. The captain wanting to put in a big effort here today. Take some responsibility, guide that middle order in particular, who have had a bit of a struggle this series so far, but a solid start from the Under-19s here.
Yeah, not as explosive as the other games, but as you mentioned, a solid start. This is what we want to see from them, is how to build an innings, and it's something that's been lacking over the last couple of games, is just that building of an innings for the individuals and also those partnerships not developing as much as it should.
Yeah, we see a bowling change here as Murugan Abhishek will come into attack. So we will have spin from both ends. We have the left arm and right arm options now. And we see a deep square leg, also a mid-wicket in place. Tiger playing it to that deep square leg for another easy single. It's making it look very easy to rotate the strike here, not racking up any dot balls, giving Stork plenty of deliveries to face. So we also have a mid-on and a fine leg, a short fine leg at 45 on the leg side and 45 on the offside as well. So we see a long off going out now for Steve Stork, and but mid-on is there is a long on also on the boundary. So it's a straightish mid-wicket and a short. Let's get back to that. It's pulled out to that man at deep square leg. He does well to run around and cut that off and prevent the boundary from happening. Just get back to that field setting. So it's a straightish mid wicket, and then also almost a short square leg in front of square.
And also the angle coming around the wicket to the right-handers, trying to cramp them up through that offside. And that fantastic fielding was Patel, number 17 there for India on that square leg fence.
That's well bowled, just keeping it outside the off stump this time, not giving to that easy work into the leg side that he's searching for. Bit of extra flight as well. Bit of guile here from Wicket this time. He's trying to go for this quick single again, and it's thrown to the non-striker's end where he gets to his crease. Question is whether he shouldn't have thrown to the keeper's end. Still was struggling a bit, it was very close, but the fielder was Raj Lambani deciding to throw that ball to the non-striker's end.
Going for the sweep, and that's exactly what they want there. Just playing with the turn, but with the angle going across and then into the right-hander. It's kind of what they're hoping for.
Yeah, they were hoping for exactly that type of shot. It looks like we might have a bit of a drinks break here at Old Edwardians at the end of the 14th over. The SA under-19s have moved on to 75 for 1. Steve Stork is on 40 of 48 deliveries, and David Teeger is on 13 of 20 balls, and we will be back with you soon. Welcome back here after the drinks break. Yes, and the 19s are on 75 for 1 at the end of 14 overs. You see it is the Spin Twins that will continue after the break as well. David Teeger to face. Bit short, but punch straight to the man at cover. Not finding the gap this time is Teeger. Spinners just trying to get through a few quick overs here. This time beautifully punched. If they run hard, they might be able to come back for a second. and Steve Stork does turn and come back for that second run. So beautifully worked by Tiger.
Again, something that's been very impressive with the SA under 19s. Is that running between the wickets, the intent to turn the ones into twos, something that's been lacking over the last couple of games that they've played. This time around, the captain taking responsibility for that, and Steve Stork responding great.
Oh, beautifully bowled, just a touch shorter, giving the ball opportunity to turn as well as he slowed it up, and just taking the outer half of the bat for Tiger, but did well not to reach out in front of himself. Coming down the wicket, and beautifully stopped at cover there by Uday Saharan, the captain of the India side.
The way they've played the spinners has been impressive as well.
Too short and again punch in that gap. Again they will try and come back for the second, and they do make it easily. And so that's an easy 4 runs of the over just by those 2 punches by Tiger. And we do see the end of the over as the S190s have moved on to 79 now for 1 at the end of 15 overs. David Tiger has moved along to 17 of 26 deliveries. He's been able to rotate the strike beautifully, and Steve Stork is on 40 of 48.
Yeah, their playing from the spinners have been fantastic today. It is something that they've struggled with, and historically South Africans been struggled with, because we're so used to the nice bouncy, pacey wickets in the country. That they've played the spinners with intent. They've not allowed them to settle. We saw that little shimmy just down the track from the captain Tiger, just to get to the pitch of the ball. No run there, but the intent was there.
Down the wicket, and a big shot by Steve Stork all the way over long off, and it goes for 6. That's beautifully played, using his feet to get down to the pitch of the delivery, giving himself room as well, just freeing those arms.
Again, why do you want to play a reverse sweep when you can hit a ball as cleanly as that?
Yeah, so beautifully played. We do see a deep mid wicket now in place and a deep square leg. So just changing the field here, India, but Steve Stork manipulating the field, going over that man at mid-off. Give himself room again, cuts it through the offside in front of square. They're running hard for the second, and they do come back again and move Steve Stork up to 48.
Yeah, fantastic batting. The running between the wickets is great, especially after a big shot. Manipulating the field so he can go offside, because the plan would be to get it into those pads, into the body.
Down the wicket again, over long off, all the way. Beautiful and huge from Steve Stork, and that brings up a well-played 50 by Steve Stork. It comes up of only 51 deliveries, and that after he was on a 1 of 16 deliveries. He's really put his foot down now.
Fantastic. That is what we want to see, and just the maturity of the innings compared to the others. It wasn't just a blast. He actually batted very well, worked through that difficult period, and then all of a sudden just letting loose. And this is danger signs for the Indian team. If Stork's going to play down the ground like that, I don't think any ground will be big enough.
India's still keeping the field the same. No, as I say that, the deep mid wicket comes in. Deep square leg is going around a bit. Now they're sending out that long off to the boundary after those 2 sixes by Steve Stork, asking him to do something different.
No.
As well bowled, and not giving him that room, trying to cut the ball away is Steve Stork, and it's been impressive how he has switched gears in this innings.
It is very impressive, and it just shows the immense talent that he possesses.
Again goes for that sweep shot, but again he misses it. It's not quite the length for that shot, and he plays almost over the top of it.
He's almost trying to play that one from outside off, trying to beat the man at 45, trying to get it around the corner from that wide angle.
This time punched to that man at long off for an easy single to retain the strike, Steve Stork. And we come to the end of over number 16, and the ASA under 90s have moved on to 94, I should say, for 1. And Steve Stork has moved on to 55 of 54 deliveries. David Teeger's on 17 of 26. And so far, the S-under-90s have been playing the spin a lot better today.
Been playing it fantastically well, and I still believe it's the intent to play the spin and not just letting the ball come to you. That's been the difference. You can actually just see it in the body language of the batters as well, looking much more comfortable, just actually expecting the ball, trying to, not always searching for that boundary, but just trying to create those singles, the ones, the twos. And Tiga, being on the mostly on the non-strikers end, being the captain, wouldn't mind this. Love to be on the passenger seat.
Yeah, it's been Bashir Khan who's been a lot more economical between the two spinners. He's so accurate, is Bashir Khan. He hasn't picked up wickets in this series, but he hasn't given anything away. As I say that, Steve Stork goes for a big sweep, and it's another 6. And Steve Stork is on the attack.
One of those crowd catches that you just say hang on to 1 or 2, but they've been unable to do that in the crowd. And that one, he tried a lot square. We went through square leg there instead of trying to work it around the corner, and that was against the turn. So what a great shot, great timing, and lovely hand speed.
And again, Tiger running through, calling that single, rotating the strike. So wonderful work by him. And it's something I talked about earlier, how strong he is on that sweep shot, especially against the left arm spinners, turning it away from him. It's something we've seen all throughout 2023, and he's continuing on with his good work here. This time he's on 61, or 62 I should say, of 57 deliveries, and he'll want to make it a big one. I talked earlier about how his dad has asked him for a century today because it's his birthday. He made a century on his birthday last year, and he's in a position to try and do that again, having moved on to 62. But he's really putting the pressure on the Indian bowlers here. Tiga this time in the air, long on getting underneath it, and it is taken by long on. Tiger throwing his wicket away here as Murugan Abhishek takes that wicket. Really unnecessary, having already gotten a 6 off the over. Stork is the one that's going so well. He was rotating the strike so beautifully, giving it back to Stork. It's all he really needed to do in this partnership, but he wanted to get into the act himself. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that ball, and that is the first wicket for Bashir Khan in this series.
Yeah, that was totally unnecessary from the captain. I think he'll be kicking himself as he walks off. It is one of those that you've been going so well. Stork on the other side have been going so well. All you needed to do was just play that one down the ground, give him the single. There's already 7 from the over, so not necessary to go for another big one. That was an easy single if he just kept it on the ground and gave his wicket away, and that has just brought a new batter to the crease. And one thing it'll be interesting to see is just how Steve Stork now approaches his innings. Will he maybe just play within himself a little bit just to get the new batter going? And what would the new batter's strategy be? Will he just give the strike to Steve Stork?
Yeah, with Richard Seletwane and Johan James not playing today, the batting lineup has changed a bit, and it's good to see Ntando Zuma coming in much earlier today than he did in the previous match he played, where he was coming in at number 7 or 8. It's way too low for the quality batter he is and the type of batter he is as well. He is more a top order batter, so it's good to see him coming in early today. We might even see somebody like Ramashan Pillay coming in earlier as well. And it's important that they form another partnership here. They were just getting going, Stork and David Seeger. They were batting beautifully. And it will, as you say, be interesting to see if Stork keeps the same approach, if he tries to first get into this partnership, just working it around. But he is a boundary hitter, and he does love to attack the bowlers. Oh, beautifully bowled. It takes the edge, and it is dropped by the keeper behind the stumps. Inesh Mahajan behind the stumps, and won't be happy about that one. Could have been 2 wickets and 2 balls. A first baller for Zuma, but he gets away with it. and it ends over number 17. South Africa having lost their second wicket now. They are on 101. Steve Stork is on 62 of 57.
Yeah, the one thing that the SAA under 19s or under 19s will rather be wary about is every time there's been a big partnership, in this case every time the opening partnership, a couple of half centuries, as soon as that opening partnership has been broken, there's been a little bit of a collapse. There's been no other partnerships except the big one. So this will be interesting to see if they can muster up another good partnership here. Zuma, being the wicketkeeper, will also play the deck well. A decent player of spin.
Yeah, he is a good player of spin. He's a good player in general. Made a beautiful century in the Cubs week early in 2023. And so he has everything he needs to succeed here. And Stork looks like he will continue to attack. Again, moving across the wicket. He's looking to hit it into the leg side, but he still has that option to go through the offside. There is a sweeper out on the boundary, a long off, a long on, and a deep square leg as well. He's looking at this field thinking maybe he can sweep it past that man at short square leg. But he goes for the reverse this time, again misses it. And Stork just trying a bit too much right now. He's been hitting beautiful sixes down the ground. And I know the youngsters have so much enthusiasm. They want to show them every shot in the book, which he does. But he doesn't need to use it all at once. And this time just punches it for an easy single down the ground.
Yeah, they've been going at rates and knots the last couple of overs thanks to Steve Stork. And he's taken a liking to Abhishek, hitting those two big sixes. And with that shimmy across to the off stump, I've also seen that he's eyeing up that extra cover boundary, which is open at the moment. A lot of vacant field there. So we might just see an inside out coming as well.
There's definitely a possibility here as he continues to be the aggressor in this lineup. And Thando Zuma just getting his mark here, asking for middle and or for centre as he faces up. Just lets this one go easily. He will have to do a similar type of role that Tiga was doing beautifully for most of that partnership. He's just feeding the strike to Stork until he, for some reason, decided to go for the big shot and hold out too long on. And Zuma does indeed give that strike to Stork as he punches it through the offside.
Yeah, as you said, Tiga just gave that one away. He was looking so good. The intent, the running between the wickets, the chemistry between the two batters was so good that, for India, this was a partnership they had to break. And you almost feel with Steve Stork playing his shots that he might be the one that will give you an opportunity as it goes on. With Tiga, he didn't look like he was going out and apart from that last shot he played.
Yeah, he was looking very settled, maneuvering the field. It came as a bit of a surprise, but it was very well bowled by Bashir Khan, giving it a bit of extra air, but not over pitching it, giving it a good length, giving it time to turn. And Tiga just wasn't able to get to the pitch of that delivery and got underneath it too much. Yeah, Stork, the aggressor here, he's on 63 of 61 deliveries, 5 falls and 4 big sixes. And Zuma has joined him at the crease. He's on 1 of 3 deliveries. And the Spin Twins continuing on as Bashir Khan is now into over number 6. That's beautifully worked, and that's exactly what we're calling for, Gert.
Yeah, exactly what the plan would be. And this all will give Thando Zuma just the time to get settled at the crease as well. He doesn't need to be the aggressor. He doesn't need to be the senior partner. He can also just take that passenger seat and just allow Steve Stork to play his game. And as this partnership develops, then he would cut loose a little bit more.
Beautifully flighted by Bashir Khan, giving it plenty of air, asking Steve Stork to go after it. He has a long on, long off, a deep mid wicket, and also a sweeper on the offside. You might see a sweep shot again, and it does go for that same sweep shot again over the leg side. Again, it goes over the crowd, not going for the catch this time, as it goes over the boundary for another beautiful 6.
And again, going over that square leg fence, not trying to hit it too fine, and no intent of keeping it down. Those hands just went up with the ball. And another 6 to Steve Stork. He's now on 5 6s and 5 4s.
Yeah, what he's doing well is he's keeping his head down and keeping his hands low. So as he's going for those 6s, he's going from down to up. Again, tries to go for it. Gets a bottom edge this time into the legs of the keeper. And well bowled by Mashir Khan. Seeing him coming across, just not giving him the room to work. Rushing through this over. Beautifully stopped off his own bowling there from Khan to his left side. So important. Try and get some dot balls here to Stock. They can feel he wants to hit boundaries here. Just need to rack up a bit of pressure to try and create a chance.
Oh.
And there it is. Exactly what I was talking about. Trying to go over cover, hitting it straight into his hands and throwing his wicket away. 2 dot balls was enough. And this time Stork will have to walk back. Very disappointed after looking so good out there. He goes for 69 of 66 deliveries. Beautiful innings, 5 4s, 5 6s. But he'll be disappointed to throw it away at this stage of the game. Only into over number 19.
Yeah, he could have played a big one today. And this was the first time he just played through the line. Didn't try and go over the infield. He just played through the line of the ball. Just threw his hands at it. You could see as soon as he hit it that he was just throwing his head back. He knew that he was in trouble. And a great take there by the fielder. That ball was travelling and well bowled. It was just slower, just wider. Keep taking it away from Steve Stork, not allowing him to play that sweep shot. And a great bowling by Mashir Khan.
Yeah, it's a massive wicket for India, especially in this situation where Stork was hitting boundaries. They will be able to bring that run rate down a bit now, as we see that Deva Mare is coming to the wicket a bit earlier today. He's coming in at number 5, getting an opportunity to play a long innings here, and it'll be important for the team to try and get going again here. It's a new partnership, it's 2 new guys at the crease, and India will most likely look to rush through overs from Mashir Khan as it looks like we might have a bowling change from the far end. It's now on Tawari coming back into the attack. India recognizing the opportunity here to try and pick up some more wickets with new guys at the crease.
And also Tawari bowling so well. He's one of those guys that can not just pick up the wickets but also bowl a couple of dots here that will bring that run rate down, as you mentioned. And how often we've seen that, big partnerships, if one partner falls, the other one is sure to follow.
Zuma just having a bit of a look here at the field. There's a fine leg. They have 2 slips in place now, very wide from each other, just covering a bit more room, almost a first and a third slip in place. To worry around the wicket. Zuma just playing that one out, trying to get to third man, but well stopped at that third slip position by Rudra Mayur Patel, I should say.
And that was very nicely palmed, Mashir Khan, who did a bit of a acrobatic dive there as well.
Yeah, India are getting themselves back on top of this game. There's 2 quick wickets now, putting themselves back into the ascendancy. U19 still have a good start here. It's just important to form a new solid partnership as Tawari keeps coming on around the wicket to Zuma. Oh, beautifully played. Good length delivery. Just feeling for it outside the off stump there. Zuma wasn't really there to play. And those 2 slips are waiting.
And what's nice about the field from the Indian perspective is they brought everyone in from the boundary. They only have a third man and a fine leg out. All of a sudden, all out attack to the new batters. And as I said, they're taking out that third slip and just getting it into a deep point position. The attack is onto the new batters and maybe just having a bit of a chat there, a bit of a fist bump there, just saying, listen, have a look at the field, get the 1s, get the 2s, and even the run rate drops a little bit now up until about over 25, 30. It's fine. They just need to consolidate, just make sure that this partnership will get them up to about a 150, 160 before another wicket falls. That will be ideal for South Africa. From an Indian perspective, they want more wickets. If they can nip out 2 or 3 here before the 25th over, they'll be in the driving seat.
And bring it back. Second slip into position. So there is a first and second slip here for Wari. Just worked into that leg side for a single by Zuma. Exactly what they should be looking to do now. And Devan Murray will come on strike for his first delivery.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where even if they for the next 5 or 6 overs go at 3 or 4 overs, just to get the partnership going. We saw with the Steve Stork, as soon as you work through that early patches in your innings, it does get a bit easier to bat.
Yeah, I think Stork will be sitting at the side of the field very disappointed, having thrown away an opportunity here for a big score. It was really making life difficult for the India players, and it's definitely an opportunity for them.
Yeah, not just Steve Stork. I think the captain will also be furious with himself.
Getting into that gap on the leg side, a bit easy for them here. We'll see whether India try and plug that gap in the leg side, because those signals are a bit too easy to take. And we do see that first slip now moving into exactly that position where those 2 singles were taken.
Yeah, they want to tighten the screws here. They want to try and impose a little bit more pressure on the batters, not allowing them to get the easy singles, not allowing them to maybe pierce the gap and turning that 1s into the 2s. And as I said, they've also realized that this might be the partnership. If they can nip out another 2,
over the wicket now is Tawari, and again just worked for a single, this time down to third man by Zuma, so that's well played. Yeah, it's this brittle middle order we've been talking about so far in the series. It's the lineup's a bit different now with Zuma and Devan Murray much earlier in this innings, and an opportunity for them to stake a claim for a permanent spot in these positions, potentially going into the World Cup, make a name for themselves in this number 4 and 5 positions.
yeah, it's all about the World Cup, and if you get your chance, you've got to grab it with both hands, a couple of feet as well. Make sure you take your chances, and Whitehead and Zuma got a fantastic opportunity here.
No!
Well bowled by Tawari, who again came around the wicket this time to Devan Murray. And that is the end of over number 20. Yes, under 19s are on 113 for 3, and we will have a commentary change with Mpendulo Makubane taking over from me.
Yes, it is a fantastic day here at the Old Eds Sport Grounds, South Africa. 113 for the loss of 3. As I'm joined by the myth, the man of mystery, Mpendulo Makubane. Welcome.
What's more mysterious is what's going to be happening in this particular game. Dando Zuma and Whitehead, they have a task on their hands here with 30 overs to go. So still a lot of cricket here, Gert.
Yeah, it's still a lot of cricket that's being played here. A lot of time in the game left. Oh, as we see a Nick and his first slip just dropping underneath the ball, just getting over him. And Zuma having a bit of a let-off. Fantastic bowling at the moment.
Mushir Khan coming in with a different proposition here for Dando Zuma. He's been playing rather decently, looking to pocket the ball and get those ones rotating. Devan Murray, he's there partnering Dando Zuma.
This is what we love to see, is giving himself a bit of room, just playing with the spin. And a quick second being taken there by Zuma, almost surprising his batting partner Murray. And you can see the applause from him. That was 2 all the way for Zuma. No hesitation.
He understood exactly what he was doing, and the thing is, he was running to the danger end. So he took the risk up upon himself, says, yeah, I'm going to make it home, and so he did.
We mentioned it earlier, the intent to score runs, especially against the spinners, even if it's just the 1s and 2s, has been fantastic today from the South African under-19s. Oh, that one nearly getting away from him again, trying to pierce that offside field.
But it seems like he actually did get an edge here. I know that the appeals seems stifled from the Indians. They've just been peppering that outside edge of Tando Zuma, who never looked settled. But the umpire just giving the soft signal of out. And you can saw the look of surprise from Zuma that he's been given out. But he's gone. He's gone for 5 runs.
Yeah, he's just shaking his head as he walks off. And with the lack of enthusiasm for the wicket, we were all very taken. We thought he might have given it away. And as you mentioned, we saw the soft signal. And it looks like he's just clipped the bails as the ball went through. As we get the signal from the umpires, showing that he was actually bowled with the gloves of the keeper being so close to the stumps. We almost thought it was a stumping opportunity, and then it might have just clipped the bails as it went through.
And to be fair, we are slightly off the center of the pitch. So we were blocked by the view of Tando Zuma, thinking it's an edge, thinking it's a bold. But we have the confirmation that it is bold. Rashid Khan dismissing Ntando there. It's the 4th wicket gone now for the South Africans. It's 115.
And Rashid Khan picking up his 3rd wicket. He's been bowling fantastically well.
Okay, left arm round.
A left arm spinner, causing all sorts of problems. And Tiga's wicket was one he gave away. The last one from Zuma was fantastically bowled, as we see the new batter to the crease facing up.
No!
Oliver Whitehead has finally made his way to the crease to join Devan Murray. But 21 overs have been completed here at Old Eds. And it's going to be a happy one for Mushir Khan, who finally gets his first wicket of this tri-series. That of Ntando Zuma, who never looked settled in the crease. It's the end of the over. 115 for the loss of 4.
It has been fantastic bowling by Mushir Khan. He was the one that's always looked threatening. I love the fact that they've been taking him on as well. Steve Stork played a couple of fantastic sweep shots against him. Big sixes. But the one thing that we got to credit the Indian team for is not panicking. When Steve Stork was going ballistic, they kept calm. As this one is being pushed to the sweeper fence. Oh, wanted to go back for the second. Might have been a good call. New batters just have to find their feet and find their rhythm between each other.
And again, we're getting to that phase where the South African middle order is getting exposed. They bring back Naman Tiwari, who is a problematic figure when he bowls, coming around the wickets to tighten the angle against Devan Murray. He's switched it over, coming over the wicket now, and we saw how he gave a problem to David Tiga and to Steve Stork with that angle from this very end.
Yeah, coming in as a new batsman. Now he's changing the angle, coming over the wicket. This is the angle that I love for left-handers to the right-handers. Swing it back in. Oh, these two just need to be very careful. They're very eager to get on strike, off strike, want to rotate the strike. Just make sure the calling is nice and loud, as we heard there from Devan Murray. Just a big, loud no.
They want to make sure as well that they still keep the score ticking despite them being new batters. A little bit of enthusiasm in doing that, because the last thing you want to do is look up into the scoreboard and you're 1 from 15, 1 from 20, and your team's score is not going, and another wicket falls now because of that pressure. But also, it's so important when they do call, they call properly. Huge land on the leg side, but Tiwari will not be giving that away.
Yeah, the plan would be to go across and then swing it back into the right-hander. They've got the one slip in position. Also a gully. Then they've got the deep point out. They've got the fine leg on the fence. Cover. Mid-off. Mid-on, that is very, very straight, especially for that ball swinging into the right-hander. trying to let them force and punch straight down the ground. Then they also got the square leg in place. They do have no mid-wicket. So they're trying to just dangle that carrot, just trying to make the batters punch into that vacant land that's for sale.
You know, another thing that is also to be commended is the pressure that the Indians are looking to put on the batters through their fields. It's the end of the power play. You can have 4 fielders out in the ring, but they're keeping it to 3. And you look at the positions that they are guarding. The man standing at third man standing at fine leg, the man standing at the cover boundary, all 3 patrolling those boundary areas, and those are normally the scoring shots where boundaries would be scored at this particular time of the innings. So they want them to try hit the poles there at the sweeper boundary, because anywhere else it's just studded with blue shirts, preventing them from running.
Talking about especially that field position becoming almost a defensive position, because it just allows them to maybe go for that big swing, and if it doesn't swing, it does have protection out there. And this is going to be a very important partnership, especially for these 2 batters as well. I'm very surprised that Ramashan Pillay didn't come in a little bit sooner as well.
That could also speak to the fact that South Africa still has some gas under the tank. Riley Norton is yet to come into bat as well. So it may seem bleak, but this is the importance of having the strong 5th wicket partnership to build their platform up a bit.
Now, to allow a batter like Riley Norton to come in a bit later and actually get those big shoulders working. Ramashan Pillay, who's a prolific run scorer as well. As we come to the end of the over, it is 117 for the loss of 4 after 22. Oliver Whitehead has faced 5 deliveries. He's on 1, and Devon Murray is 2 of 3. Murshia Khan, the chief destroyer for the Indian bowlers, he's picked up 3 wickets, and his 7 overs have gone for 30 runs, which included 2 big sixes by Steve Stork. He would continue with his 8th, and he'll be bowling to Oliver Whitehead. Pulling out the sweep, playing it very fine on 45. This is where they will double up. Maybe even look for the 3rd. Oh, fantastic running. Great shot, great run. 3 runs to the score.
That was just bogging them down in the previous matches. Their inability to rotate strike. Seems like it was a plan that was discussed by the South Africans. You can see the eagerness, even when the singles are not there, to take those ones. When the 2s are not there, they want those 2s still. So the positive intent of the running, you can hear the crowd also cheering for the singles, appreciating the work that they are putting in.
Just pulling out of the shot, and just a dead ball, something just putting the batter off. Nice big loud call of no, and as you mentioned, the crowd appreciating it. We do have a nice crowd in today at the Old Eds. It is a Saturday, and it's around about midday. And another one there, just pushed to the covers. Just keep that strike rotating, Pendulo.
Sometimes when you are working during the holiday season, you forget what type of day it is, or what is it, a weekend, or really, are we that far into the year? And it's a good day to just come and relax to watch some cricket.
This one just beating the outside edge, just allowing Oliver Whitehead just to lunge to that one, reaching for it a little, and there's just taken off all the pace, and this one just turned away. And given away a soft wicket. This one just bowled into the deck, a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker, And a soft dismissal, and Oliver Whitehead will kick himself for that one. That was just almost catching practice.
What a gift. Just holding up on the surface. It's a short delivery. One he'd look to dispatch and get away. But it was so easy. So lackadaisically, he caught that ball, did Mushir Khan, and now he's eyeing a fifer. What an inspirational bowling performance from Safraz Khan's younger brother, who's looking to make a name for himself here. It's 5 down now for the South Africans. 121 is on the board.
We discussed it as soon as the wicket of Tiger fell after a fantastic partnership with Steve Stork. We mentioned that it is something that they need to do, is build another partnership, which they have not been able to do. Then as often as we see it, Steve Stork fell, was the next one there, and from there they've been bogged down, and again, as you mentioned earlier, that middle order being exposed.
That's the biggest problem that the South Africans are facing now. It is that middle order just not doing the job that is required. And Ramashan Pillay now, he comes onto the crease. Can he do something better? And the issue here, Gertz, is that it's the South Africans capitulating to the wizardry of spin once again. 4 out of the 5 wickets from the left arm spinner.
Oh, that one just kept a little bit lower. Nice, quick through the air. A quicker ball. And that has completed another over for South Africa and for India under 19. It is the end of the 23rd. 121 for the loss of 5. It is something that I got to commend the Indian as again. It is the patience that they've had, even when Steve Stork was going ballistic, hitting big sixes. It is just the patience they've shown, picked up the wickets, and now they're just making it harder for everyone.
And those talents is what we have been seeing here, and the talents of the players will continue showing. But there's an injury here to the captain. Uday Saharan just getting some treatment. And remember, he'll be there for India when the ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup starts on the 19th of January. These boys are preparing for that. We'll be starting on the 19th. South Africa versus the West Indies in Potchefstroom. It's going to be fun times, but what isn't fun is the current situation that they find themselves here, Gertz, having lost halfway of their batting order.
And as we see another bowling change here, it is Priyanshu Mulia coming in to bowl. Here's the right-arm off spinner.
The Indians are capitalizing now on the weaknesses which have been showing by the South Africans. The partnership of Gul and Ghazanfar from Afghanistan caused big problems for them in the spin department. The man who's not playing here today, Saumi Pandey, who destroyed them, he's not here. Pandey taking 6 wickets against Afghanistan as well.
Another one just beating the outside edge, just falling away in the shot. Trying to guide it past that gully region, maybe pick up a double. This time almost getting it through. Great fielding in the covers. Fantastic fielding, making sure that he cuts it down only to the one. And that was Uday Saharan that we saw just getting some attention to those fingers, having them in the way again.
The captain leading from the front. Diving, though he was getting checked on, he's still putting in the work in the field, showing how it needs to be done. For a moment I thought it was Murugan Abhishek. But then if that is the case, it speaks to how well the collective of the Indian team have just been fielding throughout, from the wicketkeeper right up from the outfield. hitting direct hits, causing potential runouts, putting the pressure to the South Africans.
Yes, and Pillay just getting off strike as well with a single. So we see these two just working in ones at the moment. Pillay has gotten the scoreboard ticking as well. Murray is now getting the scoreboard ticking. He's moved to 5 as we reach the end of that over. It is the end of the 24th. It is 124 for the loss of 5 wickets. And as you mentioned, that is the thing that has been throughout the tournament, throughout the series. India's fielding has been phenomenal, especially the ground fielding.
Their chatter around as well. The bowling has also been top class. Even their batting has been all to be commendable. So all-round cricket performance, you even see with the way that the Indians warm up, that everything is taken seriously, the way that they strategize and plan. And they're looking to continue with quick breakthroughs. Raj Limbani was leading wicket taker in the Asia Cup for the under-19s and previously done in December. He wants to get his share against the South Africans here.
Must admit, I'm very surprised that they direct hit. Just showing the batter that, listen, we know where the stumps are, so don't go do something silly like trying to steal a run there. Pillay, just stand your ground. It's very strange that they actually took off, Khan. He was eyeing up that fiver.
Interesting indeed, because he was causing a lot of problems, and we know the weakness in this series so far of the South Africans against the spin. And the proof is in the pudding, and the proof is in the numbers as well. When you do look at it, 5 wickets are gone, 4 of them from the left-arm spinner. Tells you that there might be something that needs to be looked at in terms of how the boys are approaching the slower bowlers.
Stork and Tiga played them very, very well. The approach was fantastic until Tiga just lost his head a little, trying to go for the big one as Raj comes in. And with Mashir Khan still having 2 overs to go, like I said, I'm very surprised that they actually took him off, especially with these 2 batters still being very new at the crease. Devan Murray only facing 13 balls over yet, and Ramashan Pillay only the 2 balls. This ball not getting up as much as Murray thought, and it very nearly castled him as that one just cut him in half. He was going for the big pull shot, and the ball just didn't come up.
Naughty bounce from the surface there, just keeping low than what Murray would have thought. Could have easily chopped back into the stumps. The leg stump could have castled itself, but he's still there with the ball moving back in from Raj. What they're looking here is to see if they can get their main man to do some damage.
Top shot there, just getting that man at the sweeper fence into play. And that man is very, very square because he's between a deep point and a sweeper, giving himself a chance both ways. That was good timing, and this is what we saw in the previous games as well. As soon as wickets fall, the rotation of the strike becomes very difficult for the South African batters.
And funny enough, when the wicket falls, rotation of strike is exactly how you want to restart the rhythm of your innings. So Raj Limbani controlling it very well ever since his return, nearly taking the leg stump off Devan Murray, but the over comes to an end, just giving away a single. He's finished his 5th over, might come back for a second to see if he can actually do some damage in these middle overs. Kick the man whilst he's down is what the Indians are saying. It's 125 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, 125. We are halfway through the batting lineup for SA Under-19, and we're halfway through the overs. It's after 25 overs. As you see, Amulia coming back into the attack. He's continuing. He's starting up his 2nd over. Devon Murray facing up. Just pushing it back, just showing he does have a solid defense. We do have the long on and long off at defense. Big shot coming. This was timed brilliantly. Slog sweep. That is a massive 6.
That went over the fence, it went over the road, and someone's house now has a souvenir. We know that it's a big hit, that. And that's 6 runs for Devon Murray, and that calls for a new ball.
Yes, I think we'll see the box of balls just coming out. That was a massive hit. And here in the Highveld, the ball just keeps flying as well. There we see the third umpire just bringing out the extra balls. That was a fantastic hit. Great shot. And it was just eyeing up that leg side. And finally, Devon Murray just finding some timing and just putting back some fight in this South Africa under-19 batting lineup.
It's important that they take the fight back to the Indians. They can't just sit down and let their backs being whipped. No, they must grab the whip by the hand and send it back to where it comes from. That's exactly what Devon Murray came to do. But the problem is, that might be exactly what the Indians want.
As the fauna and flora becomes a problem here for us. And I can assure the people out there, it's not the sweet talking. It's something that's not happening. Right off spin, continuing. Again, just showing the solid defense, just showing his partner that he does something else with the ball. Taking the pace off a little bit, maybe just bowling the top spinner. And after that big 6, you can imagine the pressure must be on the bowler. But another thing that we've seen, Pendulo, is they do not panic. Even if a big shot's being played, they stick to their guns, they stick to their plans.
And that's exactly what they need to keep doing here. Surely they would have sat down and devised plans for certain situations, because key thing in improving your team is understanding where you are not at your strongest and trying to reinforce those situations.
Oh, this one just falling short of that gully and nearly getting him with the spin on that one. A very, very close call. That brings the ends of the over. It's 131 for the loss of 5 after 26. And a successful over, one should say, for South Africa. 6 coming from it.
Definitely, and this is what they need to just keep working on now. Big shots from Devon Murray. Don't want to just sit down and let the Indians do what they want from you. They are your opponent. Fight it back. And when the bad ball comes, you attack it, but you respect the good ball. And the fact that he took those 6 runs so early in the over means that he could just relax for the rest of it. So Raj Limbani went for 1 run in his previous over, nearly getting the stumps of Devon Murray. What can he do now?
Yeah, I just would love to see 1 or 2 singles coming from that over after that big 6. Just a single or 2. As we see a rotation of strike there. Fantastic single there. Pillay understanding what he needs to do, especially because he's seen Devon Murray's timing coming in, playing a big shot in the last over. Might feel that he'll start rotating and maybe let Murray take a risk or 2, but it's not necessary at the moment. It's still 24 overs to bat for the South Africans. But as I mentioned earlier, Indians just know how to put on the pressure.
There's been so much action. 5 wickets down, Steve Stork putting on a show. These two looking to exchange singles like they continue doing. It feels as if we've been watching the game for over 40 overs the way it's been going. But no, we've just crossed halfway at 133.
There has been a lot of action going on. And I think it's the intensity in both these camps. Indians preparing for that final on Wednesday next week. South Africa fighting for a place in that final. Oh, fantastic bowling, going for the block hole and getting out the big old spade. Is Pillay just shoveling it out?
Gauteng is the city of gold. Digging is something that you must know what to do when you are playing here. Forcing it out there, searching for the gold was Raj Limbani. Not there to be taken. But that just shows really good control from the Indian bowler, who can then revert back to his stock delivery and hit it right on the nail. But Ramashan Pillay just getting his eye in and not being fuzzed by this bowling.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that does have a fantastic track record. And you just see with that last shot, defensive shot that he played, he does have a very compact batting stance. He does have very compact sets up. This one time the hands just, they're leaving the body there a little bit, finding the inside part of the bat. You'll just see the shot that's been played there. That ball just nipping back into the right-hander. Maybe just with the angle coming back to him.
That's exactly what Raj Limbani has been doing throughout his over. Just getting it to jag back off the seam. Such a dangerous delivery when you're looking to go expansive and if you're playing away from your body, because you can easily penetrate the gap between bat and pad, which we saw him do against Mare when he was looking for that low pull shot. So, like you said, that tight technique from Ramashan Pillay will need to be at the fort as they push a man down to long on or long off now.
And very well played there. Soft hands looking about the single, and again the Indian field is just hitting the stumps once again.
Mushir Khan. Mushir Khan is definitely one of the best fielders we will see here in the Indian team. Murugan Abhishek covers ground quickly, dives for everything and has buckets of hands. Mushir Khan has an eye, laser eye and a laser throw. Saw him catch at the stumps a couple of times against Afghanistan. He's done it a couple of times here today, covering ground and putting the batters under pressure. So it's a real task here for the South Africans as over number 27 comes to a close on 133 for 5.
Yeah, he is a bit of a dead-eyed fielder. Knows exactly where the stumps are. As we see Devon Murray facing up. Priyashu Mulia going for that big sock sweep again. And it's a one bounce fall this time round, not getting the elevation, but again a fantastic shot. Oh, he's eyeing up that mid-wicket.
Great shots that's from Murray. He's taken one into the neighboring's house. Now he takes one to the covers. Clear open gap at deep mid-wicket. Clear direction in where he was sending that ball, Murray. Wonderful boundary. Now something to think about for the right-hander with the ball turning to him. Match easy.
And immediately adjusting the length. Going a little bit shorter, a little bit flatter. Maybe a little bit quicker as well. Coming over the wicket instead of around. Still no fielder there at deep square or the cow boundary. Going for it again, and I think this is another ball for neighborhood watch. Yes, it is. Fantastic shots, another half a dozen.
Get out of here, Devon Murray says. And he also asks the umpires to say, how many balls do you have in that box? Because we might need all of them. Banging shots from Devon Murray, going down on one knee. And out of Old Ed's, the ball goes.
Fantastic shot there. This time going a little bit squarer, and with the angle over the wicket, just allows him to penetrate that side of the field. But we received the ball back as there was a goodwill citizen walking past, most likely, just throwing it back from the street end.
It's a wonderful neighborhood here. Someone probably walking their dog or going for a morning jog or a weekend jog. And like, oh, here's a turf kookaburra ball. Maybe I need to throw it back. And they do. Umpire's been sent back. And Mulia has the ball. Devon Murray has his eye in. He is now currently on 23 from 26.
Oh, this time giving himself too much space and nearly giving it away. Just got the bat down in time.
Not going after Mushir Khan, rather going against Molia. It seems to be a better idea for the South Africans. Easier with the ball turning towards Murray as well, for him to just parry it down to that deep mid-wicket, where they've now put a man in to cover against Murray, but easily just rotating the strike.
But that signal means it's already 11 from the over. They don't need to do anything else. They don't need to take a risk. Fantastic cricket. Always want to work on those 5s and 7s. Pillay now getting to the act, slapping this one down the ground. They will look to double up. And Murray coming back. And it looks like there's a misfield on the fence. It is a 4 for Pillay. Now also getting to the act and just slapping that one past the bowler.
Not the over that Molia wanted, not the over that India wanted. Even the fielding now just faltering a little bit. That is good pressure from Murray. Wonderful support from Pillay, who clearly was not looking for a boundary there, but he'll take the 3 extra runs. South Africa near 150. It's 148 for the loss of 5.
It is one of those things that we've complimented the Indian fielders throughout this series for doing a fantastic job on the ground. They've taken, I think, all their catches that has been presented to them. The keeper has dropped 1 or 2 of the thick edges that's come his way. But the outfielding has been fantastic. That was one of the few times where it was actually a letdown. He just ran over the ball.
And now they're looking to change up and see if Aradia Shukla can back up Raj Limbani. We did say it's just those 2 overs for him to see if they can strike. And now Shukla is back again, who is also another dangerous bowler who took 4 wickets against South Africa. Can he be in the money now in his second spell, with Murray looking to attack and Pillay looking to rotate?
Yeah, now coming from the northern end is Shukla. Oh, lovely push just down the ground, just understanding it, just pushing it down for the 1. Don't let the new bowler settle will be the message to these 2 batters.
And on top of that, not to create opportunities for him. It seems as if Devan Murray has found a rhythm against the spin bowler spinning the ball towards him. Whether or not the bowler will get another chance in Priyanshu Molia, we don't know. But you know exactly why Shukla is being brought in, to get your wicket. So just rotate and not fuss.
Exactly what they're doing. Big chance. Oh, non-striker. He was wanting just that slight hesitation when he asked Murray, could you? It just, that slight hesitation nearly cost him his wicket. And if that was a direct hit, we would have seen Pillay back in the hut.
Mushir Khan again with that arm. So close for him to put it on the money. He was on the move as well. On his strong arm, the way he picked it up, making sure that his body's positioned to throw on that left, just missing it slightly. Pillay lucky not to be out.
This time a very early call of yes, and great work done by the keeper. That ball just took off as soon as it hit the deck.
So frustrating for Shukla right now. He's landing the ball exactly where it should be. His field is where it should be, but the batsmanship from both Murray and Pillay is outstanding. The way they are understanding the distance from the ball to the man and how they can exchange those runs, just pocketing everything so well against Shukla, using his pace against him. It's exactly what they want to see.
Oh, this time cut away behind backward square. Is the man coming around? And that sweeper fence just coming around, cutting it down to only the 2. And another great over for South Africa. And this is what we've been crying for, is that partnership in the middle order. Just starting to create now. Just starting to develop here a little bit of a partnership. Important for them to keep going as deep as they possibly can.
Flexible wrists from Ramashan Pillay as well. Being able to take 2 runs from that. Loving the pressure. Maybe it might be an idea for Shukla to just dive into his bag of skills, roll the fingers over the ball, put it into the block hole maybe. Because at this moment, it's just a little bit too easy for both Pillay and Murray.
Yeah, they've just been milking him throughout the over. 1 more ball to go in this 29th over. And already it's gone for 6 runs. And it's low-risk cricket. Great reward at the moment.
High percentage cricket. It's wonderful to watch. These are the moments where cricket purists will just have their eyes glaring and their eyes dilating at the cricket that we are watching here. But Shukla having a different proposition. Fighting with his run-up as well now.
Yeah, he is one of those bowlers that come in very quickly. He does have a very quick run-up. Rhythm would be very important, especially got a quick run-up like that. As soon as the rhythm is a little bit off, better to stop. And we saw the practice shot from Murray, very interesting, trying to whip it on the leg side there. Maybe a double bluff from the bowler and the batter.
Dun, dun, dun.
As I said, double bluff, practice the shot off the hip and then going over mid-off, and a fantastic shot for Murray.
Wonderful stroke, leaving us in suspense. What is he going to do? Shukla runs away from the hip, but he lands it on the arc. Freeing his arms wonderfully is Devan Murray, going now to 30 runs, batting exquisitely well. South Africa on 158 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, it's one of those fantastic partnerships just brewing and bubbling under. He's gone to 30 of 31, 2 sixes and 2 fours to his name. Ramashan Pillay is 10 of 12, playing low-risk cricket and still keeping up the strike rate to over 80 as well. This is exactly what the South African under-19s would have asked for.
Playing very well, and he batted so well in the previous over. He has hit Priyanshu Molia out of the strike. They bring in a change of bowler. This will be Murugan Abhishek. He'll be coming down from the south end.
Continuing with the round the wicket ploy to Pillay. It'll be interesting to see he's also a right-arm off spinner. And Murray took a liking to Molia from that angle. Will he stay around the wicket? Still no cow corner out for Murray. Only the deep square. Long on, long off. This one cuts away and just dropping short of that fielder in the covers. And again, nearly a South African batter giving it away.
Saharan was diving forward to the captain. Lucky for it not to land up. Murugan Abhishek is probably wishing he could be fielding in his own position off his own bowling, because he's a bolt in the field. But tough chance for Uday Saharan. Wasn't even a chance at all with the pitch looking to slow the ball down on its way to the batter. It's causing some problems here for the batters.
Just playing around with the speed of the ball. Oh, a lot of flight there. This one just absolutely slapped through the offside as they double up. Great running between Pillay and Murray.
You're talking about just the change up of the paces and how that one was lofted up a little bit too full towards Murray, who's now looking to find his straps and looking to find the strap of the boundary.
Oh, another one giving it away, slowing it up completely through the air and way too early through the shot, fetching it, hitting the middle of the bat, and an easy catch to Abhishek.
A lollipop of a delivery Lollipop of a catch. Sweet for the Indians, but so bitter for the South Africans. The old Eds Cricket Club has gone to silence as Devon Murray, who was scoring so well, just pops one back to Murugan Abhishek. He'll be happy, the bowler. He gets a wicket. Not what he was expecting with such an easy pop back into his hands, and for a fielder as good as him, he will never be putting that down. It's 6 gone, 161 runs.
Yeah, it's one of those where, again, the partnership has just developed. Murray was looking good. He was looking to take the fight on to the Indian bowlers. And again, credit to India under 19 not panicking. Murray was going at them, hitting a couple of balls into the neighborhood and still not panicking, keeping to their plans, keeping around the wicket. As I said, it's going to be interesting to see what the ploy is against him. And although he scored from that same angle, it also cost him his wicket.
Just also caught in between his shots there was Devon Murray. Doesn't know, does he go forward, does he go back? He doesn't know what shot he was implementing once he found his feet. But it ends the over. It's a drinks break rather, as the players just sip it up. And remember, it's going to be so much cricket going on throughout the summer. We've seen the SA versus India Freedom Series come to a draw with the shortest cricket match ever in terms of balls delivered. 1-1 that ended. It's going to continue here with the ICC Under-19 World Cup, which will be starting on the 19th. It won't be all because the SA20 will also be there. And just after the SA20, there'll be the T20 Challenge, which will be starting on the 8th of March. So much cricket, so much explosiveness, so much so that Gers Maloney needed to go take a breather about it, and Van Erasmus takes his place.
Yeah, it's been an up and down innings for the SA Under-19s. They've looked very good in patches. Whenever Steve Stork and Devon Murray were going, it looked like they would be able to put on a big score, but they just keep losing wickets at such crucial times. And especially against the spin, once again, it's been a bit of a procession the whole series where they aren't able to keep their wickets against the spinners, and giving some soft dismissals as well. It's not through exceptional balls. It's through chipping balls back to the fielders, and I think that will be the most frustrating part for them.
Even worse for Devon Murray, who had his eye in. He has been batting so well, hitting balls out of the ground, and just found himself not knowing what to do. Easy catch for Murugan, because he just stuck his bat out there so nonchalantly. And here they're 6 down, and as you speak to that point of spinners, 5 of those 6 wickets through the hands of spin bowling.
Yeah, it has been a major concern for the Under-19s, and something that they'll have to rectify going into the World Cup. They can't just rely on Pretorius and Stork to carry the innings every time, because they won't come off every match. Short and wide, and isn't able to put that one away as Pillay.
The issue on top of that is the fact that Bangladesh are the defending champions. Bangladesh have won the World Cup that was here in South Africa back in 2020. Spin bowlers galore. Afghanistan, India are probably going to meet in the group outside the group stages should they make it past. So to win the big matches, you're going to be able to score against everyone.
Oh, inside edge this time, and again this one just keeping a touch low. We've seen some inconsistency throughout the week in these pitches that have been used, not making it easy for the batters. So they really need to get their eye in and ride their luck a little bit as well. And Pillay has got himself going here. He's on 11 of 15 deliveries, and he's been joined by Riley Norton, a talented sportsman from Boland, who will be head boy of Paul Roos next year, and also made the SA schools cricket and rugby teams. Short and pull, and beautifully picked up by Pillay this time. It'll fall just short of the boundary, 1 bounce and 4.
You don't put it there. That's easy money. speed being on the ball from Shukla, banging it in the middle of nowhere and right in the arc for Romashan Pillay, who just swivels his long levers around, bouncing just before the boundary, and there's no protection up in the deep square. Good placement for 4.
Yeah, Pillay made 255 runs in the previous Cubs week in 2023. Of course, another Cubs week ongoing currently with plenty of talented players on display. Again short, again pulled in the gap. No fielder out there, and a very fast outfield means it runs away to the boundary once more.
Just hitting the little kid as they're trying to stop it. The whole crowd going woo. But what's going woo is the ball from the bat of Romashan Pillay right now. Just playing across his body freely. Strong on the square, it seems. It's running around, and because of that, the Indians decide to reinforce that deep square leg fielder. Murugan Abhishek, he'll be tracking down there, one of the faster and one of the better fielders for India.
Yeah, Shukla has been very expensive today. It was first Stork that took a liking to him earlier on, and now it's Pillay. He's bowled the 3.3 overs so far. 3.4 overs, 0 for 42, going at over 11 runs to the over. The umpires don't seem to be too happy with that ball, and the fourth umpire coming on with his toolkit. It looks like they might checking other balls, are they? Looks like it.
Balls have been flying out the stadium. Balls have been hitting the balustrades. Balls have been hitting the trees. It's the third ball that's going to be used in the game now. And remember, yesterday we had torrential rain, very bad hailstorms. Maybe the ball just getting a little bit of damage. It's 169.
Yeah, Deva Murray hitting 2 sixes out of the grounds, maybe onto the road, the tar road outside, and Steve Stork himself hit 5 sixes. So that ball has been taking a battering, but despite that, India still will feel they are ahead in this game, having taken 6 wickets for 169 runs, and Pillay looking good so far. Better delivery there from Shukla.
What the South Africans would have really wanted here, Werner, is to have both Pillay and also Devon Murray just take the game a little bit further. Maybe see if they can reach that last power play in over number 40 to over number 50. Unfortunately, just a soft dismissal from Murray now leaves the load to Pillay to just anchor it for a while as this partnership builds its legs.
Yeah, this is the last recognized batting pair for the S90s. Riley Norton, usually a top order batter, coming in at number 3 or 4, so he's quite low down, but very well accomplished. Batters will be coming in at this stage. Beautifully driven by Romashan Pillay through the cover region, over pitch by Shukla, and he had no hesitation in putting that away.
Lovely that the intention to score runs is still there for the South Africans. Romashan Pillay, don't play around. He's taking a liking to Shukla, but also, to be fair, Shukla's just missing his mark here a little bit. Too full. Didn't take the lessons from Limbani, who was on that good length, onto that back of a length. Easy pickings for Pillay. And what a way to end the over. It's 173 after 31.
Yeah, Pillay moving on to 23 of only 19 deliveries for falls in that time as well. And see a field now for Riley Norton. They have a long on out to India under 19s, and long off sweeper on the offside as well as a man at a deep square leg. It looks like he is in front of square on the leg side, and one slip in place as well as they're trying to turn this ball away from him. Oh, beautifully floated up, giving it a bit more air for Norton's first delivery.
Big man Riley Norton, so tall, looks like a strong man, and as you say, a top order batter. So that means that he'll have good technique to just fend off deliveries like that, but most importantly, putting it in spaces for those singles.
Yeah, Riley Norton is a very big young man. He plays lock for the junior Springboks, that SA schools rugby team. And you can see that he's, I believe, the first man in 40 years to be a forward in the SA schools rugby and also represent the SA schools cricket team. So it's an impressive feat by him, going on to be the head boy of his school as well next year. So a lot rests on these broad shoulders.
And it's not just any school, it's Paul Roos, one of the bigger schools in the cricketing and rugby and sporting fraternity within the country. And to have him being out here.
That's beautifully punched down the ground by Pillay. Yeah, Pillay is he's a product of the Chatsworth Cricket Hub, and he was offered an early scholarship to Clifton College, where he applied his trade for the school before moving over to Westville Boys High in grade 11. And it's again well played by Norton, just hitting those gaps, getting this partnership going again. And I talked about this in the previous match as well, that he wanted to be a footballer initially, that Pillay wanted to become a professional footballer. He played for the Mums and Toti soccer club, and but things have turned out beautifully for him now here for the SA under-19s. And yeah, it's good bowling here also from Abhishek.
Just showing the work here that, hey man, multi-talented players can do everything. I was actually having a conversation in the crowd with a man called Minesh, who used to represent the under-19 Zimbabwean team in the mid-90s, surprisingly enough. So these are the times where we're seeing young stars shine. It's the end of over number 32. It's 176 for 6.
Yeah, the SA under-19s trying to do a bit of a 180, try and get things going again. It's been a bit of a procession of wickets. Just when you thought they were going again with the Avamare and Pillay, Murray chipping one back to the bowler. Now Norton going to start his innings as well. And back into the attack, we do see Mashir Khan, who has so much control. And he's been the main wicket taker for India here today.
Just a wicket away from that fifer. We're talking about it with Khers, like, oh, why did they take him away when he was such on a roll of taking wickets? But he returns now, 4 for 34 in his overs.
Again, hard down the ground for another single. We're talking about how Mashir Khan has bowled so beautifully all week in these 3 matches, and he's been so economical, but he hadn't taken a single wicket, and here we are today, everything clicking together for him, and already taking 4 wickets.
The consistency eventually pays off. It might not be in a game, it might not be in 2 games, but it all counts. But on top of that, it's not just about taking wickets. He's been an extremely economical bowler, which allows the other bowlers within the circle, it allows those bowlers in the circle to be also more attacking in their areas, because it will force the batters to look to target them instead, and then they get the wickets instead of him.
Just trying to hit it down the ground again, it's Pillay, but Mashir Khan is very good off his own bowling. Bowlers like to rack up those dot balls as we see the slip fielder now moving out to a point regions. Floated up full again trying to punch it down the ground, but not getting past Uday Saharan, the captain at cover region. Oh, going across his stumps and a wild swipe to the leg side, trying to get it around the corner, but Pillay trying to do too much this time. It's straight, and that is the 5-wicket haul for Mashir Khan, who's bowled beautifully wicket to wicket, and Pillay getting frustrated with those dot balls, trying to do something different, trying to manipulate the field, but going across too far, and the ball keeps a touch low as he plays over it. And we keep talking about this, but the under-19s from SA keep losing their wickets to the spinners.
6 out of 7 now. 6 out of the 7 wickets taken by the Indians have come with the hand of the spinner. the pressure that is being put by the cover region for the Indians in Murugan Abhishek, in the man who puts in that brilliant fielding efforts, Uday Saharan and Mushir Khan, forcing Steve Stokalier on to go over the top. It forced Murray to go over the top and go leg side, and now Ramashan Pillay, after failing to find his way through the covers, decides, let me change it up, go across, look for the leg side, and that's exactly what they wanted. Losing the wickets, that's what we talk about when we talk about fielding and bowling pressure. 7 down now for the South Africans at 177.
Yeah, Sipho Botsane coming to the crease now. The left-arm orthodox batter who's not as known for his batting as some of the others. And you can quite see the height contrast between the two, between him and Riley Norton. I think that sort of a smaller stature from Botsane does help his bowling as well for those LBWs. The ball keeping nice and low. And he is a left-hander who's in, and he will face the rampaging Mushir Khan, who's now bowled 8.5 overs, taken 5 wickets for 35 runs.
18 overs still remain here. It's a lot of batting for the South Africans.
Oh, beautiful ball, the other one from Mushir Khan, flicking it out from the front, and it turns the other way, and Botsane didn't know much about that one.
Great start against Sipho Botsane. Good bowling from Mushir Khan, getting his fifer. So good, so highly rated for both his bats, and now showcasing his bowling. We end over number 33. South Africa losing a wicket in it, that of the Ramashan Pillay, who was seated and looking to take the score on. They are on 177 runs.
Yeah, it's exactly what India wanted, just to keep taking wickets. I mean, the run rate is perfect for the S-under-19s, but it's those wickets that keep on falling. And Riley Norton fighting him in the same position he did a couple of matches ago, where he's might run out of partners, and it's not what you want at this stage of the innings. As you said, Mpendulo, so many overs still to go, and they need to try and bat these overs out, get themselves to a solid total, and that's beautifully bowled once again. And yeah, it just beats the bat. There is a slip fielder in place. Just rushing through. Oh, again, it's such good bowling. He's taking all the pace away.
Very hard to play when there's no pace. Very hard to play when the ball is being bowled outside of that off stump. Forces him onto the back foot. It's well negotiated. See the pressure now forcing Norton to think about something differently to work this delivery.
Yeah, giving it a lot of air here. Abhishek. Again, beautifully bowled. The more air he goes, the slower he bowls it, the more it's beating the bat. It's turning away and bouncing. It's very hard work here for Riley Norton. Showed so much control. This time it takes the edge of the bat. It's running past the man at a short third man, was at 45, and they will come back for a second. Hard running by Botsane, but they'll keep to 2.
Good stuff here from Murugan Abhishek. The wicket of Murray just giving him an upper as well, but it was that wicket that was indicative of the fact that the pitch is not as slow as we think we are, and we know the slower it is, the more grip it's going to have, and likely more turn.
Over pitch this time, and well bunted to the man at long off to end the over, as the SA under-19s move on to 180 for 7 at the end of 34 overs.
Just overpitched with that final delivery, Abhishek, not allowing the ball to do what it needs to do after it has pitched. But well negotiated, it just shows that the moment you get it wrong here, even at the slightest, the batters will be able to score runs off you, whether it is a single, whether it's a 6, whether it's a 4, it still runs on the board.
Yeah, and runs on the board is exactly what the under-19s will need to get to now. 180, still 16 overs remaining in this match. If they just bat is out, even going at 3 or 4 runs and over. 4 runs and over from here gives them another 64 runs. That'll get them close to that 250 mark, which is something they can bowl at.
And even though they scored 240 in that first game, the instigators of the chase in Adash Singh and in Ashin Kulkarni, they're not playing in this particular game, given a chance to someone else. So that means that the South Africans might have an easier chance to bowl at new players who are also looking to prove their work.
Yeah, and South Africa playing Sony today. Natsando Sony. He bowled beautifully in the Kaya Majola week where he was selected for the SA Schools team, and there he picked up a 5-wicket haul, and he deserves his opportunity. Isosa Ayepfa seems to still have a bit of an injury, so Sony getting his opportunity today.
And we love the idea that the management is willing to recognize good performances and still give them a place in the squad. There's still a single match left as they take this very quick single.
Sher Khan again running through his overs here. The spinners taking no time to get through their overs, but Sane this time finally able to get off the mark and get Raleigh Norton back on strike.
It's been signature of their bowling so far, they're batting, the South Africans, the running between the wickets.
Down the wicket it goes, and it seemed to take the edge as the keeper wasn't able to collect it. It goes to the slip fielder, and a stumping opportunity goes a-begging.
So close, so close. Bashir Khan almost becoming a damaging factor again. He's already caused so much. Why does he want to do more damage to the poor South Africans? What more are they willing to take?
Yeah, that one just landing in front of the slip fielder, and this time Norton back in the crease to cut it out to that man at the sweeper cover. It was beautifully bowled, that previous ball from Bashir Khan to end his spell. Wonderfully bowled from him. His 10 overs. He's gone for only the 38 runs and taken 5 wickets today. Beautiful bowling from Bashir Khan.
Payment for all of his work. Went for 30 runs against Afghanistan. Went for 34 versus the South Africans. And rather went for 34 versus Afghanistan and 30 versus the South Africans with no prize for all of his work. And all of that culminates into just 1 day of activity, getting 5, which could have easily become 6.
Yeah, it was a beautiful second to last delivery from him again, thinking out at the front, sending the ball the other way, bowling that carom ball, something that Ashwin himself for the senior side have perfected. And we see a bit of a field change, piling on the pressure now. Man at the helmet on the offside, like a silly bit off position. Man at slip as well, going to give it plenty of air here, I presume. And this time not dropping it short, and that man under the helmet won't be too appreciative of that delivery as Norton punched it away to the man at a sweeper cover.
Not at all, taking cover, but it's understandable why they put that man there. The way that the over was constructed from Murugan Abhishek in the previous over that he bowled has earned him the right of that man under the helmet. With that little bit of extra bounce, the slowness of the surface, and him getting turned, beating the outside edge of Norton 3 times. He still has Potsane, who's another left-hander that he can use his weaponry against.
Yeah, Potsane is originally from the Alexandra Cricket Club, and then he was snapped up by JP High School. And so it's good to see another player coming out from the township and performing so well. Oh, beautiful delivery once again. Murugan Abhishek asking plenty of questions here outside the off stump.
He's going to have to work hard, Sipho Potsane. This is what he'll be looking at and actually getting happy about, because he too will be bowling here.
Floated up, and this time punch to the man at cover. And yes, he won't mind this too much. Seeing some turn in his pitch, he'll know that he will have to slow it up a bit if you want to see as much turn as you can. So well played.
It's a good-looking shot, that from Sipopotane. But there's a man standing at the covers, just covering that. At least they're still looking to score.
Yeah, Potsani more than handy with the bat himself as well. Ryan Norton back on strike, the big guy. And there's bit straighter from Abhishek.
Good end to the over. 36 gone here. Murugan Abhishek showing that he's more than just a part-timer, that he can get the job done. Has taken the wicket of Devon Murray and has been stingy with the runs. 185 on the board after 36.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know what the discussions are here between Riley Norton and Sipho Potsane. I mean, there's still 14 overs remaining. Should be thinking to just try and bat out these overs. Don't try and go for the big shots right now. Leave that for the last couple of overs when you know you've gotten yourself to a par score. Par score around here is probably around a 240, 250 based on how the pitch played earlier this morning in particular. India have shown a lot of prowess with the bat themselves, so they'll back themselves to chase any score from here. But the SA under-90s need to make sure that they get themselves into a position where they have a total they could potentially defend.
They don't want that to happen. Constantly changing the bowling here now are the Indians to leave them unsettled. In comes Priyanshu Molia. They'll be wanting that really good score, a foundation for them to kick on from the power play. But wickets.
Big appeal, but it seemed to just be drifting down the leg side. This is the fourth over by Molia. He was taken apart a bit earlier by Devon Murray. He's conceded the 24 runs in those 3 overs. They're coming around the wicket now to the left-handers. Quick single, and that's what they need to do right now.
It's all in the works day, or a day's work. Just finding the spots, taking the ones. You've seen the risk in looking to take the spinners on. They've been falling. Even when they try to be defensive, it doesn't look good. So at least try to eke out where the chances do come. And he went for a pouncing against the right-hander.
Oh, well bowled, just bringing his length back a touch. And Norton, but stuck on the crease, but well played in the end.
You know, so it's a different proposition here with the left-handers, with the ball spinning away from them. Have that short extra cover, just in case the ball holds up as it has been. And now they're bringing a man under the helmets to be another threat around that outside edge.
Yeah, he's standing a bit closer. Well, I say standing, but he's on his knees a bit closer to the field, trying to take anything that stays low. Oh, punch. How well fielded there at the cover region by Captain Uday Saharan.
It's a position that we're starting to see more and more of, the slip cordon and under the helmet. And with the ball behaving the way that it is for the spinner, and with so much control that he's showing here now against the left-hander, where there's no threat of him being hit against the spin, it's an interesting position.
This time he manages to find the gap, does Riley Norton. And it is the over at the end of the over, numbers 37, as the SA under-90s have moved on to 187 now. Riley Norton up to 10, and Sipho Potsane on 3.
Well, after this, not much batting is there. Kwenamapara, yes, he did score 20-odd. It was a survival effort, and survive he did. But then by the time, should he ever come in the overs between 41 and 50, it will be dead in the power play, where South Africa will be wanting to accelerate the score rate. So that's where you'd want Norton and Potsane to last up until then, having their eye in, having some decent scores, and then can take the attack on to the Indians. Really don't want to be losing yet another wicket right now.
Again, just pushing this one through this time, giving him no air and pushing him back, Riley Norton. And that fielder has moved a bit straighter now under the helmet. Goes for a bit of a battle, top edge, just over the man at slip, running around and coming back for a second. And a bit of luck going the way of Riley Norton, looking for a lap sweep, taking the top edge just out of the reach.
Looking for something creative to just get away from the pressure of Murugan Abhishek. He's been bowling well against Norton specifically. And that's why I'm so surprised that the man is moving to short extra cover under the helmet, is no longer under there. But maybe they're sensing something here, the Indians.
Yeah, they've moved that man a bit straighter this time. Looking for any punch of the front foot. Maybe spoon it up into the air like we've seen a couple of times today already with it coming off the wicket a touch slow. Yeah, Norton just has to find a way here to rotate the strike a bit because the pressure is just building on him.
That's what he wanted to do with that lap shot. There's a good gap behind his hip. Nothing behind square. You have a deep square leg who's at the crease. There's no fine leg. There's no 45. So just landscape for him to squeeze singles.
This time he manages to find that gap to the man at sweep point on the boundary. To end the over, again rushing through the over is Murugan Abhishek. And it's the end of over number 38 as AC under-90s move up to 190 for 7.
It's good work, you know, he's not forcing the field to do anything out of the ordinary. Looking for that paddle sweep which almost cost him his wicket. Very smart to just use the turn with him. Playing against the spin is such a dangerous ploy, especially when there's such extra bounce, when the pitch is a little bit slow, and when there's turn as well. It's how you easily lose your wicket. And here's Molia to see if he can get one of his own as well.
Yeah, using the two off spinners now to the two left-handers, turning that ball away, not making it easy for the batters here. Work to the man at the long on position, running first down hard, but only the single in it.
It's going to be so key here for Molia to be able to bowl well. Still 6 overs in the bag, 2 in Abhishek's bag. So the spin bowlers going into overs number 40, holding it down, controlling it. Want to see for how long they can keep control of the bowling.
Oh, beautifully bowled. Again, just that in-between length that Tony can't really come forward to or back. But well played in the end with soft hands as it bounces in front of the man at slip.
It's calling also for man under the helmet to be excited.
Sane showing good ability here with the bat as he takes a single into the outside. He's looked very accomplished so far. Hasn't looked rushed. He's been able to maneuver the ball around. Sweep shot coming out this time from Norton. Trying something different. He's trying to throw the Indian bowlers off their lengths. And we do see that there's still one ball to go in the over.
Some of the Indian players who are not playing in front of us, Ashin Kulkarni destroyed South Africa. Saumi Patel, who ate Afghanistan with 6 wickets. Adarsh Singh is looking at us with a smile on his face. He has a couple of big runs under his hand as well. Would have loved to see him play today, but he's not here.
Takes the outer half of the bat, running towards the third man boundary. And they're running hard for a third one. Norton calling a stop to that as we end over number 39. The SA under-19s have moved on to 195 for 7.
Closer and closer until the end of the innings. 11 overs are gone. South Africa trying to hold it together here. At least getting to 200 is going to give them so much good and so much favor. It's going to give the bowlers the sense as if they have a big total to bowl to.
Yeah, it's just that psychological number of over 200. I'm sure they'll be pushing along, try to get anywhere close to that 250 if they can. If you have Riley Norton bats through and Sibo Putsane hangs around with him for a bit longer, they can definitely get past 250 here. But it's such good bowling here by the two spinners, not giving them anything.
Doing exactly what the captain would have wanted the spinners to do, part-timer or not. Just
Punched. Yeah, so punched to the man at sweeper, and that's the gap he's been looking for most of his overs against the spinners.
That's the easiest way to do it. Just play the ball with the spin. You have a gap that they are giving you to take those ones. Seems like the Indians don't mind that one as well. So use it until you can get yourself a delivery that you can smash out of the ground.
Just pulling out of that one early. That Putsane wasn't quite ready to face the delivery. I do see a slip and that short slip on the knees underneath the helmet in place for him. Looking for that outside edge. Here is Murugan Abhishek. No. And just stopped there. Norton wanted to get through for a single originally, but sent back.
Good call that, because it was going to be so dangerous. The man under the helmet just having a touch on it to stop it on its path.
Again, slash through that offside to the man at the sweeper. It's a shot Putsane has used well so far. He does get nicely over the top of the ball, smothering it almost into the ground.
Don't want to create any opportunity for the fielders to take any catches. They are so dangerous in that cover area. We're going to keep talking about it. The fielding has been fantastic for India. Have put barely a foot wrong, except for a misfield that went to a boundary. That was for Ramashan Pillay. But so far so good. Even the bowling plans are being executed to the T.
Quick single, close, running through to the non-strikers, and a good throw from the fielder at hitting the stumps is causing an overthrow as they do get back for a second run. So well run between Riley Norton and Sipho Putsane, but unlucky there for the Indians.
Must say, if there's one thing the SA20 brought, it was that rule of if it hits the stumps through a direct hit, the ball dies. So hard to go again, because it's punishing good fielding in essence. And that was really good from India, but reward for South Africa.
Again, beautifully bowled there to end the over, as the SA under-19s have moved on to 199 at the end of over number 40. And we will have a commentary change as Mpendulo Makubane makes way for Gert Maloney, who will join me here as we look forward to the final 10 overs remaining in this innings. What do you think's a good score here, Gert?
Oh, difficult to say. The wickets have been falling at regular intervals as soon as the partnership's brewing. Almost feel that a wicket is due. Yeah, if we look at the partnership, the way these two have been playing, hopefully they can push it through. I think they should go up until about over 44 before start going a bit harder at the bowlers. What do you think?
Yeah, I saw Mpendulo earlier that I feel they need to take this as deep as they can. Just try to rotate the strike as we see Molia in once again. And the two off spinners doing a good job here for the India under-19s, and they just have that good matchup against the left-handers. Always talk about this matchup. Ball turning away, it just goes past the edge of Putsane this time. Looks to cut this one from fairly straight on.
I've noticed that the batter's just trying to play those balls on the move instead of getting into a good position and then letting the hands do the work from there.
Oh, takes the inside edge. Again, good lengths here by Molia. And it takes the inner half of the bat. They do manage to sneak through for the single as the 200 comes up for the SA under-90s. We hear light applause. It's not quite the position they would have wanted to be in, but still an opportunity here to put in a decent target for the India under-19s to chase.
Yeah, we saw that 241 wasn't enough the last time around, so they'll be looking to maybe get to 250 this time.
Good field placing here by India. Man under the helmet is He's a bit further back now, probably doesn't require a helmet in the position he is currently. But it does prevent that easy single into the offside. That's straight.
I think it may be just keeping the helmet on because there might be plans. Getting him underneath that helmet a little bit more, a little bit closer. He might be sneaking up on them.
Molia keeps coming in around the wicket. Again a lap, this time better played from Riley Norton, who gets a lot more bat on it. It's running towards that fine leg boundary, and they're running hard, and Potsane is coming back for the third. Good running between these two.
Fantastic running between these two. And this is what you want to see. This is the kind of impetus that we want to do. It's no one at that 45, so there is a low risk to it. The outfield is very quick, so as soon as you can get it past those fielders, you know the ones that become twos, and that was fantastic running, turning it into a triple.
Yeah, very good running there. And this is a bit of a discussion here as another person comes in to give Sipho Potsane something. Umpire's not too happy about it here in the middle of the overs. It could wait until the end of the over at least. Not delay things right now.
Maybe just a little bit of tactics. Maybe just after the lap, maybe just consolidating, just having a bit of a chat and saying, listen, this is what we need to do. Let's not get carried away with the sneaky shots. Let's keep rotating.
I say that's the middle of the over, but of course I missed that he was going through the overs so quickly again that Priyanshu Malia that it is the end of the 41st over, and the S90s have moved on to 203 for 7, and Norton with that 3 kept strike for the next over, and he's facing up again.
I love the fact that they're actually trying to go forward to the spinners more than they did in the previous matches as well. We saw as soon as they tie rock back on that back foot, it does make it very hard.
Oh, again, playing it from the stumps, attacking the stumps all the time is Murugan Abhishek, and it is his final over. He's taken the 1 wicket, conceded 38 runs so far. Nicely punched. Calling for 2 is Norton. Sipho Potsane is a bit tight, and they do decline the second run.
Yeah, maybe running that first one hard, maybe doing a bit of ball watching there. Was the non-striker. Norton trying to put the pressure back onto the fielders as much as he possibly can, hoping for a thumble. Every single run is gold dust at the moment for SA under 19.
Yeah, Norton taking some deep breaths here. It's hot out in the sun today. Again, hitting the gap that puts on it, running hard. Again, good fielding from the man at the deep cover, getting that one in quickly.
Yeah, as you say, taking some deep breaths. It is a very warm day, and with a lot of rain around yesterday as well, a bit of humidity as well, does make the air very thick.
Down the wicket, but well bowled by Abhishek. Saw him coming early and pulled his length back once more.
After conceding a couple of those big shots from Array, Abhishek has bowled very well to come back in this innings.
Quick single, and he just about makes his crease. Good running there by Potsane.
That's good. That's the rotation we're looking for.
This time he will get what he was wanting in the previous over when the umpire stopped them. He's having a quick drinks break, and Potsane looks like he will have something else to drink just for a bit of energy. This heat is a bit sapping today for the 2 batters and the fielders out in the field.
Yeah, it's always important to remember that this is warm-up for that ICC Under-19 World Cup. You don't want the guys dehydrating because that causes all sorts of problems. Health becomes an issue. And Norton is one of those gentlemen who is fit with a couple of sports under his belt. He's very rugby fit. As you mentioned, he's received his national colours in rugby as well, but the 2 is completely different. Just because you're fit for the 1 doesn't mean you can be fit for the other one. The fitness levels in the 2 sports are completely different.
Yeah, this is warm up in every sense of the word today, with the heat a bit sapping and warming up for that World Cup. They will have their own two actual warm-up games ahead of the World Cup as well, with the U19 taking on Pakistan and Afghanistan before they head into that tournament on home conditions that they should be used to. We have seen them struggle against the spinners. It's something they will need to work hard on as they go into the tournament, as they are sure to still face a lot of spin. The opposition sides would have analysed these matches and seen how effective it has been, as the new bowler into attack is Ray Lambane, who's back into the attack after his initial very good spell and immediately beating the bat of Norton.
Yeah, the warm-up game still to come, and also the very first match of that under-19 ICC World Cup is taking place in Potchefstroom. It is South Africa taking on the Windies. Will be the first match. We know they can also produce a couple of spinners of the likes of Narayan, so they will be coming in with a plan, as you said, Werner.
Solid on the front foot, easy single this time, and we've talked about this necessary. It's so necessary to just keep rotating the strike. There's still 7 overs left after this one, and take it up to over number 45, number 46. Then give yourself the opportunity to try and go big in those last couple of overs.
Yeah, maybe launch 1 or 2 over the fence, get it to the boundary, take a lot more risks. And you got to feel that Norton's got to stay in there. He's going to be key, getting us up to that 250 maybe.
Oh, again, this one skids low, but it's through to the keeper before Potsani could lay any bat on it.
Yeah, from this northern end, we've seen a 1 or 2 just keeping low. Might just be in the favour of the South African under-19s. Batting second on this pitch might not be as easy as we think it's going to be. Over the last couple of days, we've seen that batting second was pretty easy.
Oh, it takes a bit of pad down the leg side, prevents it from being a wide. It's running towards that boundary, and it does go all the way. Full leg bides, and the S90s will bank that. Whether it comes off the bat or not, those 4 count.
Yeah, anyway, any means necessary to get those runs up the board. They want to get to that psychological 250 mark. Make sure they need to bat at 5 to the over. And this will just bring them to that 211.
Yeah, you never know. With early wickets in the second innings, you can really put some pressure on India, who are trying out a few other batters in this innings. So there's no Ardar Singh, there's no Arshin Kulkarni. And so there is an opportunity for the SA under-19s to stake a claim today. There's also an opportunity for Ntandu Soni, who comes into this match on the back of excellent form in the Kaya Majola week. Wasn't part of the original 50-man squad for the World Cup or for this series, but he's gotten his opportunity in the absence of Esosa Ayepa, who still has a bit of an injury. We're not too sure how far he is away from recovering, but a wonderful opportunity for Soni. Short ball, tried to pull it away, it's just over the man at mid-wicket, and running hard for the second is Norton, and they do come back for that second one. Good bouncer there from Lambane.
Yeah, surprised him a little bit. Just rushed him into the shot, couldn't get his arms through the line, couldn't get his arms straightening up. A lack of power, but luckily for him, he picked out the grass, he picked out the green and not the blue. Made sure that turns into a double for the over, which turns into a pretty decent over, 7 coming from it.
Yeah, it is a good over there for the SA under-19s. They're on 213 now for 7 at the end of 43 overs. And we will have a bowling change because Murugan Abhishek, he completed his spell in the previous over. He bowled 10 overs, took 1 for 41. Very good bowling from him. It seems like the spin twins have changed ends a bit here, as it does seem like Molia, Priyanshu Molia, has is coming on from the other end this time. He's bowled the 6 overs for 35 runs. Was expensive initially, but has come back strongly.
As of all the spinners, Stork taking a like to them in the beginning, and then Maria also getting a couple of slog sweeps away.
Short and work to that mid-wicket region, but it will only be the 1 run. Thought he might have been able to do a bit more with that ball, but for now they're just looking for those singles.
Malia does get a ball to skid on a little bit. See him just trying to pierce that gap.
Yeah, put Sane back in on strike. Only the 1 slip now remaining. A man under the helmet has moved out. Again too short, but doesn't get any bat on it. Does Putsane was there to cut, but again giving himself too much room, missing that ball.
Now trying to hit that ball on the move instead of getting quick feet, get into position, and then really just slap it away through that backward point.
No.
Bit of an appeal, but a stifled one as he tries to work it to the leg side. Was heading on its way down the leg side.
Yeah, thus far today, no, not very animated appeals as we've seen over the last couple of games.
Again, trying to give himself that room. That's what Sane keeps missing that ball, giving himself too much room, and Molia keeps getting it past that outside edge.
With no 45, it almost makes sense maybe for him just to ride the bounce and work it off the hip.
Right.
This time going a lot straighter at the bowler, and Molia at this stage has got his number.
Yeah, he's been bowling very well now from the opposite side, where we as commentators are sitting. Finally Putsane getting in behind it solidly. At the end of the over, a good one from Molia, as only the single coming from it. Ace under 90s are on 214 for 7 at the end of 44 overs.
So I agree with you, Werner, another over or 2 here, just before we maybe start launching 1 or 2. We still have only 3 wickets in hand and not known batters to come in. They can wheel the willow, they can play the big shot, but the record in this series thus far doesn't show that there's too much confidence in that lower order.
Yeah, Queen Parker can hold the bat, but it's definitely down to these two to try and get them to a good score here, especially Riley Norton, strong man, can hit some big shots, and the question is, when will he pull the trigger? And it will be Raj Lambane to try and prevent that from happening. He does go for the big shot, mid-off is up, and it goes over him, and it goes to the boundary for 4, and just as I was asking, when will that trigger be pulled, there goes Riley Norton.
Yes, there's a lovely straight shot, and going straight past the bowler, and very interesting tactics here by the bowler. He's got his mid-on and mid-off on the circle, but very wide, and he still decided to pitch it up to Norton.
Yeah, maybe not quite executing the length he would have wanted to. Might see him pull it back now, and he does. And they go for a quick single. Again, good running between these two, a good understanding between them so far.
Lovely stuff, batting at that 5 from 2 balls, and then hopefully can rack up a couple of singles, and maybe another boundary will be just what the doctor ordered for the South African under-19s.
Yeah, good to see Norton playing that previous one, going straight down the ground. We've seen a few guys trying too many fancy type of shots, or playing across the line on a slowish pitch. Does make it even more difficult for yourself, so it's good to see him hitting straight, standing still, and waiting for the ball to come to him.
Especially being a nice strong lad, he's one of those that can actually muscle it over the fence.
Again, good bowling to Putsane. He's been trying to cut a few balls that's been quite close to him and not able to lay bat on it.
It's exactly what you've been saying, Werner, is that cheeky shots that he has been trying has been a difference between him and Norton. Norton playing more proper cricket shots, playing straight bat. And his partner on the other end just trying to be a little bit too cute.
Yeah, it feels like he's been trying this one shot most of the time. This time overpitched a bit, but not able to get it away as Botsane, and almost tried to hit it too hard.
Yeah, it's one of those you just want to time away. Maybe it'll be a good time just for Norton to have a discussion with his partner. Say, listen, I'm seeing the ball pretty well. Get me on strike, so you work the ones and maybe the twos and the threes and the quick calls, and let me take them on.
Yeah, Norton sitting comfortably on his 30 or 45 deliveries. Short and beautifully pulled by Botsane, saying, there's no such thing as giving a strike to the other end. That's a massive 6 by the diminutive figure.
Yeah, well, commentators, please keep quiet. My voice must have traveled. He decided he is not going to have any of this, and he just spanked him over mid-wicket. A lovely shot, and the ball just sat up for him. And as you mentioned, not a big figure is Botsane, but man, did he time that. Great hand speed through the line.
Yeah, straight out of the middle of the bat, right in his swinging arc there. We've seen today that any short pitch deliveries has been put away. We saw quite a few pull shots from Steve Stork earlier on, and so you need to hit hard length, but not too short this time. A bit of a slower delivery there, Rylan Barney. But again, they do get that single. Wonderful over there for the SA under-19s, getting 12 runs off the over, moving up to 226 after 45 overs, and clearly they've decided now it's time to get going.
I love the fact that it wasn't high-risk cricket, it was proper cricket shots. They waited for their one that they felt was in their area that they could play. And a fantastic pull shot by Botsane. Even that single just looked like he wanted the strike now. He says, hold on, I can clear this fence, I want the strike.
This is my moment. And it is good to see Botsane taking some initiative. He has struggled a bit against the off-spin, Priyanshu Molia, and we'll see what he does this time. Again, India keep attacking. They still have a slip fielder in over number 46, and it's good to see.
Wait! No!
Finally making contact with that cut shot.
Yeah, he does. Not everything he would have wanted to get on it. Still trying to give himself that room. There is a gap over mid-wicket. If he does have a slog sweep in him, there is an opportunity for him. Molia making it difficult for the two left-handers here. He's pushing it through, keeping it tight.
Can't help but feel that one that's given more air is fast approaching. The next delivery or two might just be the one that's tossed up, a bit more air.
No!
And again, good length delivery. That man at long on has come in, and so it might be tempting Botsane to try and go over the top. And Norton just having a quick word with him, probably telling him, just try to get it into the gap, get me back on strike. I'll take down the spinners, you take down the pacers.
Sorry, man, sorry.
It might just be those 3-dot balls that Norton said, listen, let's just keep rotating, keep the singles coming. Don't force the issue.
Try to find a main sweeping on the boundaries. Use your feet. This one is short. And he does find that man at a long off to bring Riley Norton back on strike.
Riley has been playing the spinners extremely well. And Botsane playing a very decent hand here in this partnership.
Yeah, it's been a crucial partnership between these two after also losing Ramachan Pillay, who looked good for his 24 of 26 deliveries. And it's been vital to get them to something that they can potentially defend. And Norton might look to open up his shoulders here. But he decides to also punch the two long off. For Norton, they did bring in, take out a man to deep mid-wicket region. So they are well aware of his capabilities with that slog sweep. And maybe Norton just feeling that it's easier to take on the pace bowlers right now than the spin.
Yeah, Malia has been playing around the pace of the delivery frequently.
Okay.
Doing a great job.
This one nicely flighted. Again, punch to the leg side to retain the strike. Sipho Potsane, as the score now moves on to 229 for 7 at the end of 46 overs.
Yeah, and the next over or two, we'll see a couple of more expansive shots, but also with that previous over going for 12. They were happy with this one going for 3. Norton might just have said to him, don't worry, a couple of good balls, it's going to happen. As we see the left arm quick coming back into the attack.
Yeah, Naman Tawari bowled beautifully earlier on in the day. His 6 overs has gone only for 21 runs. He also picked up the wicket of Luhandre Pretorius, and he will look to finish things well here. Such a vital role, that bowling in power play and bowling at the depth, a dual role that's been assigned to him. It's crucial going into the World Cup. It's important to see here what his depth bowling skills are like with just the 4 overs remaining, and it's definitely time to put the foot down.
Yeah, it's going to be no easy task, as Naman Tawari has been bowling brilliantly throughout this tournament. It's been a difficult bowler to get away in the power play. Now he's got some protection on the fences as well.
That off is up in the ring. This one's going down the leg side, a bit of a half appeal, trying to throw the umpire from a potential wide call, and the umpire says it is off the legs, so it is a leg bye. That does get Riley Norton back on strike. Opportunity for him here with mid-off up in the circle if Naman Tamari does miss his length to try and hit it over the top as he did a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, they do have a long on. Oh, sorry, long on the fence for the big left-hander. Feel no mid on. He's just hanging back, and as you mentioned, just coming back to the fence.
Yeah, long off now also back. They realized Norton's very strong down the ground. And it's punched right to that man who just went out to the boundary. So easy single there for Norton.
I think at the moment giving the singles away won't bother the Indian players too much. They'll be happy giving the ones here and there at 2 maybe. They just want to defend the fence at the moment. Make sure there's no boundaries coming South Africa's way.
And on the flip side, runner ball here still gets the S190s over 250. So wouldn't mind it too much. There you will see them trying to hit a bit more boundaries from here on out. But now Tawari keeping that full length. Mid-off going back into the ring now for Potsane. It seems like that they aren't backing him to hit it over the top. Flicked off the pads. It's beautifully played, but straight to the man at final. But running hard, there is a second, as it's a bit of a fumble from the man on the boundary.
This is what we like to see from the batters, especially at the end of an innings. The back end, you want to see the pressure being put on those fielders. You want to see the pressure being put on the bowlers. If you make a mistake, we pick up another one. It's exactly what happened there, doubling up after a bit of a thumble there on the fine leg fence.
Yeah, Potsane has done a great job here backing up Riley Norton. He's moved up to 22. And he's facing up again to Tawari. Again going down the leg side, wide call this time. And a bit of a misfield by the umpires while they're running hard. They will get through for a single, so that's bonus 2 runs for the S190s, and it also brings back Riley Norton onto the strike.
And he has to bowl that ball again, so another opportunity. Even if it goes for 1, it means that extra has cost them 3 runs at the end. We'll see what ball number 7 does. But the intent is very clear. Anything that's on green, anything that's in the park, if the ball's being dropped anywhere, we're going to run. We saw that with Riley even running when it went through to the keeper as well, stealing that single 235 up. Yeah, they've got to be eyeing up that 260, Werner.
Yeah, they definitely would be. And with Norton back on strike, the mid-off goes back to long off. goes for the big shot, but he misses it completely, and Tawari doesn't miss as he hits those stumps, and that is the end of Riley Norton. Just as they were looking to put the foot down, he goes for the big shot. Head didn't stay down as he would have liked, and Tawari hits the bullseye, and he gets his second wicket.
Yeah, it's one of those where he just went up, just looked how far he's going to hit it before he made contact. And a big wicket for India there. This might just be the one they looked for, just to get underneath that 250 mark.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would have wanted. It was in the slot. It was there to hit away for Riley Norton, but he didn't keep his head down watching the ball. He was already looking towards that mid-wicket region, and he swings hard, swings miss. And Kwena Mapaka will be the new man coming to the crease. Now Sipho Potsane becomes a senior batting partner, and he'll be the one who looks to take the S119s over that 250 mark and closer towards 260.
Without a doubt, he'll be telling Kwena, just give me the strike now. You've seen what I can do. Just ask the Palisades how hard that ball hit them.
Yeah, that was a beautiful six from him earlier on, and he'll look to take more of the strike as well whenever he can. But for now, it will be Kwena Mapaka, who is more than capable with the bat, and he'll face up to Tiwari, who's taken his second wicket. It's been very economical as well, only conceding the 26 runs. And as I was talking about the importance of bowling well at the death, he's doing bowling to his plans, bowling full and straight, and whenever the batters miss, he is striking. Getting back. Yeah, Sipho Potsane was way out of his crease looking for a single, sent back by Mapaka, but it would have been too late. If that one had hit the stumps, he would have been a goner for sure.
Yeah, both getting very excited with that one. Saying, where are you going? Hit it straight to the fielder. You can see Kwena had no intention of coming for a single there, and Botswana just set off. Nearly a suicide there. He is almost key now. One ball to go in the 47th. He needs to stick around.
Yeah, 3 more overs to go after this ball, and he's key to get to past that 250 mark. Short ball and ducked underneath. Umpire says it's not too high, and so it ends. Over number 47. The S119 is now 255 for 8.
Can just see Naman Tiwari standing there because he knows that was way too short. They wanted him to pull, and Kwena being the opening bowler as the left-hander later on, and Tiwari just having a bit of a word. Good afternoon, what do you think is for lunch? You know, that sort of thing like cricketers normally do.
And Kwena Mapaka will surely give it back if he gets the opportunity later on in the day, if they can run through that Indian batting order. We do see that the spin will continue. It's been very effective once again today. They have taken, let's see, it's 6 of the 8 wickets to fall has come for the 2 spinners. 5 for Mushir Khan, who bowled beautifully, 5 for 38. And Murugan Ashwin took the 1 for 41, and now it's Priyanshu Mulea who will continue. No slip in place finally as we head into over number 48.
Wait! No.
Yeah, the spinners have been bowling very well. They did get some stick, 1 or 2 batters, Stork and Murray, taking a fancy to them, but keep fighting back into their innings.
Again, going for a quick single this time, coming through, and that does bring Kwena Mapaka on strike to the spinner for the first time.
And most likely the field will just come in for him. Won't surprise me if they actually have a slip in for Kwena Mapaka. As I mentioned, change in field. First slip coming in.
Yeah, first slip coming in, man at 45 on the leg side, coming across, as they don't expect to see Kwena Mapaka playing a lap shot as Riley Norton did. And so still keeping on the attacking mode is Captain Uday Saharan. It's good to see there's attacking mindset throughout, putting the pressure back on the S119s. Kwena Mapaka just defending this one.
The captaincy has impressed me. throughout from the Indian players. Done a great job trusting the bowlers, doing those quick changes, taking bowlers off when we felt they might have continued.
Oh, this one slips out from the bowler, and it's called a no ball, and not a dead ball. It's called a no ball, so that means it's a free hit for Kwena Mapaka. It's the time to open up your shoulders, young man.
Oh, Malia asking, that's a bit of a tight call, Mr. Umpire. What are you doing? That ball just slipping out.
Facing up to the free hit is Mapaka. He goes for the big one. It's high up into the air. Have to run back hard for a second as it won't reach the boundary. And they do come back for a second.
You are in same hotel, na? You are in same hotel, na?
And
I give you a plan.
Mapaka just happy with the free hit.
Umpire having a bit of a word there. Not sure exactly what it's about. Just having a discussion with the umpire, saying that the batters run on the pitch, in the middle of the pitch. They need to keep off that danger zone. So first warning going out to them. This time back in defense is Kwena Mapaka. Might just need to look for a single here, not just defend it straight back to the bowler, but look for the gap. Try and get Sipho Putsane back on strike.
Now Numan Tawari would love to get Kwena back on strike.
This time punched hard back to the bowler, but good fielding. And it is the end of over number 48. Still 2 overs to go. SA under 90 is on 239 for 8. And time for Putsane to try and look for the boundary here.
Yes, Putsane needs to open up the shoulders. Numan Tawari is all sorts of fired up. We saw at the end of that last over having a bit of a chat with Kwena.
Yeah, Tawari has such a lovely rhythmical run-up and bowling action as well, all working in motion like poetry. And he's done a brilliant job with the new ball and here at Dev. And we'll see, he'll probably stick to his guns with the same type of approach for that full and straight deliveries. They keep mid-off in the ring. Also mid-on is in the ring currently. So it'll be interesting to see whether Sipho Putsane is able to go over the top here, because there is an opportunity for a boundary if he does. And he punches it to the man at mid-off, not getting underneath it. And it'll get Kwena Mapaka back on strike.
And Tawari would feel that batter like Norton couldn't hit him straight down the ground, so he backs himself, he backs his ability with the old ball just from over the wicket, getting the ball just to move away from the left-hander tad, maybe pitching middle, then hitting off. Now this is the batter we want to see, the fast bowlers against one another, left armour against left armour.
Yeah, there's a bit of pride at stake here. And Kwena Mapaka will not want to back down. Just the 2 overs remaining. You don't think he'll try and block too much longer. It's only the 11 deliveries remaining, and opportunity to finish strongly here for the ASA under 19s. Flicks it off the pads, running hard for 2. There is 2 on, and he is coming back for that second. Good running once again.
Love the enthusiasm from the crowd we have here. They're all here for the men in green. And not to take anything away from the supporters, a lot of Indian supporters around the park as well, but that was a lovely flick, just showing that he does have the wrists to play, but does he now have the power to clear the fence?
He definitely does have power as Kwena Mapaka. It'll all come down to that bat swing. Does he get the middle of the bat? Does he get it in the arc? Or does Tawari get it in the block hole? He goes for a big swing. It's loping over the man at point, who's running back.
Because it might just cost you 1 or 2.
Yeah, final wicket to go for India. They'll look to wrap things up right now from an SA under-90s perspective, they would want to get Sipho Potsane back on strike just to add some few runs, get over that 250 mark, and ask the bowlers to come in hard in the second innings. Beautiful sunshine out here at Old Edwardians. Thank you for joining us here on the Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel in combination with Pitch Vision, doing the broadcast here as well. It's lovely to bring this match to you between the young future stars playing out here in preparation for the World Cup starting on the 19th of January, and you'll be able to find those matches on your World of Champions with SuperSport, and it should be good to see. It's coming for you from Potchefstroom, Kimberley, Bloemfontein, East London and Benoni. Good delivery, well played by Ntando Soni, is keeping that one out. Good pace there from Tawari.
Yeah, he's all worked up. He loved the fact that he won the battle against Kwena. And as you mentioned, that ICC World Cup taking place from the 19th. Very interesting second game in that World Cup. It'll be Ireland taking on the USA, which will be an interesting prospect, seeing where the USA's under 19s would be.
Yeah, cricket's been around now for a few years in the USA, and so there'll be more homebred cricketers. In the past, you might see a lot from other countries originally representing for the USA. Again, well in behind it, taking a quick single this time, and well run by Soni, getting to the other end. Sipho Potsane adamant to get back on strike.
Can just hear the grunt there by Mashir Khan, just saying, what's going on? Every time I go to the non-striker, I can't hit the specs.
Yeah, they've given a few opportunities throughout the innings, the under-19s, with some quick running, some risky running as well. This time I think Soni would have made it, but there was a couple of opportunities earlier on in the innings where the under-19s could have put the SA under-19 side under even more pressure. But it is Soni back on strike. Opportunity. And so it's not often you'll see spin bowling in the final over of an innings, but based on how well they've bowled and the pitch they are bowling on, it does make sense, as the SA90s batters haven't found it easy. Soni needs to find a way to get Sipho Potsane on strike here. Oh, that's beautifully played. That looked like a top order batter playing that down, and it's misfield and it goes all the way to the boundary, so not necessary to get him back on strike. That was so wonderfully played. His wrist coming through that ball, getting the middle of the bat.
That was a lovely shot, and Potsane turning around and showing all the faith in the number 11. After that shot, why not?
Yeah, and Ntando Soni himself is capable with the bat as well, and not your typical number 11, and he showed that with the previous shot, and looks like he will be backing himself here against the elf spin. Quick single again, it's quick call, and not cleanly collected by the bowler, and Luka gets through for the run, and that gets Sipho Potsane back on strike. Beautiful work by Ntando Soni.
Well done, and what a position to find yourself in. As you mentioned, he wasn't part of this squad in the beginning, but after a great Kaimajola week, he just got a call up, and his worth already shown.
250 has come up for the SA under-19s with 4 more balls remaining. Sipho Potsane has the opportunity to add some more. Just pushes it out into the outside, not going for a big shot, getting down to Soni back on strike. Soni, the bigger of the two batters, I think Sipho Potsane might tell him to go all out here. Based on that first boundary, why not back yourself?
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, you don't want any deliveries left in the bank. You might see the last 2 deliveries, they want to go big.
Goes for the big shot and just gets it down to the man at long on. So it's another single, and SA90s will be feeling a bit more comfortable now, having passed that 250 mark. 2 balls remaining to try and get up to 260. 2 boundaries will take them there.
Yeah, Botswana, I don't think will hold anything back here for the last two. Might just be a big old heave-ho.
Goes across the stumps, gets it fine, and it will go to the boundary at fine leg. Expertly played by him. Well thought out as well. He read the situation with the field settings. Not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have the power game of some of the other mites against the spinners, but he does have the smarts.
Yeah, very, very clever. Moving all the way across to that off stump. And just getting enough bats on it to beat that 45.
One more boundary away from that 260 mark. Can he finish it off in style? Goes for the reverse. And his bowl is Sipho Botsane. But he's done a beautiful job here for his side. And he goes for a well-played 31 does Botsane. And it's the end of the innings for the SA Under-19s. They end on 256 all out, having started off slowly initially. A partnership between Luhandre Pretorius. Pretorius the first one to go for 16 of 18 deliveries, caught by Murugan Abhishek in the cover region after bowling off Nawan Duwari, who we spoke of highly, the way he bowled. The second to go was David Seeger. He made 17 of 28, was just giving the strike to Steve Stork, but then for some other reason threw away his wicket, hitting it down the throat of Long On. There's also Ntando Zuma going back to a full delivery from Bashir Khan. He went for 6 of 13. Steve Stork himself batted beautifully for his 69 of 66 deliveries. 5 fours and 5 sixes before he hit one straight into the hands of Captain Uday Saharan after bowling of Bashir Khan. And also Deva Mare, he came in, he struck a couple of big blows out of the stadium. His slog sweeps. He made 32 of 36 before he chipped one back to bowler Murugan Abhishek. Bashir Khan then took the wicket of Oliver Whitehead for 4 of 8 deliveries. There was also Ramachan Pillay. He came in, he looked good for his 24 of 26 deliveries with his 4 fours before also being bowled by Mushir Khan. Riley Norton, he made 32 of 48 deliveries, and Nawan Dafwari finally bowled him cleanly as he was looking to up the ante at the back end of the innings. And Kwena Mapaka, he made 4 of 9 deliveries before being taken by Nawan Tuwari. And the last man to go is Sipho Botsane. Went for that reverse sweep. He's dismissed for 31 of 46 deliveries. Did a great job in partnership with Riley Norton to get the SA Under-19 side to that 256 mark. And Mashir Khan, the standout bowler for the India Under-19s, with 5 of 38 in his 10 overs. And Nawan Tiwari, in his 8 overs, took 3 for 32. I think India Under-19s will be pretty happy with the result, but as well will be the SA Under-19s after a tricky start early in the morning. They will take this score, and we will go to a lunch break. And we will see you guys again after the lunch break as the SA Under-19s try to defend the target and the India Under-19s look to chase it down.
The innings has come to a close, and the second innings now begins. We are at the beautiful Old Edwardians Cricket Club as we see the sixth match of this tri-series. Afghanistan, they lie await in 2 days' time to play the South Africans, but right now there's a task for the home team in green and gold, and that is to defend 256 runs in order for them to even have an opportunity to make that final a possibility. Kwenamapaga starts us off. Rudra, the new man who came in for Atash Singh, is in. Pendulo Makubane in commentary. Gert Maloney next to me.
Pendulo, thank you very much. And yeah, intriguing stuff here as the 240 odd we scored in the first game against India was not enough. And the reason there being is we didn't pick up wickets in time.
Kwenamapaga begins the show. Left arm, furious as pacer. Everyone is talking about Mapaga. And now he wants to show his worth.
As I said, the South Africans not picking up the wickets early in the game where India comfortably chased down the 241. This will be key for them, is pick up wickets in the power play, and also don't allow India, who bats very deep in their lineup as well, to get away in the power play.
New man is in Rudra Mayu Patel, and he's off the mark, just pocketing that down to third man. Riley Norton picking that up.
Yeah, the big unit of Riley Norton. Also a South African lock under 19.
To be very honest with you, Gert, I didn't even have to look at his number to know who he was. I just saw a mountain crossed with a hill, crossed with everything, and I'm like, okay, I know who this is.
Yeah, it was the old grade Norton Himalayas.
But now
Indian lineup, make sure that you're going to be picking up wickets at regular intervals, not allowing India to get away in this power play.
New batters walking in now. The very, very highly rated Mushir Khan. Wearing number 97. He took a fifer earlier on, and that confidence normally transfers to the blade. But the confidence is matched by Kwenamapaga, staring Mushir Khan down with a juicy delivery.
Fantastic delivery. It had just got up a little bit more than Mushir Khan expected. And Quen already getting into the staring contest.
Took you time to get your words. I see Mapaga leaving you a little bit speechless here, Gert.
Yeah, we're trying to find the words that can go out on air. Fantastic delivery.
Oh, just squeezing it down. It's great bowling and good fielding from Riley Norton, just jagging his landing knee down, but he still works. Just a single.
Captain just asking, Tiga just asking if he's all right. Just got stuck in the very soft outfield. Had a lot of rain last night.
And we actually saw earlier on when Namantiwari was bowling. Exactly from the south end, coming down. Kwenamapaga gets the wicket again. The appeal coming loud and high. And it has been given out is Rudra Mayu Patel.
That ball, he does not look happy with the decision. He does not feel that would have hit the stumps. It is one of those that's just going to be very difficult to play at. And it's, as you mentioned, pace. That is the key there. It just beat him expected. to be in this position after the first over, already having number 3 and 4 and both openers back in the hut. It is fantastic work, and another big task for the Indian batters as Norton now comes into play.
The two opening batters for India, Rudra Mayu Patel, he's gone. Inesh Mahajan, he's gone. Replacement of Adarsh Singh and Ashin Kulkarni. Inesh Mahajan played pretty decently against Afghanistan, undefeated on his 16. And Riley Norton now has the ball, bowling to his replacement Mushir Khan.
First ball, front foot no ball. And Mushir Khan, I don't think will need any invitation to go for this one. Might just be eyeing up that mid-wicket. Just hear the encouragement from Zuma. Everyone egging Norton on.
Rushing Norton, really rushing that ball through his arm. A good throw, showing the intensity that they are here, the South Africans.
We've been asking where this was in the first couple of games. It is one of those where we were asking for the intensity, we were asking for the intent to take wickets, intent to score runs. And just with the chat and those 2 wickets by Kwena Mapaka, just everyone uplifted and everyone expecting the ball to come to them now.
And that's what the Indians did so well in the beginning of their innings. We saw that being successful. Riley Norton hitting the deck hard, hitting the deck very hard. You'll see Kwena Mapaka much more of a zippy, sharp bowler. Riley Norton bowls one that's a little bit more heavy, hits the deck hard, hits the bat hard. 2 different propositions for the batters to deal with here, and one being right armour, the other being left-hander, shows a good partnership here for the South Africans. Just pickpocketing it very well here. Thinking of 2, but keeping it to 1. A wise call. Oh, not the wisest throw. Overthrows gives the second run.
And this will not please the big fast bowler. Already giving away a wide and a front foot no ball as well. And a zoo anything. As well as... oh, lovely shot just on that front foot is Uda Saharan, the captain for this Indian team, who's also never backed down from a fight.
However, the problem that Uday is facing here is the fact that he is not scoring runs. He's not scoring runs at the abundance that you'd want him to perform at. 1 run against Afghanistan after 9 balls. But here, he's adding more than that. That will certainly run for 4 with a glorious cover drive going through that cover region and through to the fence.
Didn't try and overhit it, just leant into it, and a lovely shot through the covers. And although he has been scoring runs, he is pure class. They talk a lot about him. That's the Indians. They see him as someone for the future, especially in the longer format of the game.
You can see with that leave, just calculating which deliveries are to play, which are to leave. That leaves the score at 11 for the loss of 2 after 2 overs.
And an end of an 8 ball over there for South Africa. Norton just the first ball overstepping and then also conceding a wide. And Kwena, oh, he'll be marching to his run-up. He picked up the 2 wickets in his very first over. He would love to get 1 more here.
Kwena Mapaka, strike bowler, alongside with Martin Khumalo, got 4 wickets in their first game here, the South Africans. So he'll be wanting to get more, show more, and get wickets at the top of the order as well. He's already gotten rid of the two openers. And normally when you're an opening fast bowler, you want to value your wickets by taking top order batter wickets.
And I think that is what's made someone like a Kagiso Rabada such a legend in the short time that he's played, is not always the amount of wickets that he's taken, but which wicket he has been able to take. And the same with Mohammad Shami. When you look at the Indian setup with Bumrah as a partner as well, it's the we see a single, quick single, and just a bit of a shy there. He would have made it home safely, even if it was a direct hit. And as I said, it's which wickets they take and when they take it that's made those household names.
Those are the things that the statistics don't show. Where do you grab those wickets? Sometimes getting the wicket of the captain, or getting the wickets of the player who's in form. Then you go for 4 runs to the over, 4.5 runs and over. You've done the killer job. Mapaga, he's already responsible for 2 of the opening batters who are looking to get on the platform and get it going for the Indians, which is something they've been doing very well, either number 1 or number 2. Now they've lost both of them.
Yes, as you said, it's something the statistics doesn't show, because the man of the match normally goes to the person who picks up the 4 or the 5, but it doesn't show the reason they could pick that 4 or 5 is because the strike bowler took out 1 and 2, as it happened here. Quena picking up both openers in the same over.
Just pushing it down to the hips. There's a man standing at the short 45, but it's squeezed away, able to get away from Sipho Potsane, who will be also eager to spin his way into the game with what we saw with the Indian spinners.
Yeah, spinners will be very eager to get onto this deck, especially from this northern end. Ball just misbehaved at the end of South Africa's innings.
I was going to get lunch earlier on and I bumped into Ndando Sone. Very tall man, humble man. He's also going to be rearing to go. Mapaga looking to squeeze.
So even if he gets flicked off the pads, there is some protection for him. There, just letting the shoulder drop and the ball just going down leg. Getting a little bit of natural movement, like the left armers normally do with 2 into the right-hander. This one very well left, just outside the off stump. And that's where we want him to be, maybe just a tad straighter to bring in that 45. He's got the 2 slips and he's got the backward point, so the one going straight on with the angle might be coming up sooner than none.
And Uday Suharan will be aware of the fact that that man is there now. That first ball nearly got him out. So he'll be a bit more tentative to the plans that Mapaga is trying to dish out. But they move the man away now.
And now there's an overthrow as well. It's a double blow for Queno. Should have picked up his 3rd wicket. That looked like it came off the glove.
Pace, rushing Mushir Khan. But Luandre Pretorius couldn't get to it. What a way to end the over. Just more excitement as the fast bowler's doing what he does best.
Riley will look to tighten up his lines.
Much better there. Looking to get use of the 2 slips who are just waiting and lurking next to Luandre Pretorius.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where he had a hard fight with the bat. Now he's running in with the ball. Does hit the deck hard. He does bowl a heavy delivery. So he doesn't need to go that short to get that extra bounce that we know he's known for.
Very strong action as well. Delightful looking action. So compact, so efficient. releases high as well, bowling over that right or left foot.
Yes, and as we said, Luandre Pretorius keeping today. Zuma in the field, who's also a very good gloveman.
And now he's just nagging at that area, and the South Africans are liking his work.
That's exactly where he wants to be. That is the perfect area for Norton. If he can just stay patient there, let the batter do something different. They're still in the power play, but they're 2 wickets down already. Both the openers back in the dugout. So just stay patient here. Don't try too many things. Just keep hitting those lines and lengths.
Shifting himself, going across the stumps to make the ball straighter. Norton forcing that change up from the batter because of that persistence outside of that off stump.
This time around, just going a tad fuller. Must just be careful for the length, especially to these Indian batters. They play a lot of balls on length, not necessarily the line.
It's the length that normally makes the biggest decision, which is deciding your footwork. No feet means that you don't transfer your weights, as you saw how easily he just leant onto that ball, did Mushir Khan.
Yes, and also with the
One of the players who made it through the CSA hub system from his infancy, being discovered in the hub system, getting a scholarship, leaving Sweet Waters, and then finding his way to the under-19 South African team through St. Charles. Bright future ahead of him, the athletic Ntando Zuma. But it's just been disappointing that he hasn't been on the runs. That's what is going to look to change going into the World Cup.
Oh, got his opportunity today, batted a bit higher up. Just didn't grab it with both hands. But Quinam Parker here is really causing all sorts of problems for the batters. Rhythm is looking good, he's steaming in.
Really eyeing that ball. He looks so fierce when he charges down. Great action. And Uday Saharan, a beautiful technique to fend that away.
Yeah, and even a bit of a glare from Quinam Parker. Uday not distressed at all. Didn't even notice it. Just fixing up his gloves.
Of course, that's the temperament you expect from the captain, especially of a captain of such a union like the cricket in India. And goes straighter to the body. Mid-wicket is waiting, Sipopotane.
And looks like the plan is very simple. They do have a fine leg and a third man on the fence. So they'll be hitting the back of a length. The mid-off is very wide, as well as the mid-on.
Oliver Whitehead and Steve Stork next to Luandre Pretorius. Uday Saharan staring down, charging Kwenamapaga. Gets a thick edge past Steve Stork. Riley Norton has a big task on him, almost charging down at us in the commentary box. But it's a good effort from the big man. 4 runs, however.
Took everything from us not to run from our commentary station. He was running right at us. Man, that looked like a rock slide coming at us for a second there.
The only thing I could just...
Huge unit, that man.
Only thing I could just do is just watch as he came at me. I had no time to react. He's also a quick buddy.
Thanks, Vanner. Thanks for saving us there. You just sitting there.
So he just wants to see if he can be consistent on that 6 to 7 meter. But he says, I'll test out the helmet in another way. A bouncer. And this is a fierce contest between captain and strike bowler to end over number 4. It's 24 as the Indians require 237 to win.
This time around, Quinam Parker just hanging around until Uday saw that he was looking at him, just to entice a bit of a reaction. I had a question, well, why do bowlers do that? And it's simple, just to get under your skin. It's as simple as that. There's no science behind it. There's no any other reason for it. Is literally just to get under the batter's skin and maybe try and throw you off your concentration.
But it's Riley Norton whose concentration is just a bit off, pushing that one a little bit too wide down the legs. His first over was a wide outside the off stump, but maybe just looking to get into his rhythm again.
He can just come pick up his rhythm. It's round about under our desk if he's looking for it. But Riley Norton, he is a fantastic bowler. He just needs to hit the rhythm. It almost looks like he's just harboring in at the moment.
Well, he left it all on the floor. He's re-grabbed it and now landing it in the area which he would have wanted. Work down to backward square for a single.
We see Quenan Parker getting the ball to shape into the right-hander, but Norton not getting any movement from this northern end. He normally gets a nice little bit of away movement from the right-handed batters. This time around, just not getting the movement that he's used to. Maybe just need to adjust his line because of that.
And those are the lines that he wants to operate at. Even the slip fielders clap their hands. They like, yes, one might come our way now.
Yeah, and those slip fielders need to know that these two fast bowlers are really putting in the work. So they need to expect every single ball to come at them. Make sure they swallow it if it comes, just to put more pressure on this Indian batting lineup.
Just again going down the legs is Riley Norton.
Just his wrist breaking, that shoulder just falling, and it just causes the action to go a little bit too high and then just pushes it down the leg side.
Risky business because the man who's standing at fine leg, Kwanamapaka, is rather square. Walking across the stumps with his front foot. Slight appeal, but the umpire's uninterested.
Yeah, Stifle Riley just went through to try and pick up the ball. I guess with 2 wickets down, still in the power play, India struggling to get off to a flyer that they might need. Only 26 in this power play thus far, nearly halfway through, or more than halfway through it already.
Mushir Khan gets one that is wide outside the off stump but fails to make a proper connection. He's a player who is very fine, really good. His runs have been piling on in the Dracula series with India A, India B, Bangladesh and England. He scored a high score of 127 undefeated. Those runs came at the back of 2 half centuries for Mushir Khan. So playing first-class cricket for Mumbai, a team captained by Ajinkya Rahane. So must have a good hands and good brains helping his development.
Yeah, so much experience in Ajinkya Rahane. Technically correct batter.
Tossed full by Riley Norton. There's no one there, but a young man who's going to be kind enough to bring the ball back from over the boundary where that full toss belongs. Great shots to end over number 5. It's 34 for 2.
Yeah, Riley Norton annoyed with himself there. Wanted to go into the block hole and just over-pitched. And a lovely shot. Again, loose delivery, but not trying to over-hit it. Just trusting this outfield, which has quickened up very, very much from this morning. Up until 12 o'clock, early morning hours for the ground staff here to sweep off the water that was here. They did a fantastic job here at Old Eds up until the early mornings.
A lot of people would have thought that there wouldn't be cricket. A lot of people would have thought that the cricket would have started later, given the fact that this is also a club cricket ground. but it's just showing the levels here at Old Edwardians. Kwenamapaga showing that the pace is also true the way it's coming to Odai Saharan.
Devon Murray just picking up that ball on the bounce and flicking it into Pretorius immediately. And all that is just to show the batters that he's got a very quick release.
Showing that it's not just Abhishek or Mushir Khan or Saharan himself, like the Indians who are so hot in that cover region. But when you're going to give gifts like that with the pace that Mapaga has to the classy batter that Uday Saharan is, even the best fielders will not stop that for 4.
You got to feel that the stare-down contest at the end of the last over wasn't worth it. You just gave him something there. It's a nice long hop, and that was just spanked through the offside.
Oh, you could hear the sound of the bats was so sweet. And what makes it even worse is that Mapaga was the one responsible for the mistake, so you can't even say that Uday went at him. It belonged in the boundary. And that's where he wants to be, though, Gwena. But maybe a ball too late.
Look, we expect a bowler who's running and trying hard to bowl a loose delivery every now and again. That last one was a gift. And then going back into his work, just getting it full, getting that movement into the right-hander going again. And that's what I mentioned earlier in the previous over that he bowled. He's just a little bit in 2 lengths at the moment. He's either going a bit short or he's going a bit too full. Just need to hit that 5-meter mark.
Even that is shown by the contrast in his wickets. One back of a length down the hip. And the second one was much straighter, given LBW, with the batter walking across and finding himself trapped in front. So those 2 differences in the wickets just showcase the work that he's been putting in today.
Just showcase he even got a glove with a short ball, a beautiful short ball that he bowled that wasn't able to be grappled by Pretorius.
But the one thing that's working for Kwenamapaga here is that he's bowling from a different end than he has been in the previous match. This end gives him nice assistance with that short ball, as we were talking with Naman Tiwari, and he's using the short ball quite effectively.
That's a decent short ball, but very well played. Uday Saharan just getting underneath it, just making sure everything is out of the way. Not leaving the periscope up there either.
Sipopotsane lies await right next to the square leg umpire. But Kwenamapaga just bowling from the south end. He's gotten wickets now. He almost gets another one. The soft hands nearly costing Uday Saharan. A good throw from Putsane. But Mapaga doing good work. A slower ball, it seems like.
There's that 5-meter area. And he just played it on the jump and nearly chopped it onto the pegs. And that was nearly disastrous for India.
Swiftly. Seems like we just lag behind as the score is 39 for 2. After 7 overs, we see a bowling change, however. Here's the new man, getting called up because of his excellent performances in the South African Under-19 Weekly. He did so well, he had to be brought up, and here is Ntando Sone.
Yeah, when we heard he was being brought up, we were very excited to see what he can do. Kai Majola Week is a very high level of cricket, but this is a completely different level.
Oh, loving the work just from the first ball. Landing it where it's supposed to be. Drawing Saharan onto the front foot. But he's just sussing him out, not rushing at the moment.
Yeah, he comes in a bit of a reputation for having pace. He's a very skitty bowler, although he's got long arms. Still very young. think he's 17 years old.
Just dropped in a little bit short, but loving the work. That means that he still has yet another opportunity to make it into the World Cup. That will be happening in 2 years' time. And what an opportunity for him to showcase his skills here in Dandosone. Starting off fairly well, and Saharan is just showing his composure.
Yeah, I think his first over will just be nerves, although he batted. He batted pretty well, but he knows this is the reason why he's in the team. It's the performances with the ball that got him the call-up, so this is where he wants to perform, where he wants to show that the call-up is well-deserved. And also that he's got that extra gear to go up a level.
It's going to be his first over. He still has potential 9 more to go, depending on how the captain feels and how he goes. A must-win contest here for the South Africans. So bringing in a must-win bowler who is in good form, and so far so good for Ntandosone. So far, so very good.
I'm loving the length that he's bowling at the moment. He's hitting that mark that we've been asking for. You can just hear the ball hitting the bat on the splice. So he does, with those long arms and letting the ball go very high, does skid onto the batters.
It's funny because the way he bowls is quite reminiscent of Riley Norton. But because of Riley Norton's bulk and build, his balls come with so much more added weight. Good feet, helping the ball to be stopped there from Romashan Pillay, getting claps from the fans.
Yeah, he dove for that one to his left and he completely missed it, but the feet saved him. Great work. That just shows you, if one part fails, throw the whole body at it, makes the whole body a weapon.
Use everything you can to make sure that it doesn't find a way through. It's 8 overs gone. 39 is on the board. A maiden over for Ntandosone. What a good start to his under-19 international career.
Yeah, fantastic start. A dream start for him with the ball. Can only get better from here. Gwenom Parker coming in. He's been the one, the chief destroyer, picking up the 2 early wickets in his very first over, picking up both openers.
The man from St. Stedians bowling it much more fuller, drawing the drive, and the drive is squirted down to third man where Romashan Pillay is stationed. It's just a single.
And the big frame of Riley Norton, who he replaced, is in the covers. Gwenom Parker picking up those 2 wickets. And since then has leaked 1 or 2 runs. He's bowled the wide and then also 16 runs coming from his 4 overs.
Strike bowler looking to strike. Captain of the team looking to reconcile their innings and bring it back up to life. Just sharing the strike so evenly well with Mushir Khan. 20 from 29 balls now is Saharan, and that's a steady scoring rate.
Yeah, Mushir Khan going at 90 and almost a 70 strike rate for the captain. Both of them just starting off in their innings, just want to keep ticking along, just want to keep that scoreboard moving.
You want to get the threat of Gwenamapaga out of the way. You want to suss out what Ntandosone has to bring because there won't be much of him to see. So you have to just assess him now and see what he can bring, therefore what you can counter it as the batting team.
That is the thing, is just what can we do as a batting unit. get Quinham Parker out of the attack. As you mentioned, just see what the new man has to give. There's nothing much on him.
Ooh, again those short deliveries from Mapara. His surname is Adesha. Mapara. He's dishing out the stuff here, is the young left armer.
And we could see this time around it was more of a evasive action to get underneath that ball, and the periscope was up there as well, just leaving the bat hanging there up there. Always dangerous. You never know what it does as soon as it gets closer to you.
The idea when you're leaving is to get the gloves and the bat away from the ball as much as you possibly can. So even on a dodge, on a swerve, the idea is to keep your hands down. And if you're going to play with it, try to get your hands up as high as possible so that you are able to get on top of the bounce and ride it down, just like Moshir Khan did there.
Murray just needs to be careful. He had a bit of a shy at the stumps there. Only the one person backing up, so anything that would clip the stumps, that would be extra overthrows. Maybe just trying to keep the captain in his crease, saying, oh, don't go anywhere.
We've seen an overthrow earlier on as well, so just need to be a little bit more tentative here, the South African fielders. Mapara looking to make full use of the short delivery, seems to have found his area where the ball is in the red, and coming around the wickets at that time, just guided away smartly from Moshir Khan. It ends over number 9 here at Old Edwardians. 42 was on the board as they still require 215 runs.
And those last two we saw that he got them right up on their toes. Both batters got right up the toes and very well played by the Indian 3 and 4. Moshir Khan just steering it away for third man, and so did Uda Saradan. Just the captain, just getting over that ball, and shows you what great technique they do have, watching the ball onto the bat, playing it nice and late.
It's going to be a lot as they change bats here. These gentlemen are playing just to work themselves up for the Under-19 World Cup, which will be starting on the 19th of January, kicking off with South Africa versus the West Indies. So these gentlemen here working themselves up into that form, but the first thing that they need to deal with are the Indians, who are their opponents here today. Dandosone with the ball.
And also fighting for that spot in the final. And again, Sony starting off with another dot ball. That's the 7th one in a row that they failed to score off him. So this was part of his big success in the Kaimajola Wick, was his consistency, hitting those good lengths.
And then even one step further when he gets into that SA School Week, playing the Colts. That's where he stood out, taking 5 for just 20 runs. Ooh, this one just hit in the air. That is the opportunity. Short extra cover is waiting for those, but it was well measured from Moshir Khan. Finds a way through to the boundary.
Yes, found a way through the boundary there. And also, I don't think that they would mind it that much. It was played on the up, it was played on the rise. So it's one of those shots where you almost want to encourage it. Fantastic shot, very well played.
That is the super advantage that he was looking for. That extra bounce that Sony gets on that length becomes so problematic, and is not letting them loose. And that's what you need. You need that strong head. You've just been hit through the covers, but I have to keep it there for as long as I possibly can. So that boundary, just the only blemish in his work. You wouldn't say it was the most faultiest of deliveries from young Sony. And this one just goes a little bit fuller, but he's doing a good job. What an excellent start for his work.
Excellent start to his young career. Very uncomplicated action, runs in nice and hard. And even the 4 that he conceded, wasn't it terribly bad ball was just that one driven on the up.
Hails down from Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. And that ball just going straight onto the pads from Sony. Riley Norton can't get him out of the way, can't get him out of the game. He brings the ball back, and there's 2 more runs added. Movement coming into the right hander, just slightly off the seam from Sony. And when that happens, it's easier pickings if the ball starts off straight, which was the case there. And on that length, it's just around the hip where the batters are comfortable to pocket him away for 1s and 2s.
Yeah, he just needs to stay patient. Just keep hitting those lines, hitting those lengths.
Just searching for the one in the block hole. It's not there to be taken as Mushir Khan was going on to the attack. It ends over. Number 10, the power play is done. Ntando Sone going for 6 runs in that particular over. 2 wickets taken from Kwena Mapaga in his first over, but it is coming back slightly for the Indians as they score 48 runs. And with that, it brings in Vanna Erasmus into the commentary booth.
Yeah, it's been a steady start by India so far. 48 for 2 at the end of the 10 overs, and in pursuit of 257. And a bit of a discussion between Luandre Pretorius and Captain David Seeger in between overs there. End of the power play means that the fielders can spread out a little bit if the captain chooses to do so. And important that the SA United keep picking up wickets. Such a vital game for them. Haven't won a match so far in this tri-series, losing to Afghanistan and India once. And if they want to get into that final next Wednesday, and they'll need to start winning some matches.
Scoring 16 runs more than what they did against the Indians in their first game. It was a score that they could not defend thanks to the efforts of Adarsh Singh and Ashin Kulkarni, both of whom are not in this game. So there might be a chance here, especially if they are able to get more of these wickets, especially this partnership which is now starting to grow and form a life of its own.
Kwena Mapaga with an extended spell here.
Got a good job, might be a tiny feather, but nothing there. It's a phantom call getting into the head of the Indian captain.
Yeah, just the enthusiasm there from the keeper and the slip fielders. Just encouraging Kwena Mapaga here, saying that's good bowling, getting that extra bounce we've seen from this side the whole day so far. And it's good to see Ntando Sone also getting game here today. It's been lovely to see him getting that opportunity after such a good Kaya Majola week, even taking a 5-wicket haul for the SA Schools team against SA Colts.
Kwena Mapaga has been enjoying that short delivery, and the fans and his teammates are loving it. I'm not sure if the Indians are fans of it.
Yeah, Captain Saharan just getting underneath it and going steady. He's on 21, and his partner Rashir Khan, the all-rounder, is on 16 or on 18 of 22 deliveries, and just feeling their way into this innings. A steady run chase of 5 runs and over needed.
And we've actually seen it in the first innings, importantly here, Werner, where when the players were trying to pull that very short delivery, tendency of getting the top edge, going over the top from Luandre Pretorius, not getting over the bounce of the ball has been really problematic for them.
I guess some of the taller batters found it a little bit more easy. Stoke had a few bounces that he put away nicely. But yes, in general, the extra bounce here can cause some problems for the batters.
Well, Steve Stork was batting on his own plane here today. 69 from 66 deliveries. When it's your day, it's your day. And these short deliveries are Kwena Mapaga's best friends here in this afternoon.
Yeah, umpire, square leg umpire signalling that's the second one for the over. That means that Kwena Mapaga cannot bowl another one over the shoulder for the rest of the over. Otherwise, they will call a no ball, so it's important that he gets his areas right, and after all these short pitch deliveries, you do feel he'll pitch one up, try and bring those slips into play.
But we just want to see if he's able to go back to his stock delivery here, Mapara. His short balls have been phenomenal this afternoon. The question is, can he revert back to that top of off stump and do it at a consistent level?
Beautifully played and through the legs of Riley Norton, who's not had a good start so far in this innings with the ball or in the field, and he'll be a bit disappointed with that effort.
Sliding through his body, the power behind the shots from Saharan, and that's what we're talking about. Going back to his traditional length, will he be able to find those areas? Just going a little bit too full, the ball was wide, and that is asking to be driven, though a better stop could have been asked from Norton.
Parker's been bowling with good rhythm here this afternoon.
Just throwing it back. I think it might be better if he is able to hit those hard lengths and get the batters unsettled in their own bodies. Just a short, wide one, bringing up the 50 runs for the Indians. It's 52 now on the board as we see the end of over number 11.
S90s do have the option to turn to Sipho Potsane today. There's some orthodox spinner who can be valuable on this type of wicket. They don't have the services of Juan James today, so no partnership in the spin bowling, though David Teager can turn to himself as well, of course. He does bowl some decent off spin himself, but for now it is Ntando Soni who will continue.
Goes over the top with menace, does Mushir Khan. You can't bowl those there. Even though it's a good ball, he'll dispatch them over the top for 4.
Yeah, it's well played. Just the length to get underneath the ball, and it's that type of wicket where you really need to try and hit it hard. You can't just float the balls up full. You can't bowl it too short, otherwise it makes it too easy for the batters.
Little bit too wide also from Soni there. Now it forces David Teague and his men to reshuffle and put a man in the cover sweeper. The power play is over after all, and the South Africans were being persistent in keeping it tight and attacking the Indian batters, but that shot of expansion doing exactly what the Indians wanted.
Yeah, man, but going out on the boundary means that they can push for some easy signals, and that's probably the aim of the game right now. Still 200 runs required here, just under the 40 overs to go. 5 runs and over shouldn't be too difficult if you keep wickets intact here.
Not at all. Not at all. But when Soni does draw the length back just a little bit, it becomes a different type of bowler. It's the game of patience which counts the most now for the young paceman, because his first couple of overs were really on the dot, and it seems like now he's really looking for that wicket, and it doesn't work like that.
I think it might actually be worth trying Ntando Soni from the other end where Quinama Parker's bowling for that extra bounce, because Soni does get extra bounce usually. This side, we've seen the ball stay a touch low, so I think if David Teager is seeing the same match we are, it might be worth bringing Ntando Soni on from the other end.
And also, he seems to be much more consistent in hitting the areas that he wants, and those areas are very good because from that opposite end south, coming up the slope, the ball just gives you more from that. So, not a good shout, not a bad shout rather, not a bad shout to try out Soni on the other side. We saw just a sharp throw there, being kept by Zuma, but we saw also with the spinner in Mushir Khan coming from this north end, bowling down was a menace, getting those 4 wickets, eventually a fifer. So yeah, some tactics and chess can be played here from the South Africans.
Yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. With the spinner coming on from this side, you might see one keeping low a bit. If you bowl wicket to wicket, you can really cause some issues for the batters, so something to keep in mind.
throwing it a little bit shorter. As like you were saying, the bounce is not really true from the north end. Kwanamapaga's slide was true, but rolling over his body as the big fast bowler was trying to stop it. And those are going to be painful runs for Ntandosoni to bring the end to the over.
Yeah, Mapaka going down too early with his slide there, and he didn't slide as far as he thought he would, and so that meant he wasn't quite to the ball the way he would have wanted to. He lost momentum by the time he got there, and the ball bounced a bit uneven when it got to him, causing even more issues for him.
What an unfortunate way to end for the over there from Dandosoni, giving away a boundary in the first ball, giving a boundary in the last. A bit too wide in his lines, you might feel. Mapaga trying his best, but it was not enough. 200, or rather now, the deficit is under 200 runs. It's 193 to win. 97 to win.
Yeah, we do see that the bowling change will come on. It looks like Ramashan Pillay will be taking over from Kwena Mapaka from the far end side of the commentary box. And it will also mean a bit of a field change. One slip in place, Steve Stork in the slip position. A fine leg is up in the ring. There is a third man out. Also so a man sweeping on the cover boundary and a deep square leg. As I said, that Steve Stork is coming out of that slip region. He's moving into cover with Kwena Mapaka moving around to the leg side to mid on. And fine leg is also now going back to the boundary. So field changes as they try and operate with the new bowler, with Pillay coming into the attack.
Much more gentler in pace when you compare him to a Kwena Mapaka, but doesn't stop the batters to be using that pace against him with that extra bit of bounce as well.
Yeah, Pillay is generally quite an accurate bowler, and you need to be when you don't have the pace of some of the other bowlers. And this type of wicket, you want to be wicket to wicket. I think especially when bowling from the other end, where we've seen some of the balls keep low, wicket to wicket, this might be a better option for him as well.
Oh, as you're talking about it, trying it out, throwing Mushir Khan into the shot just outside of that off stump. But the key is the length that has been operated here from Pillay, nearly getting the edge.
Yeah, that's beautifully bowled. That's exactly what they would want. Might be worth keeping a slip in place for Pillay here, if that's the sort of bowling we'll see. You wouldn't want it to take the edge right now and go to the boundary when you could potentially pick up a wicket, and that's likely the only way that the Proteas will win this match, is by keeping that sort of attacking field. And we too, as I speak about it, see the change. Steve Stork back into the slip region.
Good move indeed, with the ball moving away from the bat of Mushir Khan. Steve Stork is there stalking and lurking, waiting for the ball to come its way. But Ramashan Pillay will have a task to do that at his pace. Like you said, must have complete control of his deliveries. Just outside that off stump, slightly fuller on that back of a length.
Yeah, Steve Stork has shown to have some good hands in the slip region. Took a brilliant catch in the first match that the SN90s played. Yeah, it's a bit short this time, but well controlled there by the batter. Out to the man at deep fine leg, running around, getting his hands up high, nice and high, hitting the ball down and controlling it all the way, did Bashir Khan.
So Steve Stork moves away when it's Uday Saharani, positions himself at gully now, expecting a wider ball to make its way to him. It is indeed a wider ball going not to him, though. Riley Norton stops it at extra cover, rather. The ball squaring up Saharan.
Yeah, SN90s might just have to get their angles right here. With third man, it's almost in line with the gully fielder. Just Luan Repertorius indicating to him that he needs to be on the left shoulder of Stork at gully.
The slower pace of Ramashan Pillay causing some issues. And it is because of that slower pace that he has that allows the feet to work, just pushing it for one. And also, it's going to be forcing, if they want to score those boundaries, it's going to be forcing the Indian batters to go hard at the ball, which might induce those thick edges running to gully.
Yeah, it's a handy bowler to have on this type of surface that isn't that fast. It means that the batters have to make their own pace, which is a similar reason why the spinners have been so effective here and why you've seen them really slow it up today, giving it plenty of air, giving it time to turn and bounce off its pitch.
Speaking of those spinners, we're going to see South Africa's main spinner who's going to be on action. He batted very well, batted right until the end, Sipho Potsane. Now he's about to show his skill with his slow left arm spin.
Yeah, first opportunity for Potsane in the series. A very handy left arm orthodox bowler, and this should suit him bowling from the commentary end, with the ball keeping in touch low now and then. Bowling wicket to wicket could be very threatening, as we talked about earlier.
Like we said, the change of pace, the lack of pace as well in that change of pace is what will be the key. The batters will be forced to make their own shots, and Sipho Potsane, be interesting to see at what pace he'll be looking to operate here as he begins his work. Standard delivery, just a touch short, but of course there will be a man sweeping the covers.
Yeah, I talked about Deva Murray in the first innings, how he is generally put in those hot spots because he's very fast in the outfield, is a very good fielder. He hits the stumps generally when he aims at it, so you'll see him there at a short extra cover region, patrolling that region where the ball is turning away from the batters. A lot will be coming towards him.
The Indians will just be looking to work Sipho Potsane. Of course, they haven't faced him before. And he was also not bowled to them. But if you're a skilled bowler, you can bowl to anyone.
Yeah, Mashir Khan himself left Tom Offey. He'll look to take him on a bit. I know similar bowlers never want their opposition parties to settle down. I think they are better than they are.
Going down on one knee, asking Dando Zuma to do some work at deep mid-wickets, which he does rather easily. It's 2 runs exchanged by the two players. Mushir Khan, of course, much stronger batter than Sipho Potsane, so he'd be expecting to eke out more runs than his counterpart.
Yeah, it's an interesting call to have Ntando Zuma on the boundary. Generally, if the person is a wicket keeper by so generally if they are a wicket keeper and they are out in the field today, you probably don't want them on the boundaries because generally their throwing arms aren't as strong as some of the other fielders. I might be wrong in this case. I haven't seen a lot of Zuma out in the field, but generally you want somebody with a strong throwing arm on the boundary.
But also what might be a helping cause in doing that, might be a help, is that Dando Zuma is a diminutive figure and is hyperly athletic, highly rated from his school for his athleticism, so his coverage is pretty sharp. Might be a main reason why he's there to restrict those 2s into 1s. As we see the end of over number 13, the score moves up slightly now to 66 for 2.
Yeah. And India just going along here, feeling very comfortable. 66 for 2. These two forming a good partnership after those 2 early wickets, and its play will continue from the far side. Needs to keep it tight. We still see Steve Stolk at the gully position for him, and Sipho Potsane just being asked to come a bit finer on the left shoulder of Steve Stolk.
Looking to guide down the man who is called Ramashan Pillay, but that lack of pace showing its nasty eye again. And because of that lack of pace, it's also generally hard to play those cross-bat shots. They become so risky, getting an under edge, getting a top edge. And with the length and the extra bounce that Pillay is getting with that heavy delivery, it's just a little bit uncomfortable to deal with for the Indians.
Yeah, Pele has a nice high arm action. Very economical actions, well punched down the ground. Well ran around as well by Kwerama Parker to cut that one off. So important to Pele to keep good lengths here. He can't bowl short or float it to full with that pace, especially on this pitch that the ball will just sit up if it's short at all. So important that he continues to hit those hard lengths.
We saw some juicy shots from Steve Stork, and the ball was dropped short from Shukla. He took a liking to those pretty nicely. Pele bending his back onto that, but easily guided from Mashir Khan to that open mid-wicket area for a single.
I say he shouldn't drop it too short, but a good bounce now and then is still a good weapon to go to. And sometimes on a two-paced wicket, it can catch the batters out a bit, because they might already be into their shots by the time the ball arrives.
And of course, when that happens, by the time the ball gets to them, they through with their shots. That means so much less power to the ball as well. And at times, you're left to the mercy of what the pitch delivers to you after the ball bounces. So easy wrist from Saharan. Easy mindset to let the previous one go, despite its length. And moving across to pocket this for a single.
Yeah, it's in that same area. The S19s found a few singles as well in the previous innings. We saw a fielder moving across to stop that type of single, so it'll be interesting to see if we see any adjustment here by David Seager, if they continue to find that gap. And the Steve Stork now moving finer into a first slip position.
But it's commendable work from the South Africans. They're hitting the ball in nice areas. They are backing their bowler as much as they possibly can, as Kwenamapara shows that he can also do cover the field, keeping that to just 2 runs to end over number 14. The score moves up to 71 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, India just moving along nicely. Without any real effort, the bowlers haven't looked that threatening, which is a similar issue they had in the previous encounter with India. It's so important to keep picking up wickets. Runs won't be easy to stop here, as these two are quite settled now, and the wicket is playing a little bit easier in the afternoon.
And this is the issue that they're going to have to deal with here, the South Africans. It's the fact that the Indians are going to be taking these ones, taking these twos, taking 4 to 5 runs to the over for this 11 to 40 over period. And those runs accumulate very quickly to easily 150, 140. There will come a point as a South African team where you will start conceding boundaries, because they will get tired of running up and down. You will look for the wickets and you will get smashed for 4.
Yeah, that's beautifully played. Coming down the wicket did Mashir Khan, and as I talked about in the previous over, he won't let his counterpart settle here, and using his feet to get to the pitch of it, and just wonderfully driven past mid-on.
Glorious shot from Khan. Some say he can't. He says that he can. He gets his one as he consolidates that boundary, working in 5s. Good work from the batter.
Yeah, manipulating the field here, doing it easy. David Seager in at a slip position. There's a long off, mid-on in the ring. There's a deep mid-wicket, and it's also a sweeper out on the offside.
But his operation areas here, Sipopotani, are actually really good. Hasn't put much of a foot wrong. You can say that the boundary was a little bit too straight, and the feet from Khan were beautiful as well. But so far so good from the South African spinner. You want to be outside the off stump. You want to give the ball time to spin and to give problems to the bat.
Again down the wicket. This time Putsane sees him come early and he pulls his length back well. Bit of an appeal there as Devamare hits the wicket, but umpire doesn't look too interested.
Unsettling Botsane, but also at the same time it might be Botsane who's unsettling the batters with just remaining true, and the feet forcing him to push that ball down the legs very wise, and so easily those go drift past the hips for a quick stumping. Too short this time, way too short, losing control of it. The under edge from Mushir Khan giving him the runs. Very lucky that it didn't trickle back into his pads or to his wickets there.
Yeah, that was a rank long hop from Putsane. It didn't come out of the hands very well, and then Mushir Khan also losing his shape. Trying to hit that one almost too hard. Bottom hand coming off the bat, head in the sky. But he is able to come back for his second run, and it ends over number 16. It's under 19s. I've done a decent job early on, but now it's India under 19s coming ahead. They're 80 for 2, and it will be a drinks break, and we'll be back with you soon.
The 19th of January, the ICC Under-19 World Cup will begin, and how fitting that the Under-19 World Cup starts on the 19th. It will be here in South Africa across 5 venues, starting off in Potchefstroom, where South Africa will be taking on the West Indies on the first game. The World Cup will be heading everywhere around the country, while in 5 venues: Willowmore Park in Benoni, we'll have Potchefstroom with JB Marks Oval, Kimberley in the Diamond Oval, Buffalo Park in East London. And these gentlemen, back from a drinks, They work in preparation for that World Cup, and it is a beautiful shot from Saharan, things that he'll want to be doing in the World Cup as well, as it goes down for 4.
Yeah, not a good start by Ramachan Pillay after the drinks break. Short and wide, easy put away, and we've talked about as he can't be bowling too short on this pitch, making it way too easy there for Captain Ade Saharan.
It becomes even more difficult when you're giving so much width with that pace. Much more better in terms of length. Just pushed wider from Ramachan Pillay.
Having a look at the field, there's a man out at a deep square leg. There's also a deep fine leg and a third man on the boundary, as well as a deep cover point. Steve Stork is in a gully position and Devon Murray at point.
Well, all these boundary riders don't matter. Even the infield fielders don't matter if you are able to find gaps, as Uday Saharan is. And such wonderful awareness from the batters that they take 3 runs as Gwena Mapaga retrieves the ball.
And this time overpitched by Pillay, and it needs to get back on mark here after drinks, giving too much width and overpitching, and well guided there into the gap, and that calls for a change in field with Stork coming out of that gully and point and slip region, moving into a cover region, and also a player moving across to mid-on.
Mushir Khan just leans onto that so wonderfully. He hits Ndando Zuma, who is covering the sweeps, or sweeping the covers rather, and that is just a single.
Yeah, no sweep so far here against Pillay, but the batters are seeming so comfortable they might just try a sweep shot. And we do see another field change with the mid-on coming around to mid-off with cover moving around. That means, and Steve Stork is back in the gully region as well, so that means mid-wicket is moving straighter.
Using that short ball, there's a deep square leg and there's a deep fine leg as well, just keeping it to 1. Just working around so well now. Uday Saharan is in his 30s. His highest score in the Tri-Series so far, this 33 undefeated, or rather 40 undefeated.
Yes, he's moved on to 40 as Saharan, and looking so comfortable. Both of them are looking at ease, almost matching each other shot for shot right now.
The guidance, the milking, that's what you always look at over number 11 to over number 40. Just take those singles that they give you, as the field allows you to do that with they expand because of the power play. 4 allowed outs, which means that you have 2 extra gaps to hit after the power play has begun in order to get those ones. And as they keep doing so, they get themselves to 90 runs. They need 167 to win.
Sibo Botsane will continue after the drinks break from the commentator's side, with 1 slip in place. Riley Norton now moving back to long on. Previously he was at a mid-on position, asking the batters to go over them, but they are seeing that the batters look very comfortable, so they've moved them back to the long on boundary.
Norton doing his stretches, covers the field so well. Has let a few, or just 1 go past him, as they continue getting these singles. Oliver Whitehead out at the deep at long off.
And this time they're asking Riley Norton to come into the inner ring at mid-on, just as I was tempted to ask him what size shoe he wears.
Careful, he's going to lock you down, the Larky. It's going to leave you speechless when he says size. Mayebabo.
Very, very big. And Botsane, nice and accurate here. He needs to keep it stump to stump. Attack those pads, attack those stumps. Give him every opportunity to get a wicket here.
But the speed at which he's working with is trying to get as much time in the air as possible so that he can extract some of that spin. But the Indians seemingly far more comfortable than the South Africans were.
Yeah, India grew up playing spinners, bucket loads of them, and of course in their own team they have a bunch of spinners to play against in the nets as well, and work it around into the leg side for another easy single. So it's a tactic here with Riley Norton on the boundary for Mushir Khan, but in the circle when Captain Day Saharan comes on strike.
Mushir Khan, much bigger blaster than his counterpart Saharan. And as we talk about it, he might be hitting a pole. He does hit the pole. Oliver Whitehead is waiting for it. And what a gracious gift from Mushir Khan. Looking to go big. It's not big enough. It finds the fielder and Sipopotane strikes.
Playing on his ego, that Sipopotane, giving him plenty of air. He knows that his counterpart will try and take him on. He isn't able to get the elevation he was looking for, getting too close to the ball and hitting it straight down the throat of Oliver Whitehead.
What good work from Sipopotane. He's been teasing, asking Mushir Khan to go for him. He finally does. And that is wicket number 3 gone for the Indians. The very key wicket of the extremely talented 18-year-old. It's 92 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier, the importance of having a left-arm spinner in your attack. Even sometimes you can even buy a wicket just through the batters looking to attack them. And in this case, Sipopotane bowling it very well. Not giving him the room, the batter had to make his own room and he didn't have the time to get underneath it properly. And that's just the breakthrough they would have wanted here after drinks.
And just a glaring difference, when he did go down the track previously, he played him through that line, hitting it down straight for 4. It was a good looking shot. Riley Norton is stationed in that area where that ball went, so he wanted to go in the opposite direction. He was really squeezed in. That's why he couldn't get the ability to just stretch out his levers. Not enough elevation, not enough power. Potane is a happy man, and it brings in the new batter into the crease.
Yeah, India will look to rebuild here as Priyanshu Mulia comes to the crease. Another one of those all-rounders for India. So one spin bowling all-rounder replaces another, and he'll look to get going where his partner left off.
The happy thing here for Sipopotane as he goes, is the fact that he might be getting more O's with the fact that he's bowling to 2 right-handers. Much harder with the ball spinning away and saying hello to that outside edge of the bat.
Yeah, Potane has plenty to work with here. It's good over, a successful one for him. As we come to the end of over number 18, and India have moved to 93 for 3.
Taking the key wickets of Mushir Khan in that one. Happy days for Sipopotane. Has fans around the stadium as well. Coming down now to find like he gets the cheers that he rightfully deserves. Now it's going to be the new man who's going to be on strike.
Yeah, Steve Stork back into that gully region. He's asking his captain, should he be in gully, should he come finer? Now they're asking Sipopotane to go a bit wider. I think it's the right call on this type of wicket. It's a bit slower. You tend to hit the ball more square than fine, especially against a bowler that doesn't have quite that much pace. So it's important that you get your angles right in the field.
Steve Stork standing at that second slip, you might feel, expecting a wider edge should it come. Beautiful prance off that front foot. Introducing himself into the game, Priyanshu Molia.
Yeah, Molia was impressive with the ball earlier on in the day, and he kept things very tight, and he even finished off the innings. And he bowled the 10 overs, conceded the 54 runs, took the 1 wicket. Bowled at the death, which is a particularly tricky skill to do as a spinner, and he did that job well.
He had big shoes to fill and a task to fulfill. The 2 spinners before him much more tighter, so the South Africans feeling like they could target him a bit more. It bought him the price off the wicket. Now can he pay back that price and make them feel expensive?
Another short one from Pele. Again, you can see that one coming slow off the wicket. It took a while before it got to the batter, but again, well controlled out to the man at deep square leg.
That's the important thing here for Molia. Not look to overhit the ball, not look to go wild. Might throw your wicket away. But Ramashan Pillay doing a sturdy job here. If he's able to bowl at less than the required rates from the beginning of the innings, Ramashan Pillay would have done a stellar job. But the wicket is the ultimate price. It's just easily cut off for a single.
Yeah, again, too short and wide by Pele. Not quite controlling his lengths. And with that type of pace, we've talked about it, the needs to hit good areas. And with that type of pace, the batters will latch onto it very quickly if you err even a touch.
Slower surface as well. The ball will just sit up. You might have a full conversation with it before it reaches your bat. So those are the areas that are much better, much more fuller, forcing the inventiveness of the batter to create something. And Molia just feels at home right from the jump.
Yeah, he does indeed. And forming another partnership here for India. And his captain has looked solid as ever at the other end. He's moved up to 43 out of 63 deliveries, leading from the front.
He was due for an innings, was Uday Saharan. It was long to come. He didn't perform too well during the Asia Cup. They needed him in that semi-final versus Bangladesh, who are the eventual champions. Needless to say, they fell short in that particular match where he didn't affect the scoreboard at all, did Uday Saharan. But here he's doing the job. Over is completed. 19 down. It's 96 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, he hasn't really been needed in this series so far, has Captain Saharan, because his openers have been doing the majority of the job. So in the first match, he only made the one run after coming in late in the innings. Second match, he made 4 not out, and in the third match, he didn't even have to bat at all. So his first real opportunity to bat here, and he's taking it.
So much value in a batting order where you can have a reliable top order bringing you the runs, and should they falter, you can still rely on your middle order to take it home. And what it seems here is good partnership building up here for this for the Indians.
Yeah, Riley Norton back at long on now.
Just silvering around the corner. Dando Zuma, he's been asked to cover that. Even his quick strides and his coverage are not quick enough to stop that pull shot. Wonderful shots from Uday Saharan, and as he moves to 47.
Dragged down by Sipho Putsane, not the length he will be aiming at here. And especially after that good wicket in the last over that he got from one that he just tossed up a bit, got fuller. It's not the length he should be bowling here.
Not the line either. The man is at mid-wicket standing straighter on. So the moment you drag it down to the leg side, it's much more easier for the batter to go behind square where there is big land. Dando Zuma was not quick enough to stop that, and Botane returns to his normal work. And he continues in his normal work, but so do the Indians with their singles.
Yeah, India found they're going very easy in terms of tight strike rotation. It's important to keep that pressure up on the field. And but Sipho Putsane also needs to bowl to his field here. Keep it accurate, nice and tight on the stumps, and on a good length, just to try and get some dot balls together. Apply some pressure here on the Indian batters.
That's what he's doing, as the Indians have surpassed those triple figures at 102 for the loss of 3. Some cheers coming from the Indian dugout, claps for their teammates. And the key thing is that after Kwenamapaga's 2 wickets in the first over, just losing that one, you would think that the collapse will come after such quick wickets, but these two are holding it strong.
Yeah, showing the South African middle order how it should be done. It's been a struggle throughout the series, even today, but they did manage to scrape some runs together at the end through Riley Norton and Sipho Putsane, important runs, and that got them up to that 256 in the end after the good start by Steve Stork. And we'll have a commentary change as Mpendulo bids us adieu, and he will be replaced by Gert Maloney. And Ramachan Pillay will continue from the far end, and it's so important that they start to build some pressure here, because at the moment India are finding this very, very comfortable.
Very comfortable indeed. And it's just been a question of every now and again they build pressure, and then they release the pressure by that loose delivery here and there. Pillay also bowling one or two shorts and wide. And at this old Ed Sports Grounds, it is a very difficult field to defend on, because it is such a vast field and such a quick outfield. It's very difficult to defend on here.
Yeah, it is very quick outfield. Get value for your shots here at Old Eds.
And it is deceptively big. You won't be able to see it on your screen, but once you've actually stood on the crease, the south end boundary is a good 75-80 meters away from you, so it's a decent fence.
Yeah, wouldn't have guessed that with the way Steve Stork was clearing it earlier in the day.
Yeah, and we saw Marek up hitting a couple as well, hitting it into the houses.
Just worked out to the man at deep square leg. Pillay loves to hit the wicket hard, try to get some extra bounce. I talked to Mpendulo earlier. I think that should be the end that Sony comes back on later. He generally gets some good bounce, and this side from the commentary end didn't really assist his type of bowling. I think it will assist him from the other end.
Yeah, the southern end does get a bit more bounce traditionally. We saw a couple from Kwena, also the batters just riding the bounce. And he does have a bit of a Pollard feel to him, doesn't Pillay? He comes in, nice smooth action, hits the deck hard, not great pace, but he does hit the deck very hard.
I think Pollard would feel honoured if he thought he had this pace that Pillay has, but yes, Pillay doesn't have the pace that some of the other bowlers have, but he does have that nice consistent action, high action as well, which is the reason he gets some extra bounce, even though he doesn't have that pace. But that's why it's so important for him to keep hitting a good length.
Just keep asking those questions. You can see him just looking around there. Bat and pad very close together. They might feel that it might have been pad first, but it's a very stifled appeal, and just having a look around to the umpire, just saying, did you see that?
Yeah, that's much better bowling from Pillay. He's kept it a lot tighter in this over, asking some questions from the new batter in Priyanshu Molia. Again, same area, same result. Another dot to end the over, as the India under 19s are on 103 for 3 at the end of 21 overs.
End of 21 overs, and going at 5 to the over. It's exactly what they need. So where we stand at the game at the moment, I don't think South Africa will be able to restrict India for that score of 256, but or 257 rather. So they need another couple of wickets here, and as the late great Shane Warne always said, add 2 wickets to the telly and see how you feel then. So who would be the most comfortable in that situation if we add 2 wickets on the wicket column?
Yeah, added 2 wickets to the tally probably rather than the television. But Sipho Potsane will continue, and 2 wickets would definitely make a difference here for the AS Under-19 side. Everything looks comfortable right now, but get some new batters in and you might just see some jitters from the India camp.
No, man.
This one just works around the corner. A lot of work for Zuma to do once again. And keepers pride themselves on their outfield fielding. They love boundary riding. Fantastic work there, only keeping it down to the 2.
They might like it, but I don't know if they always have the strongest arms to throw from the boundary. But in this case, he ran around quite quickly and kept that down.
It also brings the 50 up for India. Oh, sorry, shall I say it's 105.
It's a 50 up for captain Uday Saharan, who's batted beautifully, led from the front as captain, and setting the tone for their innings.
Yeah, fantastic work done. The 50 came off 72 deliveries.
Riley Norton now being asked to come into the ring at mid-on, trying to keep some pressure on the new batter, ask him to try and go over the top against the spin. And straight to Deva Marais there at that short cover region.
Very impressed with Potsane. Not the biggest turner of the ball.
Yeah, again, bowling beautifully, bowling wicket to wicket, looking for those stumps, bring it into play all the time. This time Riley Norton being asked to come out to the boundary region, trying to keep the new man potentially on strike for the next over. And that they will do as he punches it out to the man on the sweeper boundary. And it ends over number 22 as India have now moved the score on to 107.
Yeah, new wickets needed here for South Africa under 19. Let's be careful not to fall in that pit where you actually just bowl the ball. You don't really have a plan of attack. That's one thing that the Indian bowlers did very, very well. Indian captain also marshaled his troops well. Quick rotation of the bowling lineup.
We'll see spin in partnership now as David Seager will bring himself on from the southern end or the far end of the commentary end, if you wish. And he'll be bowling to 2 right-handers, so he's not too fussed about the old adage of matchups. He'll be turning it back into the right-handers. He won't be bowling with any slip in play, but he does have a short mid-wicket and a stacked offside field. If players on the boundary is a man at a deep square leg and also a deep mid-wicket. No cover out on the boundary, so he can't bowl too wide. There is also a long on where that ball has just went out to the mid-off in the ring.
Yes, and as you can see on your screen, you don't see the feet of the fielders on the far end. If it hits that slope, it does roll down very quickly. We've seen a couple of misfields in that area as well, because you just misjudge how quickly the ball can get to you.
Bit shorter this time, pushed through. Potential single opportunity there, but not taken. That's good fielding there by Ntando Zuma.
You'd feel that the Indian batters feel they don't need to take any unnecessary risks. So if one is uncertain, they can just stay back for the one.
Well bowled by Tiga this time, pushing it a bit fuller. Again, driven to extra cover.
And one thing about Tiga, he's not scared to give it a bit of flight. We saw in the Indian spinners, once they've taken the pace off, it does make it very hard to score off them, because you've got to generate the pace.
Yeah, but important to use the wicket here, not over pitch it as he did in that last delivery, making it easy to just punch to long on for another single.
And maybe give them the feeling that they can play off the back foot.
Good fielding off his own bowling there from Captain Seager.
Yeah, also the one thing that this will create is a bit of hustle through the overs. It will finish the overs up a lot quicker.
Again, beautifully bowled and just kept out there by Priyanshu Molia to end the over. And the India under-19s are 109 for 3 at the end of over number 23.
I say again, it's very important for South Africa just to make sure that they got plans in place, not just bowl the ball and hope that they play a false shot. At the moment with the run rate, India not really under pressure when it comes to scoreboard pressure.
Bit of a field change as it's Steve Stork now patrolling the long on boundary instead of Riley Norton, who's moved into mid-wicket position.
Might feel he's done his steps for the day. Did a good tackle here on us as well earlier on.
That's well played, beautifully played through that cover region. Oliver Whitehead running around, but he's not able to stop it in the end. And it goes all the way to the boundary for 4. Too much width offered by Sipho Putsane.
And with the ball turning away, just lovely hands through the line of the ball. Great timing. And Whitehead doing a fantastic job. He got some fingertips to it, just not enough to stop the ball from trickling over the fence.
Oh, this time taking inner half of the bat as he looks to hit it out into the offside, trickles into the leg side, and they're through for an easy single. And they also ask the long on to come into the ring for the new-ish man, Priyanshu Molia. Down the wicket and it goes straight over the man who's just come into the ring. Uses that effectively. It's well bowled by Sipho Putsane, asking him to come down. He didn't quite get all of it, but enough to clear the man in the inner ring and go to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. It's just that quick feet that got him to the pitch of the ball, and lovely fielding from the young lady on the outside of the fence.
Goes for a sweep shot, gets it fine, and running around to try and cut that off. He's going towards the boundary. Just get there in time, and they do seem to come back for a third. That's good running once again between these two.
Yeah, the confidence growing in this partnership. That one just getting it fine, and a lot of work there from Sony.
Yeah, Putsane getting his line wrong. Getting down the leg side. Expensive over this one so far. Needs to end this off well. It's much better, but another single.
Just see how comfortable they started to look against the spin. You mentioned earlier they are from the subcontinent, so they grow up playing spinners. So the one thing you're not going to do is intimidate by taking off the pace and bringing on the spin.
Some encouragement from parents on the side of the road, side of the field I should say. Ends the over. Expensive one from Sipho Putsane. It went for 16 runs. Oh, I might have miscalculated. Went for 12 runs. And India are 121 for 3 at the end of 24 overs.
Yeah, 122 for 3. A target of 257, creeping closer. Only another 135 to get.
Yeah, 135, and it's not a difficult required rate from here. It's just over 5 to the over needed.
Which they've been batting at from the beginning, basically.
Yeah, they've been steady on it. A good change here with Riley Norton now coming from the southern side. He should extract a lot more bounce from that side, and maybe an opportunity to get a wicket here. Interesting field placing again. Still a wide gully, and Sony now here. It's very fine. It feels like he needs to be a bit wider, but he's here on the boundary quite fine at the third man region.
Could be just with that extra bounce. If you're going to bowl it there, that's not going to give you some extra bounce. A little bit of a loosener by Norton. Picked up by the sweeper.
Yeah, Norton struggled so far today with the ball. He bowled quite a few wide deliveries, went for a lot of runs in his initial 3 overs, and he has plenty to do to come back well here. In his first 3 overs, he went for 21, which included quite a few wides. And but bowling from the other side, he'll hope for a big improvement. That's a better length. That's what we're asking for him here from Riley Norton. Hit the deck hard. No floating deliveries.
From there, pull it back maybe a half a meter. Get it more on the rise. Bring in that very wide slip that they've got in position there. It's around about a 4th slip. And then the 3rd man on the fence looks like he's just on his left shoulder. It will be for that extra bounce if he maybe gets a top edge.
Yeah, it's worth a short bouncer here and there from Norton. He does get that extra bounce. Can rush the batters, bowls that heavy ball, even if it doesn't quite have the pace of a Kwenama Parker or the man who bowled for India, Shukla. He had quite a lot of pace as well, but Norton does get that extra bounce. Goes for a Yorker, and I squirted out to the man at point. And so a few dot balls now after an expensive previous over. Good comeback here for the SA Under-19s.
This is the important thing for SA Under-19s. They must remember to now build the pressure from here. I mean, after that very expensive last over, they can afford an over or 2, going for 2s and 3s.
Again, that's the areas that they will be looking to hit more consistently. It's good bowling here from Norton, and it is Sony here down at 3rd man, and I think he would be the right man to take over from Norton later on when his spell concludes. For now, it'll be interesting to see if Sipho Putsane continues here from the commentator's end. He's been quite expensive. He's conceded 39 runs in his 6 overs, going at 6.5 runs and over. It's a bit wide this time from Norton. He's not too happy with that call. He's not impressed, isn't convinced it was a wide, but you have to take the umpire's call that it is. And one went in favour of the SA19s earlier on with that 2nd wicket, but potentially went over the stumps from Kwenama Parker, or even pitched outside the leg stump. So that was a call that went in their favour. So you take the good with the bad at this stage.
No, I don't think Norton can be too aggrieved with that call. That was definitely wide.
This time back on target, so Norton bowled a good over there apart from that wide. It's only conceding the 3 runs, and he'll be happy with that comeback after a particularly difficult opening spell. And it seems like we might in fact have a bowling change here, with Sipho Putsane coming out of the attack, and David Tiger will bring himself on from this end now.
Tony, go long, middle. Raz 45.
Yeah, Tiga just changing ends. I think it's a good call by the captain. As you mentioned, that extra bounce from the southern end is something that Norton would want to extract, and also Sony.
Yeah, David Seeger has a man out at a deep mid-wicket, at long on. Mid-off is in the ring, asking the batters to try and hit it over him. There's no sweeper on the offside either, so he'll need to be wicket to wicket here, keep it pretty straight. There's also a deep square leg out on the boundary, and so he'll have to be at the stumps the entire time. It's played into that gap, into the leg side. The Under-19 Men's World Cup is coming up very soon, starting on the 19th of January between South Africa and the West Indies, and it's taking place on a number of venues. India will kickstart their campaign against Bangladesh on the 20th. Much better there from Tiga. getting his line and length right, asking the batter to come forward, asking more questions. Oh, tried to cut that one off, did Devan Murray. Very quick across the field, but not quite able to get his hand to it. And they do come through for another single.
Devan Murray, a very good fielder. He's very busy in the field. Always looking for that opportunity. Tiga rushing back.
Yeah, bowling a bit too full is Tiga, just making it a bit too easy for the batters to just punch him down the ground with the current field set.
That's much easier playing with that straight bat, getting to the bounce of the delivery. Maybe just want them to work a little bit harder, maybe work the ball.
Dragging it short this time, so a bit inconsistent from Captain Tiga. Not quite hitting a good area and making it too easy for the Indian batter to rotate the strike.
And his field is set up for that ball where they actually go after him, but with the run rate not being a problem at the moment, I don't think that the Indian batters will do that and go after him. More than happy just to work it into the gaps and keep picking up the singles and just staying on target with that 5-6 to the over.
Yeah, when picking up a bit here at Old Ed's, and it is the end of over number 26. India under-19s have moved on to 130 for 3. Captain Saharan moving along swiftly to 63 of 88, looking very comfortable, and Priyanshu Mulia himself looking very comfortable as well.
Now, I mentioned it before, I would just love to see a bit of an idea, even if it's a bad idea. You know, just get something going. The chatter in the field has gone down. The excitement that they had after that first 2 wickets, after that first over, they were in the faces of the Indian batters, and now at the moment just look like they're almost just going through the motions.
Yeah, it might be worth having a bit of a short ball tactic here to the Indian batters. They don't grow up generally on pitches that bounce as much as this, especially the type of bounce that Norton can extract here. It might be worth testing them.
I agree with you there. Especially with the wind picking up, maybe picking the end, forcing them to play into the wind.
Yeah, there is a field set for those short deliveries. There is a man out at a deep square leg, also a deep fine leg, and there's a sweeper on the outside, man at third man, and Steve Stork moving into that slip position. Norton bowling a lot better since he's come back into the attack from the far side, finding the good areas a lot more effectively.
He has been bowling better, and that last ball is exactly what we wanted to see, is keep it there, keep it tight, keep the angles tight, keep attacking the batter and kind of bowl at him the whole time. Force him that if they want runs to actually play that bit of a lap, maybe a bit of a pull.
This time going fuller, making it easier for India to just lean into that one, get that single out to the man, sweeping on the outside.
Now that is just too easy. You can just lean into it. And they're happy with the one. They're not going to try and push the second. They're not going to try and do something silly to make the 1 into 2. They're more than up to the run rate.
Stoke back into that gully region, moving him around all the time, depending on the batter. They might have picked up something in their pre-match analysis, having a gully fielder to Captain Saharan, but having him in a slip position for Malia. Bit of encouragement coming from Devan Murray at point, trying to lift the spirits a bit here. It's fallen a bit flat here for the AS under-19s. Short, wide and cut in front of point, running around the boundaries. David Teagan, brilliant stop from him on the boundary, keeps that down to 2, and that is the way you lead by example.
That is leading by example. Not often did you see the captain taking himself out of the game and boundary riding, but a fantastic job there, getting a good hand to it and stopping that and keeping it down. He really muddled that. did at the outside run.
That's very well run. Just soft hands dropping it into the offside. And a good way to end the over for India under 19. They move on to 132 for 3 at the end of 27 overs.
Yeah, David Teager saving 2 runs there. Norton definitely bowling a lot better. But we only saw that one ball that was targeted at the batter. It was nice back of a length. He had him almost going up to his toes to try and ride the bounce. So that is something that we would love to see a bit more, especially from Norton and maybe even Sony a bit later on as well. It's just getting the ball up to that throat area. See if they can entice the pull. We've seen, basically except from Quena, we've seen no short stuff whatsoever.
Mid-off now going back to long off. Steger in again. Bit too short, but gets away with it. The batter is unable to really lash onto it.
It's got no protection out on that offside.
But bowling to his field now is Teager. With the ball turning back into him, is not an easy shot to play through that cover region. And bowling to his field now with a long on and long off out. And also that deep square leg who comes into play now, Riley Norton, thundering in from square leg.
I would love to see this more. Teager's bowled this over well, although he dragged that one short. It was a bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Just making the batters work for the singles instead of just getting to the bounce of the ball and just working it into the gaps.
Yeah, that's beautifully bowled. Asking batters to come forward, asking him to reach out in front of himself. Teager just having a quick discussion there with Luandre Pretorius, one of the more experienced players in the lineup, and having a discussion about the angles of which players to bring in. And we do see that deepened wickets coming into the ring, and coming into a second mid-wicket position, almost asking the Indian batters to go over the top. We do see square leg going a bit more square. More areas to cover for him, Riley Norton. Goes short, goes straight towards him, but it drops short, and Norton collects it on the bounce.
Everyone very excited, but very well controlled, didn't go too hard at it. I think if you went at it a little bit harder, it might have carried to Norton. He's a fantastic athlete. Much better over from Teager this time around.
Pushes that one through quicker, and well kept out in the end by Captain Saharan, but well bowled as well by Captain Teager, who ends the 28th over. India under 19s have moved on to 136 for 3. Saharan is on 67 of 95 deliveries, and Priyanshu Mulia is on 18 of 28.
India almost making light work of this. It is one of those very, very easy chases if you're India. They just don't need to do anything rash. They can just continue what they are doing.
Yeah, Riley Norton continuing from the far side. But too wide, a cut away, in just behind points, a big dive in. But unable to cut it off was Ntandu Soni. Too wide this time from Norton, and an easy put away.
Fantastic shot. That was absolutely dispatched. It came off the blade like a rocket. Great hand speed and great placement, beating the third man on the wide angle. And Norton, there, just a bit of naughty wide ball there, latched on.
Yeah, India under 19's blessed with plenty of all-rounders in this lineup, showing their worth with the bat and ball. Oh, that's a good one coming back in. Bit of an uncomfortable length there for Mulia to try and deal with. A much better area there from Riley Norton.
Much better area, and I think that 4 also might have worked him up a tad. That we heard a bit of a grunt as he came in. Just a lot more effort in that last delivery.
Again, good areas. That's a lot better from Norton. It needs to be sticking around that areas. There's one boundary and over here makes it easy for India in a comfortable position. Going at that 5 runs and over required. Still plenty of wickets in hand. Can't say the same for the SA under-19s innings where they kept losing wickets at the wrong times, I should say, and hitting those balls right into the hands of fielders. Again, short and wide, but this time finds point. A bit of a fumble from Deva Murray, and they get through for a quick single.
Yeah, fantastic fielding there, very quick hands. Getting down to that one. And again, that extra bounce, just making it very uncomfortable for them just to ride the bounce. It's going to be more effective than just trying to pitch it up and hoping that they don't pick a gap.
Coming onto the front foot here, well played, and finding that gap and enough time as Ntando Zuma runs around to cut it off.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's just too easy. They can just lean into it. They don't need to smash it. They can just lean into it, pick the gap, take the one, and they keep up with the run rate.
Yeah, required run rate under control, and still 20 overs to go on almost after this, and plenty of time to get the runs required. It is the end of over 29. India under-19s have moved on to 142 for 3 in pursuit of 257. Earlier in the day, the under-19s set that 256, mostly thanks to Steve Stork early on. He got off to a slow start. He was on one of 16 or 17 deliveries before he started going. He made 69 of 66. Deva Murray himself made 32.
It is the Under-19 World Cup taking place in the 5 cities. It's Poch, Bloemfontein, East London, Kimberley. And the first match starting on the 19th of January. South Africa taking on the West Indies. Make sure you support our local lads. And also some fantastic teams are going to be playing. USA and Ireland and also India. Playing their first game on that 20th. And then also the other team in this tri-series, Afghanistan, taking on Pakistan in their first match.
Plenty to look forward to this month. The SA20s also coming up next week after the conclusion of the Test series a lot earlier than some of us might have expected. But it is what it is. India drawing that series 1-1. Pulled out to the man to deep with the wicket. Riley Norton running around hard, keeping that 1-1. Very good fielding there from the big man.
Yeah, fantastic. And he does have a rocket arm, doesn't he? He's got a big arm. I think he would have been a pretty good javelin thrower as well back in the day.
Probably would have. We should ask Steve Stork here at the boundary whether he feels that javelin would suit him, as he himself is a good javelin thrower. Well played, but fine Squenaman Parker at the cover region. Not often you'll see express pace bowler at the cover region.
Yeah, I think those days have changed, where we see a guy like Marco Jansen in the slips and in the gully region. Not necessarily a position you would associate with your fast bowlers.
Madoff going out to a long on position. The umpire just stopping Tiga there a bit early into his run up with the field changing. And good fielding there from Tigo on it off his own bowling. So important to keep every run down that they can at this stage.
Very important to keep this pressure now. They're starting to put a couple of dots together.
Beautifully played out to that long off. It went out to the boundary, and we come down to over number 30, and India have moved on to 148 for 3.
And Tiga coming back nicely. After 30 overs, 143 for 3. So we have a commentary change. I feel something running down my back. It must be the man of mystery coming back into the trenches. The myth. It is. Mpandulo, how are you?
All good. I hope that the shivers that I sent down the spines are those of good ones, not the ones that Kwenamapaga sends to the batters as he comes in to bowl now from the south end, because man, is he a fiery one.
He does have a bit of feist to him. We might see 1 or 2 stare downs coming in as well. As he starts off with a gentle loosener, just being played down to third man.
He was struggling to find his areas, Kwenamapaga. He was all over the place, but when it came to the short one, he knew where to land it. Just little bit using it over and over again, Uday Saharan was able to deal with it eventually. But Mapaga will be looking for that back of a length area, sometimes just going slightly fuller, because there is something on the pitch still. Seeing that stint of extra bounce, he might be shying for the stumps. But he gets back, does the captain. But Mapaga was searching for that run out.
I was searching for the run out, and he does have a nice follow through, and he went to that ball very, very quickly. And no chance of a run. But it just shows the pressure that the Indian batters have been putting on the South African fielders.
Mapaga is here now to try and counter that attack. You see that ball splitting up from that back of a length, and you love it when your bowler can back up his own bowling. And it goes just a little bit too full. You see, at all times, you just want to find a rhythm going, build up the over, and then go for those wicket-taking options.
And the one thing that we've noticed from Kwena, just in those 2 deliveries, if you take in consideration the first spell that he bowled, he's a bit swaying in his run-up now. He's not as smooth as he was. Just as you mentioned, still trying to warm up, find that rhythm again.
Ooh. And once you get a few of them going, the run-up becomes more steamier, the eyes become hungrier, everything becomes sharper. As sharp as this single from Saharan, who continues just trickling along, and man is he batting rather very well.
Yeah, playing a captain's innings, and just showing why he's been given the captaincy and why they rate him so highly in India.
69 from 100 deliveries is Uday Saharan. Just milking it, because only 28 of those 69 runs come from boundaries. It's the same thing with Molia, but this time just missing one. Baited by Mapaga.
Yeah, a little bit fuller, just enticing the drive and the feet movement off to a minimum there. Molia not getting the foot across to play it, eyeing up that extra cover region.
Of course, going through that extra cover just gives you that single, because there's a man sweeping the boundary. He's waiting for it, Riley Norton.
At the moment, they don't need more than that. They're happy with the singles. I like this Steve Stork coming into the slips.
He'll be looking to go there, Mapaga. He'll be wanting to continue there. He has just looking for that area. Short ball wasn't underused or unused in this over, as we see the end of the 31st. It's 146 for the loss of 3.
That's what Greenholm Parker would want, is just getting the ball up a little bit closer. Doesn't look like there's any movement left for the seamers. That's why the slip came in. Maybe the ball just angling across, enticing that edge. As we see Captain Tiga coming back into the attack. Just getting the angles right for his fielders. Getting that third man right. He's also bowling with a 45, a deep square. They're mid on and mid off on the fences.
Half of his deliveries, David Tiga, have been dot balls. 14 of them from the 25 that he's delivered. Just holding it tidy here for his team. And one by one they go. Can it become 4 this time? Yes, it does. Timing it brilliantly is that time. It goes for 4. No chance for Ntandosoni, who are standing at the long off boundary.
Fantastic shot. All wrists. Just opening up the blade at the end of impact. Just making sure that it doesn't go straight. It goes in between those two fielders.
The placement is excellent from the captain himself. Gwenamapara diving to his left. Not enough. David Tiga doing nothing much wrong, and again it's a miscommunication between number 12 and number 24 for the Indians. They don't want to lose another wicket, having batted so well.
Yeah, batting very well. A run out would be phenomenal for South Africa and absolutely disastrous for India. Changing the line, coming around the wicket.
And Riley Norton is standing at deep mid-wicket just to cover that single. South Africa seem to have just been a little bit deflated. Until that Gwenamapara over, it was just a procession for them. And even still now, you look and watch and wonder where the wicket-taking options are and how they're going to bring about those wickets. At times, Gert, it seems as if they're just waiting for the Indians to make a mistake, and then the wicket will come.
This is exactly what myself and Werner was talking about as well as we come to another end of the over. It is, they're just kind of just going through the motions, just counting off the overs. And it's 151 for loss of 3 after 32.
Even bringing up yet another milestone here for the Indians at 150, requiring now closer and closer to less than those triple figures, currently requiring 106 runs to win. Gwenamapara, he has 2 wickets in his bag, but his team need 7 more.
We were talking about 2 wickets earlier. You got to feel that 3 is the magic number now for South Africa. Oh, this one is absolutely slapped through point, and big Riley Norton. Fantastic work, making it only 2. Great running by the 2 Indian batters.
Good work for them. They keep chipping down and chipping down, now needing 104 to win from 107 deliveries. That required run rate has been always under 6. But the manner in which they are attacking this innings are the Indians. They're accumulating these runs slowly and steadily, looking to increase their scoring rates much later. So at 104 to win with 106 deliveries, 7 wickets in hand, not really the worst equation.
No, if you're an Indian supporter, you would love that equation. Most predictions from here on would say that India should win the game, but we've seen in so many instances where 2 or 3 wickets can just make a difference. You just need someone to step up, something strange to happen. We saw in the South African innings, Captain Tiga himself, they were playing so well with Steve Stork, and then all of a sudden playing a rash shot, and that was one of the reasons. Short ball. And Steve Stork talking about him, getting excited. But that was one of the reasons when the momentum just got lost as soon as he went out, because him and Steve Stork was building a fantastic partnership, rotating brilliantly between the 2 of them, and Stork going ballistic, clearing the fence like it was a mini cricket field.
You know, maybe at times also, given the fact that the pitch hasn't been the quickest, sometimes a little bit spongy in its nature, it's where you want to see a little bit more slower deliveries, quicker ones also work, but they're not necessarily the best when they are going to be misdirected. Wide delivery.
Yeah, I know it's an extra ball, but I really don't mind that actually. It shows there's some intent there. He's got the two fielders out. He's got fine leg out. He's got deep square out. There's a little bit of intent there. It's the second one in a row. The first time we've seen actually two short balls in a row. So there is a bit of a plan.
But the thing is here, Uday Saharan, if we look at how he's been approaching his innings, see, he's just been doing that. He's been very finesse, great touch, but also an even better touch from Steve Stork diving at Gully.
Yeah, Big Steve throwing himself to his right. And it just, again, what we've been saying in the previous stint with Werner as well, that fuller deliveries is so easy to play because they can just lean on it, just open up the face, close up the face, try and pick the gaps, get the ones, get the twos. Where that back of a length has just made them look much more uncomfortable against the bowling. Just shows there's a bit of a plan then.
And is hitting the deck really hard, getting that extra bounce because of his pace is the left armour. People are happy about it. Uday Saharan, though not remotely bothered, able to just parry it away.
Yeah, they won't be bothered at the moment, but this is an opportunity for South Africa just to get some dot balls together. Apart from that wide, it's already no runs coming from the bat.
And the issue here is that the chief destroyer for the Indians was the spin. 7 out of the 10 wickets attributable to the spin bowlers, 5 of which come from Mushir Khan. And on the side of the South Africans, they actually seem not to have someone who's going to bring that X factor and be the catalyst of the bowling, where even their strike bowler in Mapara is struggling to make something happen here in the middle overs. We see the end of over number 33. The score is 155 for 3.
Happier with that over, to be honest. There is something that happened there. There was a bit of intent, a bit of a plan. And then only the 4 runs coming from it. A couple of overs like that, just maybe put some pressure on the batters. Get that run rate, if possible, up to 6, the required rate. Not that the Indian batters would panic. Only another 102 runs required to win. Tiger coming around the wicket.
Thing is, the Indians still have a steady batting lineup on their midst with 7 wickets to go, and one of these wickets being one of them. It's not an easy task for the South Africans, still having Araveli, Avanish Rao to come in. You also have Sachin Das to come through. Murugan Abhishek, he can also wield the bat. So those are 3 batters still waiting in the midst alongside these 2 who are batting. Big task for the Essayans to actually try to resolve a victory here.
Yeah, as I said earlier, we were talking about 2 wickets. How would you feel if 2 wickets get added to the tally? Change up that wickets column, but now you got to maybe talk about adding 3 or 4 there, getting into that middle order. And dismissing both these batters would be the plan.
Oh, that was the chance, nearly. But it was perfectly placed into the gap. Oh. Phenomenal stop from Steve Stork. That is a great stop, running from long on up to the cow corner. Keeping that down. Preventing the boundary.
Fantastic fielding and appreciated by everyone, even the Indian supporters giving him a bit of a round of applause. Fantastic fielding and also great covering by Riley Norton as well.
Such was the placement from Molea. He found the gap in between the man who's standing at rather square-ish mid-on and the mid-wicket. Runs all the way, splitting long on and a deep mid-wicket. So it's a lot of work for Steve Stork to cover. after such a brilliant batting innings as well.
Yeah, and also mentioning Riley Norton, who came from all the way from the square fence to pick that ball up and throw it in. So great teamwork by the two bigger members of the South African unit. As we see another end to the over, it is 153 for the loss. 57, I beg your pardon, for the loss of 3 wickets. As we see Drinks coming onto the field, and well deserved, I think, after that big chase. Steve Stork will enjoy his energy.
100% is definitely going to enjoy a little sip. Even we here at the commentary box are going to enjoy it, and you watching at home can continue enjoying the cricket, as on the 19th of January 2024 we'll be holding that Under-19 Cricket World Cup by ICC. And later on in the year, the T20 Challenge will be alongside us. So there's so much cricket to come. And speaking of this, there's still the Tri-Series that's still going to go on as well. We're in match number 6. We're still yet to see South Africa take on Afghanistan on Monday. And that will determine who will be going into the final. The top 2 teams will then be going on. And then it's going to be the World Cup after that then, where South Africa and the West Indies will be starting the journey up.
And remember, all the tickets is free of charge. Free entry. Come and support South Africa taking on the Windies on the 19th of January. That's in Potchefstroom. And on the same day, kicking it off is Ireland and USA in Bloemfontein. And then Bloemfontein the next day would be Bangladesh and India. And also England and Scotland. And Afghanistan and Pakistan in East London is going to be an interesting one, Pendulo.
It's really going to be fascinating. Pakistan and Afghanistan both playing in the Asia Cup. But the one that is leaving me even more interested is Bangladesh versus India. That is going to be the final. It was the final back in 2020 when the World Cup was hosted here in South Africa. Bangladesh have an extremely good developmental side in their under-19s, and they toppled India, winning that final and winning the World Cup.
And then also our, or shall I say, the countrymen of Africa, Namibia, also in this ICC Under-19 World Cup, taking on Australia, the very last game. That's going to be interesting, all the way down in Kimberley, the 22nd of January.
Namibia will be close to their home conditions in the Northern Cape, but it's going to be interesting to see the players take a break here. They have a sip of water. We shall also do the same with so much cricket to come. We need all the hydration that we may need. The score is 158 for the loss of 3 after 34 overs.
It was drinks. We are feeling much better. Had a half something nice, cold. And not what you're thinking. No. It was just a bit of water. We wish it was the other thing.
Water.
Not water. So you see a change in bowling. Whitehead coming in. It's coming in from that southern end where Norton was bowling very well. Actually thought we might see Sony having a go from that end as well, Pendulo.
It was just those 2 boundaries that Sony gave away in his final over. And after a magnificent start, 6 runs in his first 2. And then those 2 boundaries to mean he's conceded 14. But Whitehead, he took the catch. With the wicket of Sipopotsane dismissing Mushir Khan. Now the all-rounder will want his own.
And also not the quickest around, gentle medium pace. Does get the ball to move, but there's not a lot of lateral movement left. We saw a little bit from Pillay when he bowled. We saw a lot from Tawari when he bowled.
That raises the importance of winning the toss, because now the ball is coming nicely onto the bat. You saw how quickly it left that of Molia, but a great stop from Devon Murray at backward point.
Devon Murray making that position his own, being appreciated even by Riley Norton. That ball was flying. Molia really middled it. Great timing and just fantastic fielding.
Even the sound from the bat sounded that. There was no sound of the bat from that. The South Africans would have wished to hear further.
And just that little piece of brilliance in the field. All of a sudden, 4-5 South Africans are up. 4-5 of them are chatting. You can even hear the ball being missed by the batter, and there's oohs and ahs. And all of a sudden, little piece of brilliance, not even a wicket, and all of a sudden, you can hear everyone just up in the field.
And a very lackadaisical shot as well from Molia. No feet. This one comes a little bit closer to him though, so he's able to guide it down to Sony. Brings it back. And it's just a glare from Luhandre Pretorius as he receives a half volley from Sony.
Yeah, we always talk about the fast bowlers giving you a look, but man, oh man, can keepers give you the stink eye as well.
Always taught, throw it over the bails, or throw it short enough that you'll be able to retrieve it over the bails. Very unkind when it's a half volley. And it's unkind to the bowler when you don't pitch it for yourself, but seems like he missed out there, Uday Saharan.
Saharan definitely missed out there. You can actually see him just waving his hand there, showing that he must have played the ball. That was an easy push down the ground, especially with mid-on and mid-off. Just hanging on the circle.
There's a whole gap at square leg. The man is deep. Hit that over mid-wicket.
Short, dug in. Murray coming in very quickly again and just saying to them, you got to back up, lads. The shotgun is loaded.
Superb awareness as well, because so many people would have pulled the trigger and there would have been no target stopping that bullet and could have been easily 5 overthrows. But luckily enough, having the mindset to keep it within, like you said, is making that position on his own. And it's not always about hitting the stumps. It's also just making sure that the field is in the correct position to not concede the runs. Over number 35 comes to a close. The score is on 160 for the loss of 4, or 3 rather.
And it's now become less than 100 runs required to win. It is now only 97 runs needed.
The issue also is that there's 90 deliveries. It's a lot of deliveries. Still a bag loads of cricket still remaining. Remember, wickets can fall in a blink of an eye. Just takes 1 to bring 2 to bring 3.
It's what South Africa needs at the moment. As we see a bit of a big shot. Stork not able to stop this one. 1 bounce for. Finally some intent from the Indian batters. And ooh, that's what South Africa want, just to see that intent.
Definitely. They've been in their shell for quite a bit. Priyanshu Molia deciding to go down on one knee. Steve Stork is quick around the ground, but even he couldn't stop that, nor even create an opportunity for a catch. Good shots from Molia. And a great comeback from David Tika.
That ball just died on the deck. Kept very low. And even Luanda Pretorius unable to pick that up.
We've been talking about using the spinners down the north end because of that variable bounce. Tiga was straight on that previous one, which got pumped over. And Ntandosoni now leaves mid-off. He goes to long off.
That's exactly what they need. Is just after a boundary now. There was the bye. Just tighten those screws a bit. India might just do the equation where the runs and deliveries remaining are getting closer to one another.
That's what you want to keep that pressure. The fielding from Devon Murray. Can't take him out now, him either. Having your best fielders in your best positions is so critical. But even if you put them in the best spaces, there'll always be greenery. That's what Uday Saharan explores.
Yeah, he is a player that's picking gaps very nicely. Does that well in the partnership. Has also grown, and it comes to the end of another over.
Moving well here, the Indians. 166 runs from their allotment of 36. There's now 84 deliveries remaining. They need 90 runs as the equation starts tilting over to that 6 runs and over requirement.
Yeah, once it gets to that 6 runs and over, then the amount of deliveries left and the runs required becomes the issue. Then that becomes the math. So you see a little shimmy, just trying to meet the ball, and very quickly into position, and Whitehead able just to drag the delivery back. And as I said, it's the equation now between deliveries left and the runs remaining, and that is how South Africa should see it as well. The more dots we bowl, the more pressure gets put on the Indian batters.
And that's how those easy wickets come about. While they seemingly look easy, you know, when a player just pops one into the air. Riley Norton comes around. What a strong arm that is. It's just to...
Wow. A rocket arm, and great bounce for him there. He came across very quickly, and the ball just popped up in the end, so he can just gather it nicely. It's not always nice for a tall gentleman to go down to his bootlaces.
Oh, he's a rugby player. He should know everything about balls just bouncing waywardly and in oblong ways. Oh, super shots from Saharan, but sticking the hand out is Oliver Whitehead. That is a stinger.
The second thud we heard was the hand of Whitehead that it hit. That was hit with immense power and great commitment by Whitehead. The only problem that he might have is that was his bowling hand. He's trying to get some feeling back into it.
And normally bowlers try to avoid reaching with their bowling hand. The fingers can be nipped off. You can't put taping on your bowling hand, of course. But great shots from Uday Saharan, followed up by one where he just guides it down to Ntandosoni at third man.
The one thing that the Indian batters have done better than any other team in this tri-series is if they've gone for the big shot and it hasn't come off, they immediately get off strike. They immediately rotate and say, all right, I'm going to go to the other end so I don't play another rash shot. So that is something that Afghanistan and South Africa under 19s can take from them, maybe take a page out of their book.
You raise a very interesting point. Even if you look back at the 2 games that they've played, India, or rather the 3 games that they've played so far, they wait on deliveries that just sit up on them in order for them to score. And you hardly see them hitting 3, 4 fours in a row. It's always so measured unless if the bowling is that poor.
And that's the one thing that they've done very well. As soon as they get off strike, the next person will go for something and then they'll get off strike. It's rotation the whole time. I can't remember one time where an Indian batter's been bogged down at one end. 3, maybe 4 balls, then he rotates. Nothing more than that, where we've seen the Afghanistan and South African players being bogged down and facing multiple deliveries from one bowler.
And as you see that slower ball, we also just throw our eyes to that bowling figures of the South Africans. 37 overs completed. The score is at 170 for the loss of 3. And in those 37 overs, only one of them has been a maiden. That's of Ntandosone.
Oh, and if we take into consideration the Indians, they've strung a couple of maidens together, especially with the fall of wickets. In totality, it's been a much better game from South Africa under 19s, I feel. The bowling, they did pick up wickets. I think we should have picked up 2 or 3 more by now, just to keep it in the balance. Still, I think that South Africa will feel they're in for with a shout.
Sipopotsane looking to make them scream. He's here, coming back from the north end. Left armour around the wicket. He's bowled 6 overs so far. That low bounce just keeping, hitting the very low end of the bat of Molea, but he's able to guide that down to Steve Stork for 1.
How we would love to a ball pitching. South Africans would love it. The ball pitching leg and hitting off. Big turner. No chance of that with the big sweep coming out. A lot more sweep shots in this match than we've almost seen in the whole Tri-Nations.
True that. True that. That is because also they can rely on the ball keeping lower from the north end. Seen the ball hit a lot of bottom edges, a lot of inside edges when they're looking to go big, just like that one. And it's Sipopotsane who's really starting off well here.
And the intent shown by the Indian batters as well. They want to get a move on. They might feel that this is the one they should target since they play spin so very well.
That is exactly what Potsane wants as well. A spinner who gets hit is a spinner who gets wickets. But they keep milking these ones. Steve Stork covering for Ntandosone very well. There's partnerships everywhere in the field of cricket. Fielding partnerships, bowling partnerships, and batting partnerships.
And Sahadran, immediately as soon as he hit it, called for 2. And when he saw that there's a bit of a thumble, there's an easy turn for a second.
Even the runs are working as a partnership. Not working in 1s, working in 2s. Tando Zuma, he's wearing number 66. Even his jersey numbers is working in 2s.
A lovely sweep shot. Just picking the only man in that area. Vast amount of space open there.
It's always amazing how they somehow find the single pole. Looking to change it up. Smart shots from Uday Suharan. It's asking Dandozuma to run and run hard to retrieve that. They are running hard across this crease and they complete 3 runs to the Indian batters.
Fantastic batting. A lovely paddle shot. Just getting that 45 angle. And the keeper, normally at keeper with the gloves on, chasing hard. It's the 2nd or 3rd time he's had to do a lot of work chasing.
Therefore his coverage, ending over number 38. The score is at 178. They now need 68 runs or 69 runs in order to be victorious. Getting a thick out edge. It runs down for 4 though. Oliver Whitehead was running in hard. They're going more defensive for the all-rounder. And that lack of an attacking option sends the ball down for 4.
Just getting that one fine. Just shows the threat of not having a slip there, but at this point in stage you also can't. It's that difficult decisions you find yourself in as a captain is with only 78 balls remaining and 87 runs to get. What am I going to do? What's the plan going to be? Am I attacking? Am I at this point in stage I've got to look for wickets.
But also at the same time, when you look at it, needing those amounts of runs, 75 to be exact at this moment, it's becoming harder and harder for the South Africans to see a way for them to get these wickets, considering the fact that they just keep exchanging these ones and twos.
And again, even though that boundary came from an edge, still making sure that they're rotating the strike, making sure that they are getting the other batter on strike, not allowing Whitehead to bowl at one in particular. This ball is absolutely slapped, but you can hear the sound of the bat just finding the toe end and not really the middle. And it was a misfield at the boundary, and oh, this will hurt the South Africans.
Romashan Pillay giving them extra runs. Not exactly what he wanted. Ran around covering it. Dropping it short was Oliver Whitehead. Really didn't get on top of it as much as he wanted to, but it still goes for 4. This partnership now is currently on 95 runs.
This one being played down to third man. There we go, good fielding by Sony. Making sure that he gets everything behind that one.
Also, it being his first under-19 match for the green and gold, you want to make sure that you cover all the straps of your work. If you are there having to field, you want to stop all your runs. If you get an opportunity to take a catch, you take all your catches, just for you to give you a sense that you belong at the international under-19 level.
Oh, Whitehead beating the outside edge. Just planting the foot down the track a little was there. Playing away from his body. That brings the end to the 39th over.
68 runs to win. 66 deliveries. Slowly and slowly, that required run rate goes over 6, but every now and then they find these boundaries to the Indians, and when they do, they reel it back in. Seeing that, how many runs? 11 from that Whitehead over. Not really what you want to be bowling at.
Yeah, and one of them coming from an edge. So as a bowler, you always feel robbed.
Like you heard my commentary, sounding as if there was no edge or no opportunity created. Because at the end of the day, the numbers speak. And it's never written for edge, unfortunately. Especially considering the fact that he conceded that booming pull shot. But here's Sipho Potsane. See, it's just easy work until that delivery that they want makes its way to their bat.
Yeah, you always feel that they are lining up the spinner. After this, 10 overs to go. 65 balls remaining.
Putting an effort ball that time, Potsane. Another misfield from the South Africans. This is sloppy stuff. That was easily to be stopped so that he continue his work on Molia, but now he has to deal with Udaisoa Saharan.
Yeah, his fielding is the last couple of overs have let South Africa down. The same fielder that misfielded the previous one. Whitehead picking this one up cleanly, making sure, throwing it into the sun. Where the sun is setting now, it just makes it very hard if the ball gets looped up in the air.
Ooh, but the sun setting is leaving such a beautiful ambience throughout the ground. There's light in the sky. The question is the light at the end of the tunnel for the hosts? Right now, if they do not get either these wickets, they are going to be feeling every sting of the sun's ray. Should they get the wicket, they'll be basking in the sun's warmth.
Saharan has looked phenomenal with the bat in hand. Captain Marvelous. Great technique, giving them nothing and just doing that, frustrating all the fielders around him, knowing that that milestone is only a couple of runs away.
Currently on 97 runs. What a beautiful innings he's constructed. Only 36 of those coming from boundaries, showing that it's nothing but work and pure batsmanship. And his partner has been equally good, but that is fantastic fielding.
It is something that South Africa normally pride themselves on, is fielding. As we see a bit of a commentary change for you, Bendulo, was an honour, as Werner will take up his place in the trenches.
Those are 40 overs completed. 10 remain. Those are 60 deliveries. And if the math does not fail us, that means that in order for the team to win right now, they need 65 runs to convert this victory.
Yeah, things getting a bit tighter than India might have wanted. They still have the 7 wickets remaining, so they won't be panicking, but that required run rate just climbing a touch in the last couple of overs and moving up to over 6 runs to the over. So need to be careful not to let it slip here from an Indian perspective. From a South African perspective, they'll really need to get back into this, get those wickets that they require. If it was me, I would have brought on Ntando Soni from that end right now. Have a bit of extra pace, extra bounce as well. But it seems like they're going for Ramachan Pillay, who did bowl decently from that end. But I think they're underutilizing the ability of Soni right now. Only bowled the 3 overs after coming back from a wonderful Kaya Majola week. And it did so well for the SA Colts team as well. Just think the extra bounce he could get from that in could make the difference here.
On top of that, he's only just bowled those 3 overs. It means that as it stands, he won't be finishing his tally of 10. At most, he'll get 8 of his overs in.
So the SA United haven't really tested the India side with some fast bounces. It feels like a missed opportunity here today.
Also on top of that, not having the services of Martin Kumalo, who was there taking the wickets.
Yeah, Kumalo did very well in that first match against Afghanistan where it took that 4 wickets. And didn't do as well against India in the next match. Did lose the plot a bit here and there, but plenty of ability. Also without the services of Esosa Ayeva due to injury. He himself took a 6 for during the Kaya Majola week.
So using a threatening bowler just like Ntando Soni, who did look good in his first 3 overs. That last over was just a little bit wayward. First ball and last ball going for boundaries respectively. But Ramachan Pillay, he's been tidy on his work, but South Africa just not having that zing to get that wicket.
Yeah, it feels like it is lacking something. It was a threatening spell from Parker when he came back earlier on, but just the 2 overs for him.
Just easing into their strides. Ramachan Pillay is very accurate, but right now it's like the Indians are just being able to play their shots with so much meat off the bat.
Yeah, just have too much time. His partnership has grown and grown, and captain just 2 runs away from a century.
Oi! Dirty delivery from Pillay that could have gone anywhere the batter wanted, but felt rushed. And it's just a single to bring back the 98 run or die Saharan.
Yeah, the ump straight leg umpire saying that one was fine in the end. But yeah, it was a big full toss. Touch and go whether it was a no ball. But the umpire saying it was just below that waistline. And looking for a century here is Captain Saharan.
Just picking their gaps still. No need for him to rush it. He's been playing a game of complete patience, and he retains the strike for over number 41. Ramashan Pillay does his job. The score is now at 195 for the loss of 3 with Uday Saharan on 99 runs.
Yeah, it's been truly a captain's knock here by Saharan. Saw an opportunity here for the ASA under-19s. If they manage to break this partnership to get back into this match, I mean, there's still plenty of good batters to come from an India perspective, but they might not find it as easy to get going early on in their innings. And with that required rate climbing up all the while, it might be, yeah, it'll be such a good opportunity for them here. Just don't know how they are looking to get a wicket at this moment. Doesn't seem to be a clear plan. They are relying on an Indian batter throwing their wickets away rather than bowling to an attacking plan.
And Sipho now has 2 overs remaining. The dead ball. He'll want to transfer the dead to one of these wickets because they are still very much alive. And in these 9 overs remaining, you now question how they're going to utilize. We know Kwenamapara has 2 overs remaining and he's probably going to bowl those. Sipho after this one, he'll have a single over. So those are already, 5 overs, 3 more overs covered. So what's going to happen for the other 5 overs required?
Quick single there, yeah, there's...
There it is. There it is. We're busy questioning who's going to be bowling the other balls because they need to get this man out. A captain's inning from Uday Saharan finally raises his bat and his helmet, and it's 100 runs up.
Yeah, brilliantly played by Captain Saharan. You can see he's ecstatic with that century, celebrating it and almost pulling the bow there with his bat, pulling that bow out of his arsenal at the back and shooting it off to his supporters in the stands.
He's Robin Hood. He's robbing the hearts of new fans, is Uday Saharan. He's nailing all of the doubters, whoever they might be. And now he's shown why he's in this team. 100 runs.
Yeah, it's been beautiful work from him. Short and pulled in the air towards Riley Norton, who's just not able to get there.
Not enough to get to Riley Norton, and he was too square to run around and cover that and actually catch it. Now Uday Saharan, or rather the 2 batters, even Molia's looking to go big.
Feeling the pressure a little bit here. The required rate is just creeping up with no boundaries coming at the moment. Good fielding again off his own bowling.
You know, this innings, Werner, is showing us exactly the phases of the game and how you can't keep a monotonous phase or a monotonous tune and flow into the game. You have to ride it as it comes. This was a beautiful strategy to get them to this point, but a strategy to get you to a point cannot take you over the point.
Yeah, it's been good batting, but they need these 2 to see it through. And one feels again pulling out of the ball, letting the non-striker know you should not be leaving your crease early.
It's the second time that has happened. Think he's going to let him go for the 3rd. Well, they've been chipping away these singles, so you understand why Molia is already halfway down or out of his crease, because he really, really, really wants to be on the other side.
Yeah, Sipho Potsane bowling beautifully here in his second to last over, keeping things tight.
But it's still those singles that are just in open land. But eventually, the Indians are going to really start to look for those boundaries because, like you keep saying, these overs are running and running and running away. There are 8 more remaining. The score is 199 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, 8 overs remaining and still 58 runs required, meaning that required run rate has moved up over the 7 to the over now. And it seems like Ramesh and Pillay will continue on from the far side. It's a bit strange that we won't really see that many overs from Ntando Soni. I'm not too sure how much David Seeger have seen of him of late, having not participated in this year's Kaya Majola week, and him not having been part of the squad recently. He might not have that trust in him just yet, which could be an aspect to take into account.
And surely Sony will be hungry for the ball in his hand, whatever the situation is. But right now it's Ramashan Pillay, and speaking about him being hungry for the ball in his hands, he gets a taste.
Yeah, straight to him at third man. A bit too wide, but gets away with it, did Ramashan Pillay. It's been wonderful weather out here today. Sunshine throughout the day. First time in a while, with plenty of rain around in the afternoons in Joburg.
Even the trees surrounding Old Eds are adding to the ambience. The bowling, not really, not just getting to the man at mid-wicket. Tossed full from Ramashan Pillay. Man, if that had pitched, might have carried to him with the same shot.
Yeah, it was very close, just dropping short in front of mid-wicket. Again, getting away with it, that Ramashan Pillay, just either side of him, might have raced around to the boundary. So important for him to get his areas right again.
Oh, good ball. As a big appeal. Massive appeal. But it seems as if the umpire is saying it's a bump ball. Huge appeal.
Yeah, it seemed to me like he hit the ground rather than the ball this time. And it was a big appeal from the bowler, not such a big appeal from the wicketkeeper behind.
Survival. South Africans were convinced, well, they want a wicket somewhere. They want a wicket somehow. Ramashan Pillay is bowling it right into the block hole. But they are digging it out for these 1s and 2s.
Yeah, getting those Yorkers in now is Pillay. And it's good work from him. Keeping it tight. Another couple of quiet overs here. And the pressure will really be right back on India to lift the tempo.
Also 200 has been onto the cards for the Indians. 56 to win. Cracking shot down, but there is coverage at long on. Molia and Uday Saharan here. They might be found wanting in the power game.
Yeah, they might just still be holding themselves back a bit and not showing their hand too early. And taking this game deep, something they would have noticed from MS Dhoni over the years. Someone who loves to take it deep until the end and make sure enough wickets are in hand.
But what must also be on the cards is the good bowling from Ramashan Pillay. David Tiga was looking to stop that, but they come back for run number 2. Hitting the block hole, ball after ball after ball, Ramashan Pillay. Good control in that. Over number 43 coming to an end, which brought up 200 for India. They need 52 runs to win from just 7 overs.
Yeah, 7.5 runs, an over required. One final over remaining for Sipho Potsane. It'll be interesting to see the bowling changes they do make after this. The route they want to go, the fields they are setting. It's an important period of play here. The S19s desperate for a win here. They're first of the Tri-Series. India looking to remain unbeaten.
Ooh, and top league India has seemed to be a hard thing. And the funny stuff is that the only team who's looked to have India's number in recent times is Bangladesh. They got their number in that 2020 final, got their number in the Asia Cup semi-final recently done in December. They'll be facing Bangladesh first when the World Cup starts down in East London.
Yeah, Bangladesh are a very strong side. They're on the 19th team. They also beat the South African under-19s in June in that series in Bangladesh, as that one goes wide down the leg side from Sipho Botsane.
Strong development side is Bangladesh. They are the previous winners of the South African installment down in 2020 of the Under-19 World Cup. And Sipho Botsane has been extremely tidy. Steve Stork just fumbling it a little bit, enough for them to get another run.
Yeah, a bit of uneven bounce there for him. Field isn't quite that even this afternoon after all the range yesterday. There's some patches around the ground that's a bit uneven, and that makes fielding a bit more difficult.
Tossing it up. The lengths are much more fuller from the South Africans. So difficult to get away for the Indians. And this is actually excellent depth bowling. But also, regardless of that, they still bring up the 50. And it's 50 runs up for Molia.
Yeah, beautifully batted by Molias in partnership with his captain. He's looked very secure in his shot making.
And it's their running that has been the top of the class. It requires a case study, given how good it has been.
And looking comfortable still, not yet looking for the big shots. A lot calmer than the AS Under-19s were in their innings. Looking for a big shot almost every over. Showing how to rotate the strike.
And this is a big one. It's going to be a tough ask for Steve Stork to stop that. There's no stopping that. Straight over the top for 4. Great shots from Saharan.
Yeah, beautiful use of his feet coming down the wicket, getting to the pitch of the ball and just lifting it over the head of the bowler. The best place on the field to hit the ball. Never fielded there.
Wonderful shot from Molia. Is getting his straps on. Looking to go square. Cow corners waiting. Devon Murray don't want to take that arm on.
Yeah, no quicker fielder on the ground than Devon Murray. And it ends over number 44 as India have moved on to 214 for 3. Better over for them there. Getting that required run rate down. I only need 42 more runs in the 6 overs remaining. At 7 per over, and it seems like Ramesh Pillay might continue on from the far side, and we will have to see a bowling change from the opposite side with Sipho Botsane ending his spell, and he bowled the 10 overs, conceded 63 runs and taken the 1 wicket.
Decent return, but those runs seemingly costly considering the team needed less than 6 runs to the over. You always want to keep that economy below the required run rate. But Ramesh Pillay has been excellent in this spell. Nothing but the full stuff.
Yeah, he's getting those Yorkers in well. Is Pillay not giving them anything to get underneath at the moment? Expert depth bowling from him here. And I still feel like a wicket or 2 can make a world of difference here for the ASA Under-19s. These 2 will feel comfortable, feel 7 and over is not really that big of an ask between the two of them.
The discipline from Pillay is definitely what's going to be needed. Good support in the field as well with that square leg, allowing him to bowl those full deliveries and keeping them straight as well. These ones eventually will not be enough. There will come a point where it's simply not.
Captain Seeger again having discussions with Ilan Repertorius behind the stumps. In discussions the whole time, what plans to implement next.
Big one over the top. Have to go over the top the cover region in order to penetrate it there. But there's Riley Norton running around the square point boundary and covering it at the cover sweeper.
Yeah, Norton doing very well to keep it to 2 there. Had a long way to go around the boundary. Bit too much width this time. And just the wrong length. Didn't quite hit that Yorker length this time, did Pillay. and able to get underneath it is Captain Ade Saharan.
Opening up those wrists to get it to the area that he wants. Going inside out to create that width. And right now, good control this from Ramashan Pillay. It must be spoken. But the Indians are not being bogged down despite the excellent areas.
Yeah, they've been manipulating the field beautifully all day. I think that's something that the SM19 team can learn. How to not rack up dot balls and then feel they need to go for boundaries, but rather keep rotating the strike. If you get a boundary here and there in the over, you're going well. I feel it at times they feel the need to hit a boundary or two every over, and it's such a long format actually. 50 overs is plenty of time to work your way through an innings.
Another good full one, going wider this time, forcing Molia to play across the line. And as you speak about that, did you know since over number 40, that boundary we saw from Sipopotan is the only boundary since over number 40, but also at the same time, the Indians have added on 28 runs in that same time, just indicative of that brilliant running. Full toss! Go out of here! You don't belong in the cricket field. Over the fence, it's 4 runs from Uday Saharan.
Yeah, and also moving across his stumps, Pillay might wanted to react, but over pitching, and that was easy put away, and that's not the way it is. And under 19s would have wanted to end that over, but exactly how India would have wanted to end that over. They move up to 223 for 3, the end of 45 overs, and this is looking easier and easier for India to need 33 more runs of the last 5 overs at just over 6 runs per over.
Wonderful feat that from Saharan. Shimmying across. It got all of us excited going across, but that ball was just out of the standards of what we've been seeing from Ramashan Pillay in this current spell. But with the end of Sipopotsane, we still, unfortunately, might not see Ntando Soni anymore. In comes Riley Norton.
Yeah, Riley Norton seems like he will finish off on this commentator's end. Likely to be Gwena Mapaka from the other end for his final 2 overs to end things off. Bit disappointing and to only see 3 overs from Ntando Soni. It is something that you might question David Teager on, especially having bowled Oliver Whitehead a couple of overs. They've given Riley Norton a lot of overs despite him being quite expensive. So there are options for him to go to.
So close. Look at us talking about the options and the option that he goes to, nearly getting the wicket. Riley Norton will have to continue the work that Pillay has been bowling on the other side. Being creative, not being predictable, and being hard to hit for 4s and 6s. That is going to be easy pickings in the arc, but not having enough legs. Steve Stork runs around it. He's been putting in a mission of work from the long on boundary.
Yeah, he has been required to run around quite a bit, as Steve Stork, after putting a stint in with the bat as well earlier on in the day. Yeah, not the right length here from Riley Norton. He also has mid-off up in the ring, so you can easily pop that up over the mid-off region as well.
Much better. Just hitting a hard length. Sipopotsane defending his bowler well.
Yeah, good fielding. They're getting around to it, to his weaker side, his right-hand side, to stop that one. Better length there from Norton. Rather use the wicket here. It's not that fast. It's a bit more difficult to hit that type of length on this wicket than it is for those full or short deliveries.
Sending Sipopotsane down into deep backward square. Cow corners there. The deep square leg region is wide open. Go in for that Yorker Sun. Go in straight for those hard lengths. That's what they're looking for. Give away those ones. Try to look for the 6. There he tries. Steve Stork runs around it. He's under it. Steve Stork completes the catch. He's been running around up and down. And finally, he gets one that can get into his bucket. That is the dismissal. And that is the crazy partnership that has come to an end.
Yeah, it never looked like missing it did. Steve Stork running around, comfortable underneath it, and a brilliant knock by Captain Uday Saharan comes to an end. He goes for 112. Wonderfully played innings, 10 fours. It's come up of 153 deliveries, and well-deserved applause coming from the crowd.
What a magnificent captain's innings from Uday Saharan. Realizing that the game needed more impetus, Steve Stork, he was the man who made Uday Saharan the victim. But really, was he a victim after scoring 112? That's 4 wickets down at 226.
This might just be the opening the SA Under-19 is required right now, with Kwenama Parker still having 2 overs to go from the other end. New batter at the crease. Required run rate slightly creeping up now. And just, if they can, keep pushing through that one side, take a couple of more wickets, this game is right back on.
It was looking very comfortable. It was looking quite comfortable. Riley Norton comes with the breakthrough.
Aravelli coming to the crease now. Avinash, he also plays, has been picked up in the IPL. I believe it was by the Chennai Super Kings. Let me just check my notes again. But he's coming to the crease now at a critical time for the India Under-19s. And he is the left-hander coming to the crease. Have to change the field again. Riley Norton has to implement his plans here. He has a long on out, a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, and also a sweeper out on the offside. Fine leg is now coming into the ring. Not sure whether that is required, as they can have the extra fielder out now in the last 10 overs.
Again, allowing him to go big on the leg side, saying, dare take us on. The boundary riders are all on the square side, 4 of them. Coming around the wicket to tighten that width, to disallow deliveries off the offside. And his off the mark is Aravelli.
Aravelli was picked up by the Chennai Super Kings in the IPL auction. He's had the 2 innings so far in this tournament. First one, he made 7 of 16 deliveries late in innings. And then he made a 60 not out of only 56 deliveries, looking very good. Didn't get an opportunity to bat in the last as India just rolled over Afghanistan.
Now he's been put in with a task because the Indians require 29 runs to win. There are now just 25 deliveries. And -1 in both. There's no way they're going to run for 2 against Devon Murray. You wouldn't want to try that out. That's 46 overs completed. 228 as they require 28 runs.
Yeah, 28 required of only 4 overs. 7 and over doesn't sound that much, but anything can happen in this sort of situation. Kwenama Parker to come back still. He can be lethal here to death with his Yorkers, his bouncers, and an opportunity here for the SN on his mind to sneak it here. It's a good match here, getting a close end. It's exactly what we would have been hoping for.
Indeed. And this is what you were talking about, the beauty of a wicket. The wicket can just spring the energy up for the fielding team, especially when it looked as if the batters were taking it home. And now the home team might be keeping it home. They really need to, if they ever want to play in that final on Wednesday.
Yeah, this is the opportunity. Kwenama Parker coming back into the attack. He is the main gun for the SA Under-19s. Much spoken about. This is his opportunity to prove exactly why his name comes up all the time. And we do see the field being set as a 3rd man. There's a man also on the deep point region, but behind points. It's an interesting field set. This type of field you set for full and wide deliveries, wide Yorkers. There's also a man out at a deep extra cover region. No man out on the leg side boundary apart from a long on. So don't be surprised if you see full and wide Yorkers from Kwenama Parker here.
And he starts off trying to get one. Slapped back straight. In comes Steve Stork. They might be coming back for two. His throw is off balanced and off the mark. But it's two for the Indians.
Yeah, good running there by India. Not quite hitting his length there, did Kwena Mapaka. Did bowl it wide to try getting out of the reach of the batters. Exactly what we thought he might be doing. But he will be looking to get it a bit fuller to not give him that opportunity to hit down the ground or into the leg side.
But the statement of intent has been laid down from Mapara. Going across, he whips it over the top. What a phenomenal shot that is. Even if there was a man standing at cow corner, he didn't have no chance. That is Molia, who goes big. It's 6 runs.
Incredible shot by Molia, reading the field, knowing exactly what Kwena Mapaka plans to do, walking across and just whipping it. He was standing outside the off stump, exposing all his stumps, and don't be too surprised if he does that again, if Kwena Mapaka tries to fire a Yorker in on that leg stump.
Mapara had a chance to target it, but his mind had been made. Now he's been thrown off. Great batting from Priyanshu Malia. Now it's a wide delivery.
Yeah, that's 9 runs off 2 deliveries, and that breaks the back of the chase now, only requiring a further 20 runs in that 3.4 overs remaining and making things much easier here for India. He remains the big wicket now for the Asia Under-19s.
And the issue here is that they're getting these runs off the man who's supposed to be taking these wickets. Ooh. Much better stuff. Weak foot movement from Priyanshu Molia, just throwing his hands at it. But survival.
He was looking for a wide there, umpire saying no, it was just inside. And Parker, I wonder if this field, if this option is necessary. It just makes it a clear picture for the batter. He knows exactly what's coming. He can plan accordingly. He can walk across again and try to work it to the leg side or hit it down the ground. Might have to change it up a bit here, Mapaka.
It's interesting. None of the balls he's delivered so far making the plan work. None of them have activated the gentleman and the offside. It's only been straight and it's only been at the leg side. So indeed, Werner, Mapara here being put onto the sword. Very difficult stuff. Oh, gets the leading edge. Closing himself off way too quickly. There's Molia. But there's no one close in, and it's 1.
Yeah, Parker getting away with that delivery. That one was quite straight and in the slot. He could have easily played that same shot he played earlier in the over. So getting away with that one. Important that he gets his areas right here, Kwena, as that one could have been whipped away as well, with no man out on the leg side apart from long on.
Haven't seen any of the short stuff, which he was bowling so excellently in his first spell. Haven't seen any change-ups either.
Yeah, the field is remaining the same right now for the left-hander that it was for the right-hander. In other words, it's now a fine leg instead of a third man. There's a deep square instead of a deep point, and there's a deep mid-wicket. So this time, Kwena Mapaka should be aiming at the stumps.
Thought it would be a good idea to do that even against Molia. Just guard your leg side, ask him to hit the ball there. Getting it onto the money. Much easier to the left-hander.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's been looking for. A Yorker on the stumps. Beautiful bowling there from Kwena Mapaka. Trying to reel back in this over that went for quite a lot at the beginning. Just trying to end this off well and give some runs for Riley Norton to defend at the other end. The two of them are likely to end off this innings.
It's already 10 runs given away in this over. Far cry from what he would have wanted to do. Concede, if to concede anything. Oh, good bowling. Very good bowling. Dandosoni. Oh, unlucky for the debutant. Just trickling through his legs. Over the boundary after he had covered it. And that is going to hurt Mapara. And it's going to hurt the South Africans. They now need to defend just 15 runs in the last 3 overs.
Yeah, that is a double issue. Not only is it 4 runs instead of 1 run, it also means that Molia will be on strike in the next over. So that'll doubly hurt the SA under-19s here. And that means that target is only 14 runs more required of 3 overs. And all of a sudden, it looks easy going for India.
You're talking about that uneven bounce throughout the surface. Being a victim of that is Ntandosoni. Covered his distance well, but it does not matter because at the end of the day, the signal of 4 had been given. Now it's a lot of work for Riley Norton. 14 runs from Kwena Mapara's over. He would have wanted to distribute that across his remaining 2. So much on the hands and on the shoulders of Norton.
Only way for the SA under-19s back here is to get Malia out in this over. Get him out early in the over. That's the only way back for them right now. But India looking very comfortable now in this run chase. 14 of 18 deliveries. It's not difficult to do. And don't be surprised if Malia tries to end most of it in this over.
Still opened up. Covering up Devan Murray. One of the finest, if not the finest fielder in the green and gold.
Yeah, so quick across the outfield. Strong arm. He's always on it. You'll want him in those hot spots. That's why he was there out at deep mid wicket. Now you'll see him coming in at cover.
I can't help but think about that Mapara over, Werner. Those plans for the first couple of deliveries. Changing up what is a plan known to work. Just defend your legs, your leg side boundaries. Attack those stumps. If you miss, I hit. If you miss time, I catch you. If you get one, good on you.
Yeah, it does take away a mode of dismissal. And right now, wickets are the only thing that's going to win this match for the SA under-19s.
Tough ask for Riley Norton. 14 runs remain. Around the wicket he comes. Straight into the hands of Murray. Overthrows, not what you want. Might be another overthrow, not really. 3 runs.
It's an unnecessary throw there from Devan Murray in this instance. There was no opportunity of a run out, and backing up didn't come in far enough, and then fumbling as well, giving an easy run.
And these are the moments where high game IQ need to come in. You have to assess wicket or save the runs. Norton going for a deep Yorker, but it evades backward point David Tiga, and it evades Ntandozuma covering the sweeps. And it goes for 4 runs, and closer, the Indians now need 10.
Priyanshu Molia executing his plans perfectly, giving himself room, knowing that there's a gap between a deep cover and a deep third man, and he gets that to perfection. Riley Norton not getting that Yorker in, over pitching, and an easy put away.
9 to win. It's in the single digits. Balls are still in the double digits. And it's a good over this from Riley Norton, except for that boundary, just squeezing it past the field. Oh, it's going to count as millions for the India team.
Yeah, this India looking comfortable now. Moving up to 76 is Molia. And these last 2 overs have hurt the SA under-19s.
And you spoke about having Molia on strike, and it was Molia who's just been hurting them. That 4, indicative of a man who's been out there for 84 deliveries.
Yeah, and that's something the SA under-19s have been able to do themselves. Nobody has been able to bat that amount of balls into an innings.
Norton hitting a hard length straight into the hands of Potane, who's at backward point. Dots are like sprinkles of gold. A wicket will be the entire gold bar. And man, in the city of gold, will those gold bars count for South Africa right now? but it might not happen. Steve Stork doing a fantastic job. Ooh, what great work from the man who has been phenomenal with the bat, now showing it in the field.
Yeah, desperate dive there from him. So crucial to stop that boundary, because that boundary would almost seal the game. And just the 2 overs remaining now. India have brought up their 250, and they only require a further 7 runs of 12 deliveries. Seemingly easy to do. I'll never say never in a game of cricket, but the AC Under-19s need something desperately here from Kwena Mapaka.
It's fielding stops like those from Sony, or rather from Stork, which count. I'm thinking of Sony about the one that just went through, how valuable that will be. 11 runs from the previous Mapara over. How valuable will those be? If he just gave away half of those, it was still going to be enough. But man, oh man, it's a little bit too much.
Same field again here for the left-hander, facing up Maravele Rowo. He's still fairly new to the crease, is Aravele Avinash, and they have a deep square leg is now coming into the circle for some reason. It seems like they want to apply some pressure with the third man going out. There's a long off, long on, a deep mid-wicket, and also a fine leg. It's the final 10 over, so they can afford to have fifth man. Oh, there is 5 out.
Oh.
Giving himself some room, but that is a valuable dot. Gold dust right now.
Wild swing as well from Araveli, who's looking to close it off quickly, but it's at that stage where they can actually just get the gaps, get the ones, get the gaps, get the twos, just pocket it. But what is that to Araveli? He wants to go out with a blast.
Yes, Under-19s needing a Charles Langeveldt triple wicket maiden here.
I thought 1 gold bar was enough. You want the whole mine. Here's Mapara. Into the padding. Coming around is Riley Norton from deep mid-wicket to that square leg region. 2 runs. Might be overthrows, but not really. David Tiga backing up this time.
Yeah, 2 runs. That's a third of the runs required. So only 5 more runs required here from India. And looking comfortable. They've really nailed this chase all afternoon. Never looked frantic. And the captain controlling the innings throughout. And then Prayanshu Mulia coming in and doing his role to perfection.
Overpitched, it's hit up into the air, but there's no one patrolling the inner ring, so the ball is going to bounce gently. Steve Stork putting in a mountain of work, keeps that, and it's 2 runs, 3 runs to win.
Yeah, only 3 more required. Looking to finish it off in this over already. That would be 3 defeats in a row for the AC Under-19s. Not the way they would have wanted to kick off their practice matches before the World Cup in this tri-series. India storming ahead. This would be their 4th victory in a row. Comfortably favourites right now to take this trophy.
And they've defeated the Under-19 South Africans 4 times in a row, so this will be the 5th time in a row that India Under-19 topple South Africa Under-19. Not a nice track record if you're a man who supports the green and gold. Kwena Mapara is staring down the barrels of a gunshot because it's not looking good for the South Africans here. Down the pitch, blast of a shot by Araveli. What a magnificent way to end the match. 3 runs required. He doubles it up with a 6. And that is how the Indians clean sweep this group stage of the tri-series. Afghanistan could not topple them twice. South Africa could not topple them twice. They did it 4 times in a row as they win by 6 wickets.
A valiant effort by the AC Under-19s in the death, but just not enough. They weren't able to pick up the wickets that they required. And beautiful innings, first by Captain Saharan and then by Prayanshu Molia, who finishes with 80 unbeaten, or 76 unbeaten rather, with Araveli, Avinesh, Rao finishing things off with a boundary. They chased down successfully a score of 256 with 8 balls still remaining, 6 wickets remaining as well. For the SA Under-19s, top wicket taker was Kwena Mapaka with his 2-for-49 in the end, but not able to finish things off. And Tando Soni, I'm a bit perplexed that he bowled only the 3 overs, conceding 14 runs. It was set up initially, the score, by Steve Stork, who made 69 of 66 balls, and Deva Murray, he made 32 of 36. Bunch of wickets in between meant that the SA Under-19s just weren't really able to kick on, and they were able to finish the innings strong enough with Riley Norton, who made 32, and Sipho Putsane, who made 31, but they didn't have the finishing tosses they would have wanted for a score of closer to 300 to really push the India side. From an Indian perspective, Mashir Khan bowled wonderfully well. He finally got his reward for toiling away all week long, bowling economically. Today getting his first wickets, and not only first wickets, but getting a 5-0, taking 5 for 38, and now Mantamari with 3 for 32.
Great stuff. Great work. The game has come to a close. Fifers, hundreds for the Indians. Of course, you're going to win the game. And that has been the case as the players shake hands. It is a clean sweep for the Indians here at Old Edwardians Club as they take 4 out of 4. We will see them again on the final, which will be taking place on Wednesday. But who will be their opponents? Will it be the Blues of Afghanistan or the Green and Gold of South Africa? South Africa will need a mammoth victory in order for them to make their way into that final. But Afghanistan have beaten South Africa once. Can they do it once again? We don't know, they don't know, but we will know once we meet again on Monday right here at Old Edwardians Club for the clash between South Africa and Afghanistan. There's still fire, a lot more of cricket, but at the end of this 5th Youth ODI, after India winning the toss and electing to bat first or to bowl first, they take a 6-wicket victory with astonishing captaincy, batting 112, outstanding bowling, 5 from 38 from Mushir Khan. It has been me, Mpendulo Makubane, Gert Maloney, Werner Erasmus, our brilliant production team bringing us this match. And it has been Pitch Vision alongside with Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel bringing you this Under-19 Tri-Series. We will see each other again on Monday, 10 a.m. as South Africa take on Afghanistan. Have yourself a wonderful day.